The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Rogue on the blue side, Seraphine banned away, standard from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Mad Lions, they finished third in the regular season. Rogue finished second, and this one game will decide who finishes first and gets the trophy. I'm so hyped. Rogue, they've picked blue side. We'll see what they want to do. They've shown us so many different comps. What do they want to approach it with?
Will they ban the Wukong? They banned Carzzy's Comfort in the Ezreal. You heard Whipple on the analyst desk say it. He thinks they need to get rid of the Wukong, but they don't. They leave it open. It's the Ezreal again.
Yeah, it's the same bans as the game before. They don't want to touch the Wukong. They want to take away the Ezreal. They think the jungle is what the problem was. They think the jungle is where they need to strike, and they first pick the Udyr away instead of taking the Lucian.
I mean, I like this to some extent, right? Trying to move Elyoya off of the early game power pick that is that Udyr, but we also saw that the Lucian was winning the laning phase from Larssen. They were able to use it, but it didn't convert into much more. It was the early game presence of Elyoya, and I love seeing this already. Forget the Hecarim. That's out of here. Elyoya wants to hit towers, wants to dive towers, and he's been diving Odoamne non-stop all day long.
And what we saw in the last two games was Mad Lions dictating the pace. When they go hard, they go fast, they find fights, and they build advantages quickly. Now the fallout for Mad Lions, yes, they can go for the Senna, but when you look at the Kai'Sa coming in for Carzzy, it allowed them to follow up immediately in every single exchange.
Now, I wonder if this Kai'Sa Volibear pick tells the story of the Wukong. We've talked about the Wukong so much, Rogue haven't banned it. Now, I think Rogue would probably ban it on the 4-5. I'm pretty sure they would. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions pick it up on 3 and ban away tops to make it a more comfortable matchup. We'll have to see what Rogue respond with. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up their bot lane. Perhaps maybe even blind pick a mid like Victor, which is open, because there's still Lucian open as well, actually, and Tristana. So they have so many options. Feels like these OPs of the AD carries have kind of fallen off as the series has gone.
Tristana seen in literally every single game so far in the LEC playoffs, and it's been going down in priority. Hansama and Trimby return to the Senna in the bottom lane, and now for Mad Lions, I love the Twisted Fate for Humanoid. I would love to see them pick it up here. The way they used that global, just blow open the game, was so powerful in game 4.
It was a fantastic performance from Humanoid. It feels like he's been getting better and better as the pressure has continued to raise across each and every one of these games. Now, of course, we have the lock-in of the Rakan. We saw Trimby pull out the same strategy against the Senna Tahm Kench. We saw how effective it can be because it is hard to stop this champion when you don't have immediate, reliable CC. And more importantly, for the first time since those 2 Senna Cho'Gath games, we see Hansama in the Rogue bottom lane on a bot lane that is not guaranteed to get early priority, that is not guaranteed to win out on early fights.
Yeah, the Rakan will have so much room in fights because there's not that much CC when it comes to the engages itself. Barring the Udyr stun, there's really not much he's looking at, and that's why it's good into the Senna time. He gets so much freedom in the lane and in the fights. Now we're looking at solo lanes. For Mad Lions, it's been the story of Armut and Humanoid on Wukong and Orianna. The Orianna's down. Is Rogue going to take away that Wukong? And we'll see what kind of solo lanes we get here.
Look, Rogue need the team fight power that's been missing a little bit in the last few games. Sure, they had the Gnar in the last one, but the immediate reliable CC has been something they've been wanting in both of their losses. Great choice by Rogue to ban away the Wukong here.
And the last time these two teams faced, Rogue had Infernal Soul, a really fed Aphelios, but Armut was the one who was 11-1 on top lane. What was he playing? He was playing Urgot. He wasn't playing Wukong, so there's still this one carry champion open for Armut that if he wants to run it back, which Rogue have faced before, it could be really difficult for them. They have last pick on red side, both these AD carries taken away from Larssen. It's going to be a control mage matchup you'd expect, unless one of these mids has a trump card.
Something we'll have to track in the game is the pressure on Odoamne. To be in your first final after 7 years and to see the enemy top laner potentially carry 3 games back-to-back to an MVP performance is something I can't even fathom. So how he adapts here, what he picks, how he and Rogue set him up for success is going to be so crucial.
Well, the way they're setting him up for success is they say no Wukong for Armut and no Twisted Fate for Humanoid. Great ban by them after all the other super high priority mids have been taken away, and that's the Victor, like you said, Kadril.
Yeah, the control mage of Victor coming out. Now, Larssen, there's about 4 or 5 mid lane bans if you count the Seraphine, and the Victor's picked away, so might have to dig deep here for some kind of counter. We've seen the Syndra for Larssen, we've seen things like the Azir as well. Are we going to go back to Comfort? We've been talking on EU4, Dracos, about the EU4 on the Ginger God on Azir, the team fight king. It's going to be a control mage versus control mage, but I'm more interested in what the top lane matchup's going to be.
And comfort was massive when Mad Lions wanted to turn things around, but instead it is going to be the Rise, and I am happy to see this because we have seen the Azir. It has been nerfed. It is so much weaker than it used to be, and as much as comfort is key, power is also crucial. Rogue debating. Do they go for the GP? Do they go for the Gnar? What is the answer here? How do they round out this composition? And it's full confidence coming in from Odoamne. Renekton may have disappeared in the LEC, but it is a power pick in every other region.
Odo needs strength in the top lane, needs something that can survive the onslaught that you know Elyoya is going to take to him. And for the rest of Rogue, their answer into Mad Lions, playing the global style, playing the fast map plays, has been triple global. Senna, Tahm Kench, and Larson on the rise as well. They have the ability to influence the entire map and respond to every attack the Mad Lions throw their way.
I feel like both these teams have almost swapped places. I think Rogue was the one with the big team fight, with the Victor, with the Rakan at the start of this series. And Mad Lions were the ones with the Senna Tahm getting dove, having very little engage, having very little team fight prowess. But it feels like the tides have flipped here, except Rogue's comp is slightly different. They have a Tahm Kench ult, they have a Ryze ult, double global, like you guys were saying, and they have a really strong top laner. So Rogue definitely needs to start winning lanes, getting their side lanes ahead, and start splitting the whole of Mad Lions up, because if they group up around these dragons, it's going to be very difficult for them.
Gentlemen, every single game has come down to team fights, except for the last one where it came down to an early snowballing Wukong. Who wins? If we go to team fights, if we go in on even footing, who takes it? Because all these early advantages outside of the last game have not amounted to wins. It has been clutches in the team fights. It has been huge individual step-ups. Who takes it in the fights?
It's going to be so hard to say, because although I think that Mad Lions' comp is better for just straight 5v5, there's so many intricacies. Can Odoamne find the flash stun and Larson find the follow-up? Can they find a good Senna Tahm Kench collapse before the fight even starts? But in a straight 5v5, I feel like Mad Lions have a lot of room to work with the amount of AoE that they have. But Rogue have so many tools to find picks and find one-shots on single targets.
Exactly. You have Larson's side lane play, the engage, the Senna ever stacking range. This game will never be able to be called. This series has never been able to be called. Every single game back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And game 5 looks like it's going to deliver.
Yeah, and Rogue, they have a 1-3-1 comp. Ryze and Renekton on side, the Tahm Kench in mid with ult. We'll have to see how this game goes. We're getting into game 5.
Let's go, Europe. Take a deep breath. This is the last time you're going to get to be relaxed. Until this game is over, the tension will be high, the pressure nearly insurmountable for both teams. Only one can come out on top. So take this opportunity, relax a little bit, and remember what these teams are fighting for.
In the next hour, we will see which team takes the crown and the start of a new era. And this series already has shown us the start of a new rivalry between these two teams. They both grew at the same time. The rivalry was always there, a little bit underneath the surface, but they were always looking up to the G2s and the Fanatics of the world. But it is different this time around. Now it is Rogue versus the Mad Lions for it all.
Who do you believe in, Europe? In the world, lots of people from other regions watching as well. Who do you believe in? Time to spam in chat. Rogue or Mad, RGE or MED. You can vote. You can let us know who you believe in. It is do or die. And now we get into the early game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how the game progresses. But these were the two teams who betted on rookie talent. These are the two teams which toppled G2 in the playoffs. Game 5, there's not much action happening level 1. It looks like both junglers are going to calm it down, start towards the bot side of the map, path up towards the top side, and there might be a contest around this top side Skull Crab in the early game.
Yeah, we have seen lane priority influence these early junglers so much. Oftentimes been favoring Humanoid in the early laning phase, often also been favoring Armut top side as well, with Elyoya influencing that lane so much. Rogue have been so focused on getting their bot lane ahead, but this game, it feels a little bit different with the Senna and the Tahm Kench. Inspired can play towards top lane.
Yeah, definitely with the Renekton up here, you definitely want to play towards the top side. If Larson can get some kind of push and get up to this top lane, we want to see some 3-man dives. Mad Lions are the ones who have been pulling the trigger on these dives. Odoamne is the one suffering from the dives. Maybe Rogue want to change it up, play more towards the top side, but I think the key thing here in this early game is Rogue know Elyoya started bot side because the bot lane leashed. But Mad Lions don't know that Inspired started bot side. So there could be a surprise here for Elyoya. If you find Inspired up towards his top side, we'll have to see how the top lane push progresses.
Certainly a lot of room for creativity. Top lane trading back and forth already. You can see Humanoid winning out there on the early pressure, sort of as expected. And Mad Lions now the favorite. Chat, I'm going to be honest, it seems like you can't decide as much as we can't decide who the favorites here. You've gone back and forth on every single poll, and I think it's fair because we're not in the era anymore, again, of the G2s and Fanatics where you feel like you have a sure things, where you feel like you have your favorites. This is unknown territory for all of the LEC.
Look, it's hard to blame them too, and you can already see Elyoya skipping his Krug, skipping his Raptors, knowing the top lane getting frozen against Armut. Bot lane, big trade.
Kaiser.
Oh, it's tense because look, this bot lane has been crazy all series long. Hansama and Trimby have had Carzzy and Kaiser's number, but I've seen this before.
There's a top wave. Armut needs to crash it. Inspired will finish this camp and go towards the crab, so he doesn't know Elyoya's there. That won't spot him either. Odoamne might get surprised here. If Inspired comes up for a gank, Armut could be the one that's vulnerable, but he's going for the crab. Elyoya's going to go for the dive.
He's stacked up on Fury, though. He's healed a little bit.
It's so risky. Larson has TP too. He just went back to base. He's coming to up.
TP now moving in. They've got more than enough damage, but the empowered stun is there. But Elyoya still alive for now. They're going to turn it back, though. Getting the kill for Larson is disastrous because now Armut is in trouble as well. Rogue have turned the play back in their favor.
Mad Lions get first blood, but Larson on the TP shows up. Humanoid cannot respond, and getting kills onto this Rise early is deadly.
Yeah, look at this play. Odoamne TPing in mid to make sure they don't lose mid waves. Such clean execution from Rogue. Really good timing for Larson P towards this top side fight with the TP. He already based. He knew some kind of play was coming perhaps. TP's in, stops the play from happening. Rogue get the early game advantage.
And now Inspired doubling the jungle CS of Elyoya. Elyoya spent so much time trying to set up that gank, trying to set it up. He sacrificed so much just to be there on the top side. In the meantime, Inspired was farming, and he still showed up for the counter.
It's a huge gamble in Game 5, a match that decides the winner of the spring split. Elyoya will be set pretty far behind. You also know the Udyr, he just clears faster than that Volibear, so this could get much, much worse. Inspired knowing the respawn timer of Elyoya's Raptors and all this.
Yeah, I think the mid jungle of Mad Lions are going to be the ones to suffer. Elyoya falling, he's down in camps, 3 camps now. Inspired's already back out of base with the boots, and Larson level 5 on this Rise already. He pushed out top, he didn't lose anything in mid. Now he's back to catch the wave, and he has double buffs, so Humanoid's definitely going to suffer here though, but Armut going aggressive on this Gnar. No flash on Odoamne.
He can finish this one out. Now into Mega. Odoamne with a sidestep. Wallop not going to be there. Has a bit more damage, but Odoamne just going to walk away. That was the edge of death for Odoamne.
Larson's on his way up, though. This wave is really bad for Armut. Looks like Odoamne is slowly pushing it back in, though, and Larson's going to have to go back mid and catch the wave. Puts a little bit of wards down to catch some information as to where Elyoya is. And in the end, if Odoamne got hit by that stun, I think he was dead.
Look, these lanes, super volatile. We saw it at the start in the bot lane, the 2v2 looking very close between those two teams. Top lane 2 on the knife's edge, but it is Rogue with the early information in the enemy jungle, seeing Elyoya go topside, and Rogue, if they can slow things down, get back to their controlled style, they have a lot of really good elements to play around, play the pressure game, and play with their globals.
And again, at the start of this series, it was all eyes on the jungler, Inspired and Elyoya set to define. And now it is the solo lanes who are stepping up. It is Inspired who is pulled massively ahead, and Elyoya who has to find a way in his rookie split and his final game, in the final game of the season, to turn things back in the favor of Mad.
And for 4 games as well, it's been Larson landlocked in mid, Humanoid with the edge, but it's different this time. Larson multiple times trying to move out of that lane and get up towards topside. Now you can see Inspired knows the timers here, sees Elyoya on that ward, and sees an opportunity for a top gank.
Inspired moving up. Gnar would be big, but here comes the Realm Warp. Inspired just fishing for the stun. Armut no room to move. They know that he burned the flash in the 1v1. He got over-aggressive, and now he will pay for it. Larson grabs another kill on the top side.
This is what we were talking about, Dracos. Rogue need to start moving to this top side. This Renekton needs to get ahead. Mad Lions are the ones always playing top side, always diving top, and Rogue playing bot side. The Senatom, the switch up. Let's play top side. Let's get aggressive, get Rise up there, and play for this 1-3-1 and get our solo lanes ahead.
It's crazy as well. An entire season. Rogue don't even think twice about top lane. Don't even look there. When everything's on the line, they are investing in Odoamne. It will be traded out for the Infernal Drake on the bottom side of the map. Rogue not putting pressure on Hansama or Trimby's lane, just letting them do their thing, and it's been going well so far.
And the important thing is, Larson's the one getting the kills. Odoamne is just getting free bases and getting himself through this lane phase, which looks quite difficult for him. But Larson's the one getting the kills, and when it comes to the mid game, and Larson's on side lane on this Rise, and he's ahead, no one of Mad Lions can match him. They're going to have to send so many numbers.
Look at this from Rogue. 4 players on the bot river.
They're contesting the blue buff. Elyoya not even level 6 yet.
He has no room to move. All of Rogue collapsing, using his early advantage so well. We got so comfortable in the playoffs watching Rogue build early advantages out of their bottom lane, but this time around it is the solo lanes of Rogue stepping up clutch. It is the punish on the top side where Armut, after 2 back-to-back carry games, oversteps and is punished.
And it's team-wide play as well, which just swings the jungle matchup. We asked at the start of the day, does this define who the best jungler in Europe is? Well, it's defined these are our 2 best junglers in Europe, and they are showing that with just a slight edge, you can take everything. Inspired using his lane strength perfectly to steal away camps and get a lead over Elyoya.
Yeah, both these junglers playing absolutely fantastically. I think Inspired definitely has the level lead. 1 level up on Elyoya, who just hit level 6. Next objective in the game is going to be the Herald. We've seen Rogue most of these games just basing it around minute 8 and swapping, committing to the swap, playing for their bot lane. But this game's slightly different. Odoamne is the focus. They don't want to swap and put Odoamne in a 1v2 lane because they need him to get ahead. And they need Larssen to keep this mid push. Why swap when you have so much mid priority and Larssen can move to either side?
And additionally, it's Senatom Kench. You do not have a lot of ways to clear the wave. You do not have ways to get prio advantage on the bottom side. That might change. They can extend this trade for long enough. Devour ready to go into Kaiser if he overcommits. Carzzy now going to be in trouble, forced to use the ultimate early out. Trimby just refuses to stop the flow. Trimby, the tongue lick, the rookie in the finals game. Game 5 shows up and finds the kill.
All day long, Trimby and Hansama have had Kaiser and Carzzy's numbers. Time after time and time again, they come out on top, and it is the final game without any pressure from the rest of their team. They just win the 2v2 straight up.
Yeah, and Trimby coming into this team from the start of Spring Split. He won the EU Masters with Agorok. He won EU Masters with their academy team. This is his first ever LEC finals in his rookie split. He has the aggression to go for this 2v2. I think Mad Lion's bot lane has died 2v2 in bot lane every single game.
Every single game. And Rogue, the ERL talent factory, originally bringing up 4 of the 5 members from that team back in 2019. Well, they've got a few still here with Larssen Inspired as well.
And Hansama has had so many fantastic supports by his side over the last few years. Gorilla, Ignar, but now Trimby showing up in this final game. Who would have thought? Rogue have advantages in top, mid, and bot. Inspired's looking towards his top side again. Larssen's on the way up.
Inspired looking to move forward. The bot lane for a brief moment no longer the center of attention as Armut may have once again overstayed his welcome. Chilling Smite moves in, follow-up, the stun is there. Senna from downtown, Inspired finds another kill, and Rogue here in Game 5 are demolishing the Mad Lions.
Rogue are not messing around, and you can see Elyoya panic, scrambling, trying to figure out what he can do. He's falling behind in the jungle 2 levels. Inspired is up over him, and Inspired is still finding the gank, so what does he do? Can he dive with his ultimate? He's level 6. No. Larssen is playing too smart around it, not giving him the opportunity. And bot lane, how do you dive a Senatom Kench when Rogue can always respond with Larssen and an Odo TP?
Inspired based instantly and moved towards the bot side. He got the Herald as well, so we'll see where he wants to use it. But Rogue playing so well in this early game.
Inspired's here though. They're ready for the play. There's no room to maneuver. Luckily for Mad, they do not overcommit, but Elyoya can't even find an angle into the bottom lane.
And this all comes down to that top dive, level 3. Elyoya spent so much time waiting in the bush for the wave to crash, and eventually Larssen TP'd, and it was a 2-for-1. So all that time he wasted, Inspired was farming, and you can see the exponential growth in farm now that Inspired is so far ahead in gold. Second up there with Larssen. You can see where all this gold is for Rogue, which is surprising, because the majority of the series, it's all been in bot side. Now it's the top side of Rogue that's ahead. They're 3,000 gold up, and although we've seen every single early game this series not really translate into much into the mid to late game, despite having such a strong early game, both these teams kind of find the fights and they find the team fights where they snowball the game. So I'm not sure if Rogue can snowball it into a massive advantage, but they have the Herald. We'll see how they use it.
And Larssen's entire career, he has been known as the scaling mage player. The Azirs, the Corkis, the Rises. He is now on one of those signature picks once again and poised to completely take over the game as once more Inspired shifts towards the top side. Armut about to hit Meganar, and he does have Elyoya in the area, but the threat of the gank is always there.
Yeah, and like you said, Ender, Larsen's playing fantastic in this series. He overcame his demons yesterday against G2, and it feels like Larssen and Humanoid have been going toe-to-toe for the last couple of years against each other when Caps is sitting on his throne as the best mid. Now these two are showing up, and we'll see who wins out on this series, but Larssen definitely ahead in this matchup so far, has the TP to move to sides, and he's always moving up and down this river after pushing in mid. Humanoid, we've seen him before in the series when he's under his tower. He's actually managed to find plays on sides, but it looks like this time he won't find anything.
It's just so difficult. The Senatom Kench, we don't expect it to dominate the lane. The fact that Rogue were able to find that kill in the 2v2 is so massive for them now because you can't kill them. The Tom Kench just picks you up, he walks away, and if they burn any of their cooldowns, now we know Rogue have the potential to turn the play on its head.
Well, what is Mad Lion's strong side of the map? It's not bot lane, they're losing 2v2. Rogue have invested so much in top lane too that Elyoya doesn't really have a great place to play around all the series long. It's been very well defined for Mad Lions. Just gank top, it's going to work. But it has not, and now Rogue once again just chunk out Mad.
So much damage. Hansama has the ultimate up and available, but he's taking his time on this one. He knows even the pressure will amount to plates. He does not need to overcommit. Inspired moving up. Could look to take the 1v1. Certainly stronger overall, but does he have the more powerful champion? Elyoya definitely does not want this fight. It's Humanoid on the backup, and Inspired walking away just in time. Happy to take 70% of his health bar and walk it out.
Yeah, Inspired to level up and has the chem tank already. 12 minutes in the game. Herald's coming out to the bot side. Rogue have 3 winning lanes and a winning jungle matchup. They have full control of this game.
Inspired is out of control of this game. He has been absolutely everywhere on the map. He has nearly single-handedly won every single one of his lanes. Only Larson really benefiting from a top play where Armut overextended. Otherwise, this Udyr is out of control. And now Hans Sama, we have been here before. When Rogue funnel resources into Hans Sama, he does not miss.
Mad Lions left without an answer. They don't have Armut's Wukong that the past 2 games destroyed Hans Sama in the team fights. Humanoid has not been able to find influence over this game yet. Elyoya silent in the early game, and Rogue very nearly took down that bot lane tower with full control. A Rogue-styled game. They are poised to continue taking advantages.
Mad Lions really struggling against these 3 winning lanes. You can see all the plates falling in top, mid, and bot for the side of Mad Lions. The CS numbers are low compared to the side of Rogue. Rogue sitting so far ahead in this early game. And we'll have to see how they snowball this game, because that bot tower is 1 hit away from dying. And look at the items that Rogue's bot lane just picked up versus the items on Mad Lions' bot lane.
Oh, it's just a massive difference right there. Already completing those mythics, and you have to think the next stages of the game as well for Rogue. Well, you have a super strong solo laners, right? From Rogue, Larson, Odwamne can both go to sides. You put Hans and Trimby in mid. With those 2 globals, you can instantly influence side lanes. There's no place on the map which Mad can attack if you take that formation.
And again, for the side of Rogue, so much rise on this. Yes, Larson inspired. This team has been built around them and has been built up over the years. But for Hans Sama and Odwamne, 2 players who have been so close so many times to be on the cusp of victory, it is everything. That said, there's a 4K gold lead for Rogue. They are close, but they are not there yet for Mad Lions. We have to ask, how do they come back? What can they actually do to come back in this game?
Well, we're seeing it a little bit already. Elyoya and Kaiser, so much playmaking potential between that duo combination. You can see them walking into the enemy jungle after considering a top lane gank, and these are the types of things they have to look for, but where does the damage come from? That combination does not have it. You have to play around a strong area of the map, and because Rogue have all these globals, it becomes very, very difficult. You have to see Rogue full commit. Hearing a Drake go down gives you some confidence, and maybe sets you up for a top lane dive.
Odwamne is moving towards his top side. He's been dove so many times on this side lane. The weak side machine has been tanking all the ganks, but this time around, he's not going to fall for their trap. He's not going to try and clear the wave. He just gives up the tower. So, Mad Lions get a blue buff and a top tier 1 on the cross map versus the first tower and the dragon that Inspired just picked up. The Herald's always started by Mad Lions. Odwamne is fishing around for some vision. I think Inspired is
got his team on the way. Look at it, right? Hans Sama and Trimby after the Drake have reset. They could get up into this top lane if Mad Lions were to force, but Mad Lions realizing this have already gone towards the Herald. They could still port in on Armut if they want to.
Double dash, Stride Breaker is not going to be enough to take Armut out to safety. Immediately the ultimate comes out, the Dominus, and Odwamne certainly looking to dominate. Pushing through, pushing forward. Hans Sama ulti is what we have to watch. Waiting, Armut forcing the flash out early. Kaiser now has to run for the hills. He'll leap back to his teammate and he'll hold on for now, but it is massive pressure on the top side for Rogue. They are poised to break this top tier 1.
Armut just about lives. He has to flash away. Kaiser saves him, but Mad Lions are so far down in tempo. Elyoya just picked up Herald and he's clearing camps. Humanoid's based. Armut and Kaiser are basing too. Rogue can just take this top tier 1 for free. Larson's going to clear out mid-wave. Mad Lions, despite picking up the Herald, they stayed way too long.
And they've also been using their globals as a way to gain pressure and just take more off the map than they should be able to. Trimby actually didn't have his Abyssal Voyage ready to go, I think doing some trades earlier on in the match, but Larson just full pushed bot lane and then used Realm Warp back to mid to find a wave that was crashing into tower. So Rogue, even when they are grouping up in certain areas of the map to take the Drake to back up Odwamne, they are losing nothing in return.
And now you'll see the 1-3-1 come into effect soon. In the next couple of minutes, both side lane towers are down. The focus is mid tower. Hans is going to be mid with Trimby with those globals, and the pressure is going to be on when Larson and Odwamne are pressing out these sides. Mad Lions need to find numbers advantages and need to find picks.
Maybe the collapse coming in, but Inspired is here first. Kaiser and Elyoya on the way. They have the man advantage, but is it going to be enough? Will Inspired overstay? Larson waiting. He's level 12, though. They have to be careful. Maybe they can find the collapse, but in the meantime, it's Armut who's suffering with no team there to back up. He's going to get taken down before he can go Mega, but maybe they can find the rise in the mid lane. Larson going to be in trouble to flash back to safety. Elyoya is there to block it. The shutdown for Humanoid is massive, but it's Karzi who's now in trouble. Hans Sama on the chase. The slow will not be enough.
There is no more important player to get the shutdown than Humanoid for the Mad Lions. Absolutely critical. He gets gold. He has been silent all game so far, but this series, he has been the carry for the Mad Lions.
That pick with the Herald got mid-tier 1. What did Rogue get in response? They got a kill on bot onto Armut, but the shutdown onto Humanoid, like you said in there, is huge. Karzi managed to clear out top wave. He's not losing top tier 2 too much. And Rogue, although they're so far ahead, 1 pick slowly crawls Mad Lions back into this game. They need to be careful this doesn't happen again.
You can see it on your screen right here. Mid lane back to dead even after the early influence that Larson was able to get. One shutdown is enough to equalize between the two players, but the concern then comes when you have a fasting Senna that's ahead in gold over a Kai'Sa on the other side, getting so much value out of the passive as well. Quickly checking in on that, 67 souls already for Hansama, continuing to stack up range, and this is the threat. How do Mad Lions reach that backline? They have tools to dive on in, but eventually it becomes too much to get past when there's a Tahm Kench also to support.
Yeah, and I think in the next few minutes you'll start to see the play styles of both compositions. Rogue in the 1-3-1 now will push out sides and collapse towards mid to try and take the tier 1, whereas Mad Lions want to try and find picks before they can get this kind of setup. The Drake's up in 1 minute 50 seconds. There could be a team fight around there, but that's the core concept for both these teams in the next couple of minutes.
And we've seen Mad Lions earlier in the series be able to find fights with a numbers advantage, even against some globals and tools that they have. Inspired chasing down Elyoya.
Good damage now for the follow-up. He's going to be forced to ult out. If he's not careful, he's taking so much back. He's forced to ult away. He gets the heal out from Carzzy as well. Positive trade for Rogue, but they cannot find the kill.
Yeah, this is the difficulty, though, for Mad. They're just going to be run down in the deep vision inside their jungle. Brutal. Odwamne and Arma do take a bit of a trade down towards the bottom side of the map, but this is what Mad Lions have to do. When we see Rogue spread out across the map, can they pull the trigger decisively and effectively before Rogue can respond with their map movement?
Exactly. Now Elyoya there was trying to find the pick, but Inspired covered Larson, managed to stop that from happening, and they need to make sure that they keep vision around these solo laners, because if Larson has vision, it means he can push to tier 2, and then he can move through this jungle to mid, and Humanoid will eventually have to give it up. Inspired looking for the red buff.
Zooming right out, there's good vision. They know exactly what's going on. Inspired could just look to steal it, but they're going to try to commit here. Does this mean that Carzzy will pick it up? Good news for Carzzy overall. Elyoya would have preferred to have the experience, but good to give it to the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, 40 seconds on Dragon. Larson probably going to push out top, maybe the next wave as well. He has the TP to join the fight, but you can see Rogue just pressuring this top side of the map, making sure Larson can't get caught out, and they can scale, look to start objectives whenever they want, and keep these lanes pushed in. But Mad Lions, they have a lot of wave clear. Humanoid can keep this tower alive for a long time until Rogue commit numbers.
And it feels like both teams, again, are playing very cautiously in this best of 5. Rogue know they have the big lead, but they also know that that has not mattered in the series. The early game leads are not what wins you the game ultimately. So taking their time, not looking to give anything up, playing for the small advantages, the Saw Summoner spells, the ulti here and there, trying and waiting to turn it into more. For now, they are absolutely in control, happy to let the Senna continue to scale up, but Mad Lions have to see what they can get done. Elyoya is still very far behind. Level 12 to now level 11 in the jungle is the good news, but still a massive deficit.
But now Rogue are in the 1-3-1. Not only does this give the Globals the ability to influence the side lanes, 2 players in mid already winning their respective matchup. You get priority over river, you get the ability to walk into jungle, and also having Senna in mid next to the jungle camps, Raptors and Wolves. She can always be there when Inspired is clearing those away. Just continue to just super farm those souls.
Yeah, and Mad Lions need to keep this mid tier 1 up. If that falls, it makes it a disaster to hold these tier 2s, because Rogue will have so much map control. They've done pretty well in the last couple of minutes to keep the game weathered. You know, the lead hasn't grown for Rogue. They're still around a 3,500 lead for Rogue in the gold. And yes, they have 2 dragons, but they still have around 10 minutes to work with before that soul spawns.
So tough, though, because now, with the fully stacked Seraphs coming in for Larson, extra mana, extra damage, he is going to be a lethal threat. Mad really need to find that one target, pick them off, and shut them down. And Hansama, too, as you mentioned already, getting so many skulls, scaling up. You can see how he was the support early game, but now he is very powerful in these exchanges. And Inspired moving in. He's just going to force out the quick stopwatch, but he can just go right back in for the stun. Oh, you're ready to come over the wall if he needs to. Trimby now backing off. Larson in the area. All of Rogue ready to collapse on this, and that's big damage coming in from Hansama. Origami into the midst of everybody. Oh, he can't shut his own tower down, and now Rogue are moving in. They're going to take the kill back on Odo, or will they? Trimby there to save the day. Carzzy with the follow-up. They want to turn it back. Eyes on Arma, but the quick flash out from Hansama. He will not be shut down. Arma drops. Rogue in control in the mid lane. They are ready to break this game open, and Hans is too damn clean.
Hansama with the outplay in the team fight, not just the kill at the end, but flashing away from Arma, Snar, and Rogue are poised for a 21-minute Baron.
The 1-3-1 collapses first, and the mechanical execution from the carries was flawless. Hands flashing away from the Mega Gnar. Such good execution. Odoamne finishing off Humanoid with the Stride Breaker, nets them 3 kills, and nets them this Baron.
Rogue do not care about the momentum of Mad winning the last 2 games. They come up when it matters, and even the teleport in from Humanoid, it is too little, too late. Rogue Rogue with such a lead, 6,000 gold. And you'll see in this fight just how Rogue started it off.
Yeah, Humanoid's using the stopwatch to avoid the stun, but then Inspired can stick around and he flashes away. Okay, but look at the 1-3-1. Larsen's already here, Odoamne's already here. Karzi's on the way as well, but Armut's nowhere to be found. He has to TP in, and they're already chunked out. Humanoid gets stunned into stun, into Stridebreaker, and he falls, but look at Hans. The mechanics in this fight were perfect. Odoamne gets eaten up by Trimby and gets saved. Karzi manages to find him, but then Hansama with the action flashes away from the ult, and then manages to find Elyoya and Armut as well through the tower.
Yes, how does he, yeah, right through there. Kaiser almost gets caught out mid.
Kaiser's just so squishy. He does not have the room to move anymore in these fights. The empowered W from Renekton, the sheer damage coming out from this Rogue lineup means there's no room for him to play, and Trimby again with the emotes in Game 5.
The Pride Alliance can do nothing but run away. Rogue have everything they need now. Just running down Mad Lions, getting the Baron before they get the first turret in the middle lane. It just simply does not matter. They are so strong at this point in the game, riding their early game success and being so decisive when it comes to the team fights.
Rogue have the Baron. They're setting up around mid. Mad Lions could look for an engage if they want to, so Rogue deciding to back off. Rogue know this is match point. They know they don't want to make a mistake, because if they win this game, they're lifting the trophy, and they're ahead. There's a TP coming in to Larsen.
Inspired moving in. Humanoid, he's got no flash. He's got no way out. Elyoya running for the hills, but it's Karzi who will get taken down. The dash in. Odoamne here to finish the job, but no, they managed to live. They managed to pull back. The interrupt, the gravity field is clutch. Hansama now could be in trouble to pull back away from Rogue. It is good news for Mad. They have held on.
It's an overforce from Rogue and a great response by Mad Lions. Humanoid kiting back, stunning up 2 with the gravity field and playing off of those zones of control. Odoamne did not have the support due to that CC, and the Baron is outlasted.
Yeah, just as I say, Rogue's playing it smart. They overextend for a fight. Mad Lions find a kill, and that's what Mad Lions need. When you're behind against a 1-3-1, you need to pick people off to regain control of the map. Right now, Rogue have lost most of the control, but they still have very deep vision on the bot side jungle. And as we watch this again, it was a bit of a confusing TP. I think they wanted to sandwich them into their own jungle, but Larsen, as soon as he drops a TP, he has to flash out.
Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. You can see Armut underneath this fight as well, so Larsen's like, I have to get out of here, just barely misses the Everfrost, and then Odo thinks he can dive in, but he's instantly CC'd. Very hard to finish off that kill on Karzi. And look at the top of the fight, the double CC of the gravity field. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The zone control in the jungle from Humanoid kept Mad Lions away from the rest of Rogue.
Yeah, if Odoamne got that Q off on Renekton with the Fury, he would have finished off Karzi and healed up, but the chain CC took him down. But Rogue still have a little bit of Baron to work with. Humanoid's chunked out. They're on this mid lane. They're not going 1-3-1, they're going 1-4. Larsen's right behind them. Mad Lions.
Humanoid alive for now, not quite enough damage at this point in the game. Soul's continuing to stack for Hansama. Rogue just continue to get stronger. The Rise scaling up as well, but for now, Mad are holding on. It is almost a 7,000 gold deficit 24 minutes into the game. But Mad are not going out quietly. Hansama taking souls left and right, though, does mean that he is going to be unstoppable in the late game fights.
We have seen single team fights decided by a small mistake, a small outplay all day long. Humanoid often taking the fall for Mad Lions in the first 2 games of the series. Now, with their backs against the wall, he must be the player to step up if Mad Lions are to hold on.
Rogue can't overcommit. Freddy sweating backstage. He's worked hard for this too. Coaching staff behind Rogue, knowing that everything relies on this. A clean roam warp out into the 3rd dragon. Rogue are playing it by the book. The coaching staff can be proud, but Mad Lions are going to do what they can to disrupt that as Rogue pull back.
They definitely pull back 2 towers almost. They almost got the bot tower. They get the Drake. They're on Mountain Soul Point again. I don't know how many times I've said Rogues on Dragon Soul Point, but again, they are on it. 5 minutes until that Mountain Soul. And just how good is Rogue playing despite losing the last 2 games? The mental fortitude to just pick such an early game aggressive comp and execute on it despite losing the last 2 games. It's just flawless and exceptional to see.
And staff of the split starting to feel more and more worth it. How many teams would have broken down in this high pressure moment? How many rookies would have broken down? But still, this is one of Trimby's best games of the series. A man who's playing out of his mind in this one, and certainly going to be a hard one to shut down. All of Rogue continuing to build this advantage, continuing to push forward. For now, it's holding at about 7,000. It's only going to get worse, though, if Mountain Soul does manage to come through for Mad. It's the same story that has been since they fell behind in the early game. Find picks, find openings, find windows of opportunities, because a 5v5 fight, you're not going to get.
Yeah, you can see Mad Lions just grouping up on a pink. They're trying to find a pick. Kaiser was hovering towards the top side, but the wave was pushed in too deep. He knew no one would catch it. And they have to play the waiting game. They have to wait for Rogue to overstep, make a mistake, punish it, and that's when they can regain control. Because if they even leave their base right now, it's going to be really difficult if Rogue find an engage.
But Rogue have everything with these globals. The gravitational pull of the Baron buff in a minute will draw Mad Lions in there. And you can see Odoamne already walking through enemy territory. Rogue can play the waiting game. They can walk up mid. They have Realm Warp to reposition and buy themselves time and space, forcing Mad Lions out of their own jungle. And it is completely up to them to not let Mad Lions have a chance into the pit.
Inspired waiting in the darkness, Trimby there as well, and now Mad Lions are ready to go. They've got the man advantage. Elyoya wants to get things kicked off, and they manage to get out Kaiser into the backside alongside Carzzy. Trimby buys as much time as he can. He wants to spin Hansama back out over the wall, but it does not work. Hansama in trouble. Hansama still alive. Hansama does get taken down in the end. Arma wants to follow up. Larson over the wall. He can't get any damage down, but it's Odoamne in the midst of everybody. Odoamne being torn to pieces, and Humanoid, who is still standing. It is the triple for Humanoid. It is the fight for the Mad Lions.
Humanoid stays alive through it all. 5 kills now to his name, 3 in the last fight, even with all the TPs, the globals of Rogue coming through. Mad Lions down 7,000 gold before that fight, have the confidence to pull the trigger.
They find the engage, they find hands, they all dive on the backline. Odoamne was in front of 5 people, but he couldn't take anyone down. Humanoid comes up clutch alongside Carzzy and Kaiser here. The engage was flawless.
It is so rare in League of Legends that you find 2 teams so equally matched in skill, and you see it in moments like this. Carzzy and Kaiser flying into the backline, setting it all up for Humanoid.
Yeah, this 5v3 for the first couple 5-6 seconds of the fight was what won them the fight. Rogue, Larsen's off to the side, he had to TP in. Odoamne had to TP in. They were slightly late to join the fight, which gave Mad Lions enough time to take down the backline, take down Hans, take down Trimby, take 3 kills onto your main carry in this game, Humanoid. And that just goes to show, gold is one resource, but time is another.
But if you are a Mad Lions fan, take a deep breath, because that is not the fight that wins you the game. That is the fight that brings you closer back to even footing. That is the fight that buys you time, but that is not the fight that will decide the game. Mad Lions need more, and they need it fast. Again, priority, they have the advantage. They won vision off of that fight, but they have not gotten much else.
Gold is against the Mad Lions, but the summoner spells are all for them. Only Larson holds on to his flash from Rogue. The Baron is alive, and is just Kaiser without his on the side of the Mad Lions. Humanoid and Carzzy, if they can stay alive in fights, if they can kite back, it is possible. 12,000 gold from Humanoid. He's matched with Larson.
Yeah,
Full on 5v5.
If you look to those gold numbers, the carries are even. Larson and Hans are the same gold as Carzzy and Humanoid. It's only the front line, Inspired and Trimby, who are ahead in gold, 3,000 a pair. That's just more health, not more damage. So if the carries of Mad Lions can find the positioning and find the fight like they did last time, it's an even matched fight despite the gold difference. But both these teams contesting midwave, because whoever gets the push can look to get the Baron vision. And if they get the Baron, they can set up for the siege. But 1 minute on this Mountain Soul for Rogue. Mad Lions needs contested.
We take a breath again. The last pause before what could be the bloodiest exchange we've seen all series. A do-or-die team fight for both sides, most certainly. Mountain for Mad buys them time. More space to scale into this game, more time to get money onto their carries. For Rogue, it is a death sentence for the opposing side. Big pressure across the lineup. We're watching Armut. He was clutch on the Wukong. Can he be clutch again on this Gnar? For Humanoid, he had 1 team fight. Can he make it a second? For the side of Rogue, Hansama and Larson, they've been clutch across the fights. Can they find the positioning necessary to survive what Mad has to throw and punch back even harder?
And despite the gold, look at Inspired, 3 levels up on Elyoya, level 16 Udyr. Larson, 2 levels up on Humanoid. It's the mid-jungle who has this level advantage, but not a gold advantage. But Mad Lions need to find a way into this Dragon. It's 10 seconds left.
Look, Elyoya doesn't get anything because they give everything to Humanoid. He gets Wolves, he gets level 16. That Chaos Storm, massive in this fight. Let's see what happens.
Both teams holding off. Either one wants to pull down the Kaiser immediately in the midst of everyone, but it's Larson. Free fire and Carzzy immediately into the backside. He gets a lot of damage down. The Kaiser flashing out to safety, but it's just not enough. The Udyr is simply too strong. Rogue have taken the fight, but Arma wants to turn it back.
It's
Mega Gnar, 2 into the wall, but Larson remains untouched in game 5. It is the Realm Warp to take his team out to safety. It is Larson who saves the fight.
It's Humanoid versus Larson. It all comes down to this, the next generation of EU mids, man, and it's Rogue versus Mad Lions. It's so close. They deny the Mountain Soul. Mad Lions will take it, and it's right back dead even.
You're so right, Daniel. Both these AD carries went 1 for 1 on their deaths, but it was the mid laners free hitting in the fight. Larson untouched, Humanoid untouched, but Armut with the Mega Gnar sealed the fight. The Realm Warp was good for the disengage, but I think the Liandry's finished off Trimby, and Elyoya was the one to start this off with a flash over the wall.
Yeah, it's him going in with Kaiser as well set up. They know when to pull the trigger, even staring down 5 members of Rogue. It's insane.
Larson just free hitting on the front line. Carzzy dives in to trade for Hansama. He ends up loses his life, but Odoamne dies in the back line. Now it's somewhat of a 3v3, but look at Armut with the Mega Gnar and Humanoid and Larson free hitting. Looks like Mad Lions are the ones who won. And then the Realm Warp from Larson's, the Liandry is what kills Trimby.
and the redemption of Humanoid from game 1 until now. Again, played 99% of the games perfectly, but in the critical team fights in games 1 and 2, he choked, he got caught, he missed his shockwave, everything went wrong. But here when it matters, from the jaws of defeat, he has stepped up and been the carry that Mad Lions need.
Most definitely. In both these fights, both bot laners died almost instantly. It was a 3v3 between the top side, and again we saw it. Mad Lions coming out on top in these fights. The longer they go, it's all on Humanoid. He has so much gold and so much resources from Mad Lions. Rogue around the Baron, TP coming in from Humanoid. They still want to contest around mid.
One more fist fight at the Baron pit. Both sides
Got
ready for it.
Rabadons now.
Humanoid incredibly powerful. Larson with a level advantage, but will it be enough to balance out in this team fight? Hansama is strong, but he needs the space to work, and Carzzy did not give it to him.
Important thing to note though, Larson has no flash and Humanoid does. That gives him a bit more space to work with on this Victor. Mad Lions get the push, they get the vision. Rogue are gonna respond.
Both teams looking to throw everything at the
starting
enemy
Baron.
mid laner. It's a battle to the death here. Mad Lions never cease. They start the Baron and they invite Rogue into that.
Massive consequence or confidence play. Will they take the 50-50? Looks like they do not want to risk it, but is bot lane pushing in favor of Rogue?
Armut
The more
has
time
Mega.
they spend here, the better it will be for them. Look at the massive wave on the bottom side. Rogue are happy with this exchange. Mad Lions a little too excited.
Yeah, Mad Lions know that if they try to start this Baron and it goes on for so long, maybe Rogue could TP in and look for some kind of base race or backdoor, because Mad Lions would just keep getting cancelled from Trimby and Hansama. Both teams stare each other down, trying to invite each other into a fight, but Kaiser has flash and so does Humanoid. I think Rogue gonna wait for Lawson's.
How insane is it that Rogue got a 21-minute Baron in this game? This Baron has been on the map for 5 minutes now. We've just been waiting to see what actually happens with it. But Rogue, they keep playing. They say, we want the Mountain Soul. We don't want to risk it over the Baron. The Mountain Soul, not a big throw, especially before Mad Lions get to Soul Point.
But similar to Game 2, when Mad Lions were the ones so far ahead, Rogue found the fights and came back. Similar story in Game 5. Rogue's ahead, Mad Lion find the fights. The early games don't really matter. Both these teams are so equally matched, and you can see it this whole series long. It's all about the Baron. Rogue have started it up. Armut's TPing in.
Rise with a death cap is going to be massive. Kaiser already burning a movement speed steroid. He's looking for the engage. All of Rogue backing off, happy to just get the TP. When the pressure is on, Rogue have lost their heads a few times, but it will not happen again. They are playing it out slow. They are waiting for the perfect opportunity.
There is no juggernaut in this series. It is so rare to see a final in Europe. Never happened before without a G2 or a Fnatic, but it's within touching distance for both these two teams.
Kaiser going in! Caught out. Kaiser whips the engage though, and it's inspired in the middle of everything, but is it too little too late? Odawana tries to find a way to the backside, but it won't matter. Armut into the two-time TCL champion makes his mark on this final, and Mad Lions are not done yet. It is Hansama running for the hills. It is Rogue falling down in the final moments. Mad Lions may end it right here.
Mad Lions have the wave in mid. There is no stopping them. 3 games in a row, the reverse sweep becomes a reality.
7,000 gold deficit. Armut's Gnar solidifies the win. It's the nail in the coffin. The wave's there. Odoamne's trying his best. He's gonna fall. Mad Lions are gonna win.
It is not Rogue, it is not Fnatic, it is not G2 and the new era of European League of Legends. It is the Mad Lions.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev. Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Get me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is you for the dirty and clean. When you're waking in your dreams, make me bite my tongue and make me scream. See, I got everything that you need. Ain't nobody gonna do it like me. We are burning at a high degree. And you make me feel like it burns and it hurts. Baby, this part of the rush. This is us. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is love? I walk it, I talk it, I live it. What we do behind doors is our business. On my body, he giving me kisses. I'm wet when I'm wet, I'm pop it like Adderall. Baby, dive in my beach and go swimming. Let's go deep, cause you know there's no limits. Nothing stronger than you when I'm sipping. I'm still gonna finish, I'm drunk, I ain't had enough. One day you hit and you go, telling me lies and it's killing me slowly. Yeah. you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
Germany. Yesterday, the Mad Lions took the second step in their lower bracket run by eliminating Team Vitality very convincingly, and now there's only one more team in their way, the final boss, the seemingly invincible Team BDS, and, well,
And
let's
they brought
see.
us pizza!
Pizza?
Oh, it's pizza time.
They're delivering both in and out of game
They
shots.
are. Victory Pizza will see if they get to eat it themselves or perhaps it gets stolen by the Mad Lions, because tonight we will find out who takes home the Spring Split Shield and books their ticket to MSI in London. My name is Shox and I'm joined by the gang. GB, Yamato, Ender, and Reckless is joining us as well later, just so you know.
That's right.
But what a fantastic crew that I have alongside me for yet another final. Who wants to kick us off with how the final weekend has gone so far?
Well, so far it's been a bit of a banger, hasn't it? I feel like a lot of different outcomes have come through. I personally was quite shocked to see the Mad Lions actually make it as far as they have made it. Even going back to the G2 series, I thought that was just going to be a clean 3-0 to G2. But again and again, Mad Lions has surprised, and they've really developed themselves along the lower bracket.
I think taking the whole year into consideration, what a glow up from BDS after losing to Astralis, now having this undefeated streak, Mad Lions almost losing out to Team Heretics, and now they're here looking stronger than ever coming into the finals.
And there's always this certain energy coming into a finals day, no matter where we are, no matter when we are. But backstage as well before this, like, Mad Lions were just having a party. Music on blast for the last hour, hooting and hollering, they're practicing their walkouts, having an absolute time of themselves. And they've played 3 days in a row, the exhaustion not hitting.
It's crazy. It must mean that their coaching staff and everyone is also doing everything correctly. They said before, we all get along so well now. Everything is great. We're vibing together. And I gotta say, it's been radio silence from BDS. We were here in the studio. We've been here for 4 hours. I didn't see one of them. I didn't see them playing.
To deliver the pizza.
And all they hear is those guys just dancing, singing, and
some
shouting.
outside activities as well, but Mad Lions, they're out there, they're playing ball as well.
They
and they
are.
are always loud, no matter where they are.
It's crazy, but the big question is going to be for the Mad Lions, are you going to change your path? The one that you showed in winter, where not a lot of people expected them to do well in the winter playoffs, but they did, in fact, get to the final.
And now we're in the exact same situation, right? Qualifying for playoffs by a 2-0 over Astralis. Then on the Friday match, yeah, they played a different team, but they took down G2 3-2. Then the 3-1 match against Vitality, just like versus Koi. Now, they want it to be 3 games, but flip things around compared to winter.
And that wealth of experience is going to just matter so much coming into this finals, because I can tell you from experience, I've played many best of 5s, but those finals just hit different. Time is slower. Everything is so much more exhausting. The challenges that you face, can you stay together? Your foundation will be tested. Can you stay as one all the way to the end?
And the million-dollar question, will it be enough? Everything they've shown this weekend, but will they be able to beat BDS, who has been the best team so far, but we just haven't seen this weekend?
Yeah, it's really difficult to come in because there's one aspect where BDS, of course, has had the time to actually look through all of what Mad Lion has been doing, what works against Mad Lions, what doesn't work against Mad Lions. Is that some experiences that you can actually take away from the earlier series and apply to today's final?
But remember, BDS, all 5 players, first time in a final for them. So while they have been waiting, there's got to be some element of that nervous excitement to get on the stage here and play their first match.
Absolutely, there is Team BDS on the other side. They've been unstoppable in spring so far, reaching their first ever LEC final, whilst being on a 10-game win streak currently.
And this team, who would have thought that they would be here today? I mean, not just the org finishing 9th, 10th place last year, but also 7th place back in winter. These players, too, looking to find themselves in their first final with a first chance to lift the trophy. It's like that boss you fight against, level 1 in an RPG. Everyone is meant to beat it. And then you only come back to the very end of the game, and they are now the final boss here today. It starts in the top lane with Adam. And I remember back when he was playing on Fnatic, when he joined the league as the rookie, you were talking shit. I know, a bunch of you out there, I heard it. Oh, we can only play 2 champions. The Darius, the Olaf. Oh, you know, where's Whippa Weiss in the jungle? This Adam guy ain't shit. You kept saying that over and over. Adam ain't shit. But now, after last weekend, dismantling who everyone had said was the best top laner in the league in Photon, killing him on the Scion of all picks. Compared to Adam, every other top laner in the league, that's right. Adam is here on a warpath, and he is here to dominate. But it doesn't stop there, because Shio in the jungle, a little bit quieter than his Patriots on the rest of the team, but he drags you down into the fight. He goes blow for blow, and he lives inside your jungle. It doesn't matter what champion he's actually playing. He lives to make it so you're not playing League of Legends. It's going to feel like you're waiting in line at the DMV. You just don't get anything done. He just wastes your time for the entire game. And the second you get onto the map and you try to do something, you try to gank a lane, he is there waiting to shut you down. That brings us to Nuke in the mid lane. You remember Nuclear Int, and what I remember most of Nuclear Int is the second form of that name. But this year, it is a completely different story. All of a sudden, people are asking the question, who is actually the best mid laner in the league anymore, with him showing up into finals? And I'll have you know, mid lane in Europe is an elite role. There have only been 7 players in the history of the LEC to win a title. Froggen, Febevin, Xpeke, Perks, Caps, Humanoid, Larson. Nuke has a chance to add himself to that elite list, but he's gonna have to get through Niski first. So, what's going on down in the bot side? Crowny and Lebrov, 2 players who also had ups and had bigger downs. Crowny sent back to the ERLs last year, fighting his way through after being sent away from Vitality. The same story for Lebrov. And who do these 2 players beat to qualify? They beat Vitality, and even more, they beat the AD carry everyone said was the best in the league in upset. They have been dominant, they have been crushing, and it is now their chance to lift the trophy and take the crown for themselves. Listen to that. The last thing you have to do, believe in BDS. There's only one more team they have to get through. They're facing them down on the opposite side in the Mad Lions. BDS have the chance to rewrite history.
Who would have thought that Team BDS, the 10th place team from summer 2022, would make the LEC Spring Finals only 8 months later?
It was supposed to be Vitality, but in the finals, waiting for an opponent is BDS. 1 win away from being your champions.
Finally, guys, holy
This team pulled off the biggest turnaround between seasons in LEC history, and an amazing underdog story featuring 5 players few had any expectations for going into 2023.
Stunning! The LEC!
BDS completely rebuilt the lineup, promoting 3 of their academy players in the LFL alongside Lebrov from Vitality, only keeping Nuke in the mid lane. In his first 3 splits in the LEC, Nuke had finished 10th with Schalke 04,
Schalke are eliminated from playoffs,
and 9th and 10th with BDS.
That was just perma-losing. This is your life, right? So if you're losing at your life, you cannot feel good.
BDS are out of playoffs.
The bot lane of Crowny and Lebrov had played together before on Team Vitality, but never made it to the top 4 of the LEC.
I joined the LEC in 2020 summer. I think I had like many phases in my career that weren't so great. I've been doubted a lot. I've been criticized badly a lot, especially like last year. I didn't have the greatest year, but I felt like I was kind of like blamed for every defeat Vitality was having. But yeah, I'm happy that I managed to turn the things around this year.
And the only rookie LEC on the lineup was Sheo. After a strong start, the Winter Split ended with 2 back-to-back losses in the group stage.
No fountain dive, this is not the G2 I know.
G2 taking the series.
That was brutal.
After faltering in game 1, Astralis would not be felled.
But BDS had given the fans hope for the future with a strong regular season, a new start, a huge step up for the team, both on and off the Rift.
Crowny's still full HP, he's dodging, he's dipping, it's all Crowny! Call him king, cause he has been crowned with a pentakill!
They took first place in the regular season with 7 wins.
For the first time in BDS's history, BDS win the regular season!
And the BDS hype train showed no signs of slowing down.
2K getting lower. Perks, can he take this one away? No. BDS get the bear. Massive shockwave from Nuke. Kaiser going to block the fallout damage. The only thing keeping Vitality standing in this fight. But it's not enough because here comes Crowny.
Team BDS are coming into the spring finals on a 10-game winning streak. An insane number for an organization that finished 10th just last summer.
They need to be ready to devour. Instantly he's going to get eaten up. LeBron going to get taken down. Crowny now going to gale force out of safety. Big, into the midst of three. Massive from Nuke and Aphelios. Nuke and Crowny turning the fight on two presses. Triple for Nuke. Monster performance from the Casio.
For all their players, this would be their first LEC title.
It's very surreal. I still can't believe it. I'm just very sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was so happy to have Crowny in my team in this moment because I kind of felt what he felt. All of us kind of were rejected, sort of, by the previous team. Now we're together. We'll go to World Final and we will win it.
A crowning achievement and a chance to prove themselves against the best players in the world at MSI in London. Their spring split has been an epic fairy tale, but the final hurdle still remains. The battle for the spring title. An amazing video and amazing story for BDS, of course. Gotuan, thank you for joining me ahead of today's finals.
Yeah.
We just saw a video about BDS's story from 10th place to reaching finals this year. How do you reflect on the story behind the org? Because you know most of the players, even though you were not coaching the team last year, you saw their achievements and their progress.
I mean, coming from BDS Academy last year and just how we improved and all the players have grown during this year and the last year, I think it's pretty cool, right? To just live during all of this and just see it from my own eyes. And I'm on the first seat, and it's just so cool to see them achieve and go far.
Who is for you the biggest improvement, the most improved player, or the one who surprised you the most within the lineup?
I need to give it to Nuke because he had a tough past years, and he still bounced super hard. And right now, I think he's proving that he deserves his spot and he deserves to be respected.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, the potential I've seen in him during the off season, and I'm really glad that he's actually where he is.
I couldn't agree more, and I think he's the maybe underestimated by the community, by players, maybe even. When I think of the whole BDS team, and this is something that I've mentioned to Adam last week, it feels like there's improvement game after game after games and new learnings, and that the players are quickly to adapt and learn new things and improve things upon. Tell me about the coaching staff approach into making them learn, and where do you see the most progress from winter to reaching finals?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool to be working with so many people as a coaching staff. It's the biggest, I would say, system I've ever had any organization in any organization, and it's just everyone know what he needs to work on and what he needs to show to the players, and we have a clear process on how we are working, and that's why we are efficient. I think at least in spring, because in winter we needed to still figure things out. But right now we have a really clear system where we come to players. It's short, efficient. We are trying to make them lose as less energy as possible. Just players. 5 minutes, it's already a lot. So just making sure we come at them with really clear options and just also goals. And yeah, we're just way more efficient than any other process I've ever worked on.
And now looking at finals, Mad Lions was playing the winter finals. You will be facing off against them today. You chose blue side, as it was expected. I know that you can't say too much, but Mad Lions proved that they had answers when it comes to playing on the red side. Any hints on what we can expect in game one coming from BDS?
I mean, I don't think it will come from drafts. Mainly, I think we are prepared in games. They showed that they improved also this week in a lot of aspects. Mm-hmm. So we will be respecting them towards these aspects and just play our game, because I still think they need to catch us. And I don't think they are. I mean, I think it will depend on game one, right? Yeah. I don't want to be super ego or whatever, but. We just need to match them and don't let them do whatever they want. They are the ones that need to come to us and try to break us. So
well, go to wishing you the best of luck in today's finals. Thank you for taking the time and coming to talk to me today. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much. I love that last answer specifically. And GB, I have a hunch you might as well, because you focused a lot in the last couple of days about what we are to expect from BDS and the fact that they have the macro down, they're good at objective setup and all that. And he's saying it's not going to be that much about the draft. It's about the way that we approach the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think what BDS has impressed me the most is really just about the setup plays when it comes to playing this game. It's the fact that they're so willing to overload the map towards one side when it comes to these objectives. Quite often, we will see Adam actually just, even if he's playing Darius, okay, I'm just going to sack 2 waves for the betterment of the team to have a better setup. And there's not a lot of teams that you will actually see do this, especially before 14 minutes into the game. And it's really something that you need to be wary of when you play against BDS, because if you fall behind in tempo, that's where they take over, and that's why the game become their game.
Yeah, I think Gotovan put it in a good way. Today is going to be a lot about Mad trying to disrupt BDS. He put it in catching us. I think it's basically translating to BDS has the fundamentals better than Mad does, but Mad loves the crazy, and they're going to try to keep it crazy today.
And I think that's really where the matchup needs to be focused. In the instance where Mad Lions played against G2, they were the team that actually overloaded the map. In this replay, you just see Broken Blade was down towards the bottom side. There's 1 minute till Rift Herald respawn, so Mad Lions just say, we don't care about bot lane right now. We're going to send 5 members up towards the Rift Herald. G2 comes in for 5 of Raptors. We win because of it. And I think Helisang is a specific member you need to be worried of here. Here in this scenario, it's BDS with Adams 13 minutes into the game, who's just decided to say, I'm not going top, I'm going to stay around bot lane. They get a few plating. Then afterwards, when he's off reset, where is he going? Is he going back top? There's waves coming in? No, straight back to bot again. 5 men around Drake. And this is what you need to be careful of when you're playing BDS.
Yeah, I think so much responsibility actually falls on Chasey today to keep track of Adam, because he is maybe the only top laner we have here that runs around the map pre-14. Most top laners wait for Unleashed TP before they make anything happen, but Adam is just everywhere at all times, so really need to keep track of him today.
He's an extreme wild card, right? When you look at the games out of BDS, and when it comes to objectives, we have to talk about the junglers as well. And let's look at Sheo for a bit, who's been absolutely impeccable in this year, I want to say, but more so in spring. And when I look across BDS, I see a lot of players with chips on their shoulder, possibly. Players that have something to make up for and that are doing great despite that. And then you have Sheo in the middle, who to me is very much the glue.
Yeah, and I think with what we mentioned earlier, Matt trying to disrupt BDS's game today, that's going to be Chio's responsibility. He's the one that is going to make sure the early game is clean, and he's the one that's making sure Crown is getting the lead he usually gets. So if Matt then can attack him in the early game and make him feel like he needs to farm or he can't be at certain places, that's when the crazy will start.
And that's one of the things that makes BDS so fluid. It's the fact that it's not always just the fact that, okay, I'm only here to facilitate my bot lane. It's the fact that it's a give and a take. They get something beneficial out of it from both of them. So after the bot lane priority has been given, all right, time to go counter jungle. Let's invade on Raptors. Let's have the better setup on Drake. Let's move that pressure with Labrov now on roam timing into mid lane instead. And these are all the key points that you need to be worried of once again. And Shio, as a rookie, I can't even believe it. He's been playing so phenomenal, the way that he's taken upon this responsibility in the team to do both things as a jungler.
Oh, absolutely. And when you mention Labrov and Shio, we also have to mention Elyoya and Hilly. Hilly, who has been having an all-star weekend, I want to say here so far. Reckless, you of course very familiar with the man, but together with Elyoya, he's been doing great.
Yeah, and it's always kind of been Hilly's playstyle, I think, to run around and be the guy to make the plays. And I feel like in the past series, he's just been everywhere, even ganking top early on in the game, where normally supports would always path to mid. So today for BDS, they need to find Hilly, and it's not as simple as just guess where he's going. It's a lot also about having the pressure in the bot lane, so you kind of force him to go to places instead of him just having the freedom to be anywhere.
And that is the win condition for Mad Lions. That is that extra crazy aspect that you have. That is one of the reasons that Mad Lions and Reckless season went from a team that almost did not make group stage to a team that's now actually glued together. The fact that Elyoya is syncing up with Helisang, having that 3v3 in the mid lane, that is that spear of attack today.
It is, and it's so hard for Mad Lions, I'm sure, but also for BDS coming into this day. And there's, of course, two schools of thought. In the one hand, maybe BDS is super comfortable. They've seen it all, and we heard it there. They're going to focus on the in-game, not making the mistakes, making sure that they play their game. What does your gut tell you in terms of how both teams are going to perform in Game 1 with the fact that Mad Lions is on this insane streak of momentum?
I would probably say there are more nerves on BDS's side than there is on Mad's side, since they already have 9 games this weekend. In my mind, they will probably open stronger, and BDS will try to keep it as chill as possible for the first part of the game. I think how they set up for Drakes and how they play the fundamental part of the game will be really important to keep track of where everyone is, because if it starts getting crazy and you lose the timing of where Hilly could be or Elyoya could be, then everything is just going to be under fire. And I feel like Labrov needs to be really on point with calling where Hilly can be and which timings he has, so that nothing happens surprisingly on the top side, let's
Especially if you look at when teams get ahead, because BDS as a team, despite having such solid early games, actually don't have explosive game leads by 14 minutes into the game. It's really a mid-game team where they start becoming super explosive. But for Mad Lions and where they have found all their victories, we all know it. That has been in the early game. Wave 3 crash on bot side, Hilly on roam duty, send him off, let's make some plays. I think early game-wise, Mad Lions, they need to create as much pressure as they can, because they need to crack the blows of BDS so they don't just get to that mid-game where they usually find their mark.
And the thing is, they've been doing that. That's all Mad Lions have been doing this weekend. They say, Vitality, you wanna scale? You wanna go slowly? No, we'll pull you into that chaos. From the tape that you have from BDS in spring, Goldberg, how much can BDS fall victim to this play from Mad Lions?
I actually think that BDS has been super disciplined as a team. I think they're one of the few teams that actually do not make mistakes when it comes to the rotations. I think they are a team who's super good at being proactive. And not only that, I think they are a team that don't fall into traps. Quite often, they are a team that's always looking, is this a play we can fight? If no, okay, great. We are looking for a cross map. And while that is really simple, League of Legends, we always say, they do it so consistently that it just makes you so happy to watch.
And it seems like an understanding they have as a team. If you look at their drafts from the past 10 games, they're pretty much playing the same thing over and over. It's hyper carry on mid, hyper carry on bot, and 3 facilitating members. So it feels like they're really aware of what they're good at and how they should play the game. And then it's up to Mad to try to crack that armor and try to be crazy so they disrupt BDS's game.
Both teams having their game plans figured out going into the final. Let's take a look at how that looks like in the mid lane. Niski versus Nuke, of course. There was a time where people weren't too high on the nuclear in stocks. Now they are. Same for Niski and Reckless. Niski is someone who has been successful for such a long time, but I feel like still he gets undervalued often by the community and by analysts alike.
Yeah, and maybe that's something that will always be with him for the rest of his career. But when I think about Niski, I always feel like he is making his team better. No matter which team he's played for, if it was LCS or LEC, he's always been making his team better. And I think that is the case here with Mad as well. On the other side, with Nuke, in my opinion, it just feels kind of what I said earlier. They found out how they should use him. And now he's playing all of these hybrid carries. He used to play Azir when it was good. Now he's playing the Syndra, he's playing the Orianna, playing the Casio. And all the time being on this hyper carry mid, which just fits him much better.
Yeah, and both teams when they were playing against Vitality, they had one common trait that they used as a strategy. Attack mid lane. All of the time supports were moving into mid lane to catch perks off guard. They've both now qualified 2 finals by beating Vitality with the same kind of strategy. So if you're looking to get pressure from a mid lane into these objectives, well, of course it's going to have to come from there. That's the movements we're looking at.
Yeah, and we'll see how they all approach it in this game. I would like to start talking about and thinking about draft just a little bit, and maybe with the supports, because to me, they are going to be extremely influential in this matchup. They always are. We don't underrate supports here in the LEC, but especially because Hylissang has been putting on a clinic, Goldberg.
Now, of course, there's more championship from him.
Yes.
He's played more games.
They didn't fit.
He's played more games as well, but also if you take a look at what these champions does, from Labrov specifically, these are like utility champions. Even with the Thresh as well, that can have the roam, that's also a dark passage that you give to relocate Crown in a team fight. For Hilly, on the other hand, this is the facilitators. This is the guy who wants to engage. This is the guy who's calling for the fights. And that's the difference between the two supports in today's matchup.
The middle column was shared, by the way.
And it's only counter picks really for Hilly. So again, I've mentioned this before, it's about getting him to that situation, and for the Mad coaching staff, it's about getting him the last pick probably on red side, and for BDS coaching staff to get him to actually last pick so they don't get more favorable matchups than just a support role. But if you look at that pool of Hilly, that's just counter picks. And even when he's blinding game 5 against G2, he goes for the pike anyway. So he seems like he's found himself or accepted himself.
I have to ask for the desk for a small moment by myself, please.
No problem.
I need the whole desk.
Okay.
I'm feeling
No
wide
problem.
today.
Just you?
Just me, please. Just, I'll hope I'll make it justice.
We'll
I'll
see
give
you
it
later then.
justice.
Okay.
I wouldn't do this for no reason at all. The first time I prepared for the Unicorns of Love, my teleprompter doesn't work, so I'll just have to do it impromptu, I guess. The first time I prepared against Unicorns of Love back in 2015, I told my players, when Hylissang is missing, he can be anywhere and everywhere. I basically told my players, you know, as the words are exiting my mouth, that I have basically told my players that they must fear the damn boogeyman. The word support has lost all its meaning through his years of dominance. You are no longer only the shield. You can be the spear that aims at the throat of your enemies. You create opportunity. You are the one who knocks. I had the pleasure of working with Hylissang, and it confirmed every suspicion of mine. He is a legend, a genius, but more importantly, a great friend and an even better teammate. The community has claimed at times that Hylissang is a coin flip player, and he comes under a lot of scrutiny. I would be lying if I told you that it fuels him, because frankly, he doesn't give a damn about your opinions. Does a coin flip player make playoffs in every split he has ever played in? 18. Does a coin flip player turn every organization he has ever been in to an LEC finalist? Unicorns of Love, Fnatic and Mad. Does a coin flip player have the most finals appearances of all time? This is his 10th. When everyone doubted them the most, Mad Lions have almost completed their resurgence back to the top, and now they're facing the demons that await at the final hurdle. Most things change. Some things remain the same. Anyway, the cold wind blows. Hilly, it is about damn time. Finish the job. Shox, what do you have for me?
Goosebumps. I have goosebumps for you, and I'm really glad that you took the time to tell us this, because maybe it's not something that everyone knows. I definitely wasn't thinking about it that way, but you know, 10 finals, he's won 2. Hopefully 3 for Hilly, but overall, it's just incredible, Reckless. And you know, you've played with him, and every time we see him play, we know why he's been so successful.
Yeah, actually at this point, Hilly is one of the most decorated players we have here in Europe, and I feel like he is a fan favorite, and he's always been a fan favorite, and he'll probably always be a fan favorite just because he is an amazing guy. He's a really fun player to watch, and I hope that he can keep that confidence coming into today.
Absolutely, and I'm just really happy about this final. Any final would have been a gift, but the story of the Mad Lions converging on the story of the unstoppable BDS, who have taken such a long road, who went from last place to making it to the LEC final. It has everything we want. The big question is, who's going to take it home? Goldberg, what is your prediction?
You know, I wanted to be more bold this time. When BDS played versus Vitality, I thought to myself, do I dare say 3-0? No, I'm going to say 3-1. I became a 3-0. So this time, with how much confidence I have in this rookie squad, I don't care. I say 3-0 for BDS.
Hey, I love it. Strong opinions. Reckless.
So I guess I am the outlier today. I have 3-2 Mad today.
Okay.
In my opinion, just the momentum they have, the feeling they have in the team will carry a long way. I know BDS has had a really good split, but they are the ones with the lesser games here in the playoffs, and the ones in some way with the pressure today as well. And in my opinion, they're going to be really nervous coming into the first game, and Mad will come out strong.
3-2 from Reckless. Discord is saying 3-1 for BDS. I know that there were so many Mad Lions fans in the stadium today just shouting for them. And Reckless, maybe a few final words. You have been on stage in these positions a lot, be it that you got there as the favorite, be it as the underdog. What would be the one thing these players have to focus on today?
I think what Mad showed in the last series is going to be the deciding factor today. Just how they can keep the group together, how you can feel on the day as a player, and then yeah, it's up to whoever can handle the pressure the most.
That's exactly.
It's what the finals is about.
That's exactly what it is about. It all comes down to this. Can Team BDS achieve the unthinkable and crown themselves champions of the LEC for the first time? Or will the Mad Lions finish their run and reclaim the throne that was once theirs? It's time to kick off the LEC 2023 Spring Final. Welcome everyone to the LEC Spring Split live from Berlin, Germany. It's only been 2 weeks since G2 won Winter, and now we're back already.
That's the knockoff! Jack Spectre desperate to get anything back, but Caps is just so beefy. Now looking for the 1v1 Roshenko's house. Almost killed one carry. He wants to kill another. Oh, the penta for Hansam.
Larson is deepening in. Emmy has no undying range. The tower dies. Ruby can't get there in time. Toy will take the win. The sweeper comes out, the charm onto Bow, and Bow! Oh, he was unkilled until now! And SK immediately stopped that streak. He consistently is caught out. Unsummer solo leader takes a Kobe in the end, gets the kill. And we wondered what the change would do for Astralis. Was bringing leader in the right choice? Well, right now, they're going all the way to the stars. Astralis 2-0.
I feel like what we're seeing in the most recent years is names don't mean anything anymore. It just doesn't matter anymore.
Fnatic need a few more autos, and they will just about do it at the end of the final hit. Fnatic advance to groups.
Kazi will not be stopped. He gets the shutdowns. He solidifies Mad Lion's spot in the group stage.
I need best of threes. I need them now.
There's going to be a little bit more damage. Flash for Flash. Does he get another one? Bo goes back in! He's very powerful, and he goes straight in on top of it. They're going to try and get the kick back to Q again! It's the Bo show right now!
He ganks. He ganks.
He ganks.
He's dodging, he's dipping, he's diving! It's all Crowny! Call him king! Because he has been crowned with a pentakill!
Crowny pops off! It was supposed to be G2, it was supposed to be anybody else, but in the finals, waiting for an opponent worthy of them is BDS!
Do you believe in miracles? Because if not, you better start. Today we see the culmination of a miracle years in the making. On one side, Team BDS, D-tier, 8 at best. Yet day after day, game after game, second after second, they have defied. And now their fairy tale will conclude with death or glory. Introducing Team BDS, your first finalists. In the top lane, it's Adam!
Exile just trying to make it there. Adam, step forward, use the haymaker, use the showstopper. Odo, 7 seconds for Ragnarok. He's down. He's just completely down. I mean, Adam is styling on Odo.
God, Adam is so good up towards the top side.
In the jungle, Sheo!
Sheo now here, going to try to turn back on a Perkz. They have the damage to burst the silence. He's got the red bug. Can he survive for now? Perkz getting cut down. Sheo finding one nuke. Body blocking. Oh, Sheo trying to make sure this is running. Can't even touch him. Get that boar away from my mid laner, says Sheo. Double kill for the tree.
In mid lane, it's Nuke!
They back themselves into a corner here. They need to be ready to devour. Instantly, he's going to get eaten up. LeBron going to get taken down. Crowny now going to Gale Force out of safety. Big ult into the midst of 3. Massive from Nuke and Aphelios. Nuke and Crowny turning the fight on 2 presses of their R button.
Your bot lane, Crowny! Perfect fight in the river, but Crowny's still full HP. He's dodging, he's dipping, he's diving. It's all Crowny, but call him king, because he has been crowned with a pentakill! And their support, LeBron!
Time looking at the flank though, has flash available, looking to get Mega Nair off the Krugs.
Bob said he doesn't have cleanse from the last fight. They're immediately going to burn through the Zeri. It's not enough. The stolen Maokai ultimate is not enough. Bo tries to flash out, but he cannot escape. BDS.
Joined by their coaches, Go-To-One and Striker, it's Team BDS! On the other side of the rift, the Mad Lions. The scars of their exile still shine upon their skin. 2021 was 2 long years ago, but now they just can't wait to be king. In top lane, JC!
Taken into the pit from JC. The equalizer's dropped on a man being burned. The Moonlight Vigil is thrown out. Baron is starting to reset the goal. God is caught! He's done it! JC finds the slicing maelstrom. Mad Lions have got themselves 2 kills.
JC is finally able to bring the thunder.
In the jungle, Elyoya!
Once again, though, Elyoya hovering around mid, looking for a play.
It's a stun, frozen 2 coming out. Elyoya dashes forward, dodges the falling star. There's the kick. Elyoya perfectly played to escape the clutches of Caps under the tower. In mid lane, it's Nitsky!
As the feathers fly and Vitality are wrecked. They are running for their lives, and despite a hero effort from Perkz, it's too little. It's Mad Lions looking for the ace.
In bot lane, it's Kazi! Oh, Hansama, Kazi falls root, but Hansama almost gets away in the end. Kazi, though, solo kills in the bot lane. That was beautiful.
That was a mechanical masterclass from Carzzy.
And their support, here we stand!
Maybe looking for a bot dive into
Descent going in with the quickness. They're looking just to isolate Hansama, and they'll take him down. Mickey low as well. Hylissang taking the tower. The hook dodged by Hylissang. Mickey down to 100 HP. Hylissang tanks it. Might fall, but in the end, he's got the grand entrance to make a perfect Joined by their coaches, Mac and Pad, the Mad Lions! Today, the miracle hits its zenith. The fairy tale comes to a close with a spot at the Mid-Season Invitational and a title on the line. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, the LEC Finals starts now! Humanoid trying to survive, Oscar Winning trying to do what he can as well. Fnatic have been in this spot before! But Mad Lions slam the door in their face!
Being on the same page was something that we really worked on hard. I think we are showing it off.
Astralis had hope, but it's immediately quashed by the Mad Lions as they make their way to the playoffs.
If we beat G2, I think it's probably one of the highest chances of winning a split that I would have in the LEC.
Chasey on a slicing mouse of flank position gets onto Hansama, but the exhaust is good. In the end, Hansama will fall, and Mad Lions are way too healthy and way too hungry for the win.
It's very important to keep the momentum going, and I feel like I'm just kind of checking them like one by one. We have players with experience. I don't think it's going to be a big issue for us.
2K getting lower. Perks, can he take this one away? No. BDS get the Baron. Massive shockwave from Nuke. Kaiser going to block the fall-off damage. The only thing keeping Vitality standing in this fight. But it's not enough because here comes Crowny.
To be honest, it would be crazy, surreal to win the entire thing and to play at MSI, to represent our region with insanely good teams. It would be completely crazy.
It was supposed to be Vitality, but in the finals, waiting for an opponent is BDS. One win away from being your champions.
It's very surreal. I still can't believe it. I'm just very sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
They need to be ready to devour. Instantly, he's going to get eaten up. LeBron going to get taken down. Crowny now going to Gale Force out of safety. Big ult into the midst of three. Triple for Nuke. Monster performance from the Casio.
I think we are better as a team, so I would say we win. But you can expect, I would say, 30 kills minute 15.
LSA with the Magnus Storm, the Slice Master coming out. A triple for Carzzy. They want to claim the MSI spots for themselves.
If we're about to win, it will feel very relieving just because we have improved so much.
I'm just focused on the finals now. My mind is not on MSI, but it would be insane to win the split for sure.
Welcome, everyone, to the caster desk for the finals of the Spring Split, an MSI spot on the line, a title on the line. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagda and Kadril, and I'm just feeling this final. I think we're so lucky to have these 10 players on stage today. It has been an incredible road for Mad Lions to get here, to face down a challenger that no one expected to be at the end of the road. BDS story will be written today, and no matter who takes it, it's going to be incredible to watch.
Yeah, not just a title on the line, but MSI on the line, right? All your hopes and dreams could just fade away here. Losing a title is one thing, but then your split ends as well. You're going to have to wait till summer. So winning here is just so important in terms of getting to that international event. First international event for a lot of players here on this stage. And it sounds like we're ready to get into game one. A lot of stakes, a lot of hype. 2 Titans.
And while we've all had the luxury of watching Mad Lions' impressive climb to this final, so have BDS. We'll see what they prepared today and pick bands and strategy. For now, it begins by taking the Kennen away from Chasey. Makes a lot of sense when you saw what he was able to do on it yesterday.
Yeah, and I think Kennen's just naturally good into a lot of champions that Adam will want to play. You know, things like the Olaf and the Darius. We talked about things like the Sion backstage. It could be a good answer to it. But there's a Gragaspan as well, targeting at Mad Lions. The flex potential on red side, not something BDS want to put up with.
I'm curious if we get the Rakan ban coming through in this last spot for BDS. Annie going to be taken off the board as well for Mad Lions. Just your standard red side ban. I am very curious to see what happens with this third ban though, because things like the Vi, still an opportunity here for Mad Lions to take it away if they so want to.
And I want to see what both these team identities are going to look like today. BDS, where they were the team who were sitting back, who were shutting down the opposition, scaling and outperforming in fights. Mad Lions yesterday shut down a similar strategy from Team Vitality, where they went for more early game, more mid-game oriented picks. Lissandra, Lee Sin, Azaya, Rakan, bottom side. The Rakan, of course, taken off the board, but maybe there's another way for them to get more aggressive in the early to mid-game and stop BDS from getting to what feels like an inevitability of late game.
Darius taken away. Is Maokai the first pick here for BDS? Maokai's been such a powerful jungler here in the LEC, not so much around the rest of the world, but looks like an easy champ in terms of locking down teams. Ahri first pick would be a bit scary when you're up against players like Niski, who can go for that Lissandra, but there's the Vi. Do you think they match it with a Zaya here, Mad Lions, or they stick to the Jinx?
Sense. Yeah, you take the Zaya and make it easy on yourself. You don't have to worry about it. And especially since you already know that you're playing up against the Vi, now you can start to look towards that kind of disengaged style composition, make things kind of a little bit handier. You even could operate on towards something like a Wukong here, so then he can have a decent team fight while also being able to provide some of that peel.
Jace is open as well. I wonder if that's a flex potential here for Mad Lions. Chase, you'll be very happy to pick that one up. With that early Darius ban, but you're right, there's the Wukong picked up for Elioya. Compare that with a counter pick here on mid on 3.
Interesting.
If they go for something like Zeri Lulu here, Mad Lions could pick up the Ahri and ban things like the Lissandra, or vice versa, pick the Lissandra and ban things like the Sylas, or they could match supports.
I think taking the Ahri anyway makes a lot of sense. Very, very strong in the mid lane, great facilitator, but also just getting it away from that Vi. It's such a pain to try and deal with Vi, Ahri, the immediate answer on the level 6 as well. Anything that Niski tries to take out in the mid lane is going to be really hard to fight against.
And gentlemen, I have been a big critic of Wukong Ahri across this entire season. It's been incredible in the LPL, it's been incredible in the LCK. It hasn't always looked so good, but yesterday we saw Mad Lions piloting it. Admittedly, it was a Vi Ahri combination, but we saw how incredible Niski can be on this champion as a champion with a really high ceiling and a very low floor in terms of output. But Niski laying down the gauntlet here in these first 3 picks.
Yeah, Nuke hasn't played Lissandra yet here in the LEC, but I wonder if it's just worth covering off that ban, because Lissandra Vi is just so powerful. There's the Syndra taken away, which we have seen in pilots. You're looking at other bans, maybe Cassio's been rising in priority. We've seen as a Kali as well here, but I really think Lissandra just provides so much setup for BDS here. Expecting Mad Lions to go for support here on 4, looking towards things like, you know, the Thresh perhaps, or Nautilus. But with that Gwen ban, I wonder if BDS are going towards a Sion.
Yeah, it's Sion, also an opportunity for something like a Malphite as well if they want to try and go for it, but I am curious to see exactly what the game plan is, because obviously you've got like decent peel there on the opposite side with the Zaya, and like self peel with the Ahri as well, so maybe you don't want to go towards it. The Garen going to be taken away from Adam as well. I mean, respect given where it's due, you know?
Got to be ready for the curveballs. Limit the variables in the draft, and Adam is certainly nothing if not a huge ball of variables in terms of champion pool and options that he can go for. So taking that off the board, Mad Lions debating on their pick now. Can just match support, save their final pick for top lane, look for a counter pick. Would open up that blind Sion for BDS, would make a lot more sense if it is going to be blind in that context.
Carzy having a bit of yawn. Will slowly wake up as this game starts, I hope. You never really read Carzy. A heap of emotion sometimes. But they're going to take away the Cassante. So Adam's only got 1 game of Cassante so far this split, but some kind of denial here, because obviously they can counter-pick support. Now this does open up Adam, Olaf banned away, Darius banned away. We expected the Sion looking at these bans regardless. And then we're looking for a mid laner for Nuke. He hasn't busted out the Lissandra just yet, but I think it could be a powerful pick here.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense here. Lissandra or Cassiopeia going to be taken. I think that's a bit of a brave one, because we saw what happened yesterday to Perks, where you've got a very similar story with Mad Lions being able to play through the strong mid jungle and see if they can pick off Cassiopeia. But Nuke has had incredible performances when he's able to pop off in this champion.
So Hilly, is he going to go for the Thresh? No, he's going to go for the Blitzcrank in game 1.
And you gotta respect it.
Yeah, he had some games where he would miss hooks on stun targets, but then he would have it in the rest of the game. He would just hit so many phenomenal hooks, so they're gonna have to be really careful. When you're playing Cassio, Zeri, Lulu against Blitzcrank, it's really hard to contest his mid push, but BDS, Mage mid, scaling AD carry, team fight comp, just pure tanks on the top side as well. Mad Lions, a bit more early game. They will get outscaled eventually, but more playmaking potential.
And this is a huge first game, because if Mad Lions can break open this BDS strategy, can stop them from scaling up or getting to the comfortable position where they can take objectives and team fight with confidence, they'll be the first. No other team has been able to do that. No other team has really been able to stop them from playing scaling compositions and shutting them down. They're on a 10-game win streak because they're so damn good at this exact style. But Mad shut down Vitality yesterday. Need to look to do the same here in game 1.
And it feels like a huge amount of that has to be through this mid jungle for Niski and Elioya. See if they can get control so they can set up on those objectives. Because if you're going into a Blitzcrank blind as BDS, suddenly it's not so easy to try and play at this big team fighting comp.
They have a Sion though. We've seen what BDS can do in the level 1 shenanigans with things like the Sion. Zeri's not the best best champion when it comes to lane swap. You're looking more at things like Tristana Jinx. So maybe not lane swap shenanigans, but there could be some interesting early jungle clears. But as we expected from the rest of the best of threes and best of fives we've seen from both these teams, scaling team fight for BDS, early to mid-game playmaking for Mad Lions, execution, aim of the game for them, and BDS just weathering the storm. Let's see if they can weather the storm of Mad Lions, though.
Have to find out. Let's get ready for game one. BDS versus Mad Lions Spring Finals. Yep. You talked about the potential.
There's no way.
For some shenanigans around this Scion.
I mean, they could try to split map bots.
You can't do it from blue side, Mark. I don't think you can do it from blue side.
No, I don't think you can either. I think they're looking for a level 1 here, but, you know, Blitzcrank level 1 is always something you want to be careful of, but they want to contest this bot brush so they can get vision in the early lane phase to get the push. And Mad Lions aren't here to match. We'll see if they put a ward down or if they stick around. I mean, what they can do is stay 5-man bots, invade their bot side jungle at 120-ish, take away their bot camps, Adam TP's top and plays the split map and falls behind. That's one option. Let's see if they go for it, though.
Something that we'll have to track. And a good thing to call out, too, because across the games for BDS, Adam has been the guy who's been giving up resources, giving up himself, going elsewhere on the map. And obviously with the Scion, you expect to see him do the same. But Chasey, after the performance yesterday, certainly looking like a guy who could potentially punish that. Potentially the first one to do so. Huge damage percentage, winning, pulling ahead in lane. But Adam, you can see, despite how little damage he's doing, huge presence in the team fights.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to see Chasey back onto the tanks. He's looked absolutely spectacular where he does get his hands on the cannon, obviously banned away, but I think this will be a big showing to see how Adam is going to be able to try and control that top side and then move into, I think you were talking about on your stream, Cage, where it's like, he plays the ward, right? He doesn't really want to try and play for lane. He'll drop side waves so then he can actually be stacked as a 5-man unit and make sure that he can actually spot out what the opposition is up to.
And we'll see that in the mid game. Towards the late game as Adam will obviously play the lane phase, maybe look for some roams towards bot. Oftentimes you see Scion level 6, you know, just base recall, ult bot and TP back towards top. I love that kind of play, but obviously we're going to have to be careful against Isaiah. Niski trading really aggressively onto Nuke already. It's just a dodging game, really. If you can dodge the Qs of Cassio and get in range, you can win out on the trades. And if she hits, then obviously you'll start losing them. But Niski doing pretty good so far. Level ups coming through, both junglers pathing down towards the bot side.
Yeah. Important for Niski to be able to show a good performance on this champion. Incredibly high prio, as we talked about on paper. Very, very strong in the meta for Nuke. Cassio a bit more of a comfort pick. Hasn't really seen the same success in most players' hands as it has seen for Nuke. So see if he can continue to make good on this pick.
I'm really curious what happens in the spot lane, though. You can already see Labrov trying to get that early ward down to spot out where this Wukong's going to be, because if you're consistently trying to punish the range advantage, try and push underneath the tower, you do not want a Wukong to be randomly showing up, and Hilly is no shy way of trying to burn those early flashes, so then you can try and repeat gank onto the spot side. Wukong going to be going for a full clear, so a little bit later, down to the bot lane party, but I'm sure Elyoya will want to show up there.
Oh, Shio's backtracked up, and there's a little Ghost Poro that'll spot him out. Ooh. So now they have full information. Obviously, you can click on the Vi, see that she started on blue, move towards the top side, has a couple camps up. Only done 3 so far. Getting some information here. We'll see that Elyoya started top and moved towards the bot side. Could try to go back through mid to bot side, but it's a bit awkward, so Nuke's gonna get the push. Shio expected to hide and wait for that wave to go in, just so he doesn't give any information as to the fact that he's gone back towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it's interesting because earlier you mentioned Adam being that ward, being kind of just there to protect the team, to cover for the team, to support the team. And it was a similar story against Bo for Shio. While he did have incredible games, you know, you think back to the Wukong versus Lee Sin matchup where he's just following that man around his jungle. It seems like he's trying to do something similar, but the first hook now going to land. Carzy following up. 3 feathers back, not quite going to get the snare. Labrov now zooming out to safety, running as fast as he can. Carzy, first blood on the bottom side.
What a play from the Mad Lions bot lane already. Looked like they got caught napping a bit there. I think BDS thought the wave was in a good spot and that Mad Lions wouldn't contest, but they moved forward and hooked as they leveled up.
Hook gonna connect, another punch. Knocks him up. No follow-up here. Feathers not able to find the root.
Yeah, Crownie will hold on to his summoner spells, but the fact that Hilly didn't have to burn his flash to make that play is huge, because now if Elyoya actually does manage to get down to this bot lane, there's just no real escape for Labrov if Hilly can chase him down. So really nice job by Mad, and honestly, this bot lane has been stepping up huge. The amount of duo lane kills they've got recently has been absurd.
Yeah, Carzy had a really tough year last year, didn't he, on Vitality? Never find the performance that he would have wanted. This year was a little bit up and down, but now Mad Lions are definitely back on track. Second place in winter, and now back in the finals here in spring. As we see Elyoya, not based yet, going through his second round of respawn camps. We'll spot out Shio, who's a little bit behind on the clear. But Elioya probably going to take a base after this and then support his bot side. Can really start to punish that Lulu. Blitzcrank flash up. That should be an easy setup.
Now connecting, flash in, flash out from Nuke, timing. Millisecond off there, Nuke just barely able to make it out of safety, but another flash burn. Hylissang using the advantage that he earned bot side to get an even bigger advantage mid lane.
Hilly's putting in work, and again, it was the same that we saw in the semi-finals yesterday. The fact that you can get out, roam around, start to burn some of these summoner spells, it just makes things so much easier, especially if you start to look towards, early objectives like the Dragon and that, which Hilly is just going to solo as a level 3. What is Crank? What a chat.
What is he doing? His jungler's not even gone out the base gates yet. He's just started the Dragon. He's going to tank it up, I guess. He'll take a bit of damage for this, but he's got 2 potions. But yeah, Hilly's just... I mean, this is the life of a jungler, the dream. Your top laner starts Herald, your support starts your Dragon for you.
But also, this is exactly what you want from a team in an incredibly nail-biting final, is to have your most veteran player walk up like he does not care, like it's another day at scrims, land a hook, go mid, land a hook, go start a Dragon, I guess. Like, this is an amazing start for the Mad Lions, and especially for Hylissang.
And you can tell by the way the game's played who's calling the shots. If you see Hilly just start up a Dragon there, he's saying, Yoya, come to Dragon now, we're going to take it. And you just trust him, and it works.
And I mean, of all the people to trust Hilly, it's not like he's not a veteran in finals at this stage. He's been to so many over the course of his career. We'll have to see now if he can try and find a big win. It's been 5 finals for him without a win since he got that last victory in 2018 with Fnatic. We'll have to see now if this could be the time to do it.
Shio's been trying to match Elioya this whole time. Shio's a jungler who plays a little bit differently to a lot of junglers here in the LEC. He'll try to match the enemy jungler as much as possible and waste their time. Pull them down with him, make sure they're down in levels at certain timers in the game, and give his team information. When you're playing scaling mids and tank tops and scaling bots, finding the enemy jungler means the lanes are in isolation. And I feel like that's been his job throughout the early game in this playoffs. At the moment, he hasn't been able to find that much success. Didn't get the best tracking on Elioya, and he's just been power farming out of vision as he walks over a pink for the first time there. You saw him ward the Raptors earlier on, Shio.
And when you're playing against a composition that scales like BDS, it's not that it's completely black and white, that they'll just guaranteedly win the fights, but it is important to keep the pressure on, and I think that's why we might need to see more pressure on Nuke in the mid lane, more pressure on LeBron before these flashes are back up. See if Mad Lions can find those opportunities to further snowball advantages that they earned earlier. But Hylissang, the threat, the looming threat of the hook, as long as it is up, BDS have to back away.
This does feel like nearly a role reversal, but I'll hold on to this point as Chasey. Spotted there by Adam.
Stoppable, dashing forward. Try to walk away here. Ghost now being burned from Chasey. Nuke waiting over the wall. Elioya there as well. Niski can ult in if he wants to. Trying to follow up on Adam. Adam flashing out of safety. The knockup is dead. It's 2-man stun for Nuke. Finding one. He gets Nuke. He gets the clone. Looking for the reset. That's another kill. This is disastrous. The Cassio still standing, getting so much damage down. Shio now trying to find an engage back on Niski, but they need to get out of the fight. Adam finding the disengage. Ultimately a 1-for-1 mid for jungle.
I was shocked that was only a 1-for-1 with Nuke getting a massive ultimate in the middle of that, but just not quite able to convert it. Crowny though, where are you going?
Has to get over the wall.
He does. Wow, interesting fight on that top side. Mad Lions really wants to force it. Of course, they have the level advantage in jungle. Vi level 5, Wukong level 6. Just take any fight you can get in the 3v3 on top side. Ends up in a 1-for-1 though. Good trade back by BDS. Nuke saving the play. Like you said there, Dagda, with that petrifying gaze. And now Mad Lions crash the bot wave. Going to take a recall. Herald spawns. So as much for going in a replay here, there'll probably be another fight in this top side jungle.
I think this is so interesting to see this role reversal though. Instead of a BDS controlling the jungle, it's Mad that are getting the vision and invading onto Shio. It's usually the reverse.
See here, Elioya level 6, he's just screaming, go, go, go. We need to make sure we take this fight, but here's the stun you were talking about. Lands it onto 2, knock-up lands onto Chasey as well. Onto Elioya, sorry, into the grounded from the Cassio W. He dies, Nuke dies. Niski doesn't have the spell rotation to keep the fight going. But as we come out of this replay, I expect there to be some action on this Herald, but Hilly looks like he's trying to contest mid-push. Nuke, no flash. They really want to punish that Mad Lions.
Trying to find that window of opportunity, especially while the ultimate is down. Makes that play, makes any potential follow-up easier, but Niski ultless as well means he might have to commit a charm flash if they want to do anything. No members in the area, though, means BDS just going to bully their way into getting mid-prio. Willing to concede topside, it looks like, to get some attention on the bot lane.
Yeah, they're just covering bot lane.
Yeah, I thought that Mad would have kind of waited for a few of these ultimates to be up, but the second they saw BDS leaving the bot side again, this fantastic vision that's been set up continuously by Mad throughout this game is spotting out that they have the opportunity to go for this. Even looking at Karzi, backing away entirely off this bottom side, making sure there's no counterplay that BDS can really go for.
Surprise there. BDS, they had ult advantage on jungle. They knew that Wukong ult was on cooldown from the top side fight. They had mid push. I thought they would move into top side there, but I think they were scared of Crowny getting dove. Labrov and Shio went down towards that bot side. Elioya will take a Herald uncontested, and that'll be big usage in the next minute's time when they get the Dragon spawn. They can use that for the easy Dragon pickup.
Oh, Ooh, the minion.
Respectable.
Yeah, Secret Service minion there, diving in front of the president.
tanking that one on the chin. Of course, Mad Lions controlling the pace of the game right now. 1.2k gold lead. 2 first objectives going over to them. The Dragon as well as the Herald. Second Dragon just a minute out. Will not be a Cloud Soul, will not be a Mountain Soul. If they roll into something like Infernal, this early game advantage is going to feel so much more important.
But this is what we're talking about, getting control over the mid lane and then just using that to take over in River. This 3-man unit of Elyoya, Niski, and Hilly has just bullied BDS out. They can't really get control over the River area for this next Dragon. That unlocks Hilly a massive extent, even the likes of Elyoya as well. And Crowny every time has to back away on bot side the second they disappear from mid.
Yeah, let's see if BDS can unlock their bot lane a bit more, because as much as they want to push, they really can't against this threat of the Blitzcrank. Shio thinking about something mid here. I mean, if they land the Vi ult into a W from Cassiopeia, then Niski can't really get away. But this bot push from Mad Lions is doing so much work. Elyoya, like you said, Dagda, teaming up with his support once again. And Shio will get over towards that level 7. We'll see if he walks into River here. Rod of Ages just picked up for Nuke. I wonder if he has TP. Looks like he doesn't at the moment. 10 seconds on that Dragon Spawn.
I like Mad Lions trying to apply more pressure to the bottom side. Do not give Crowny a lane to farm comfortably in. If they can break open this tower, they can free Carzzy and Hylissang up to roam even more. But for now, they're going to call the play off instead. Set their sights on the Dragon. Sheo waiting over the wall. Has the ward, knows exactly what's going down, but they don't have bot prio. They don't have a man advantage. Nuke is just returning to mid, unless he wants to go for the 50-50 on the steal here.
Yeah, is he going to go for it? He's going to have to queue in, go for the smite, and then flash out. Does Mad Lions let him is the question. Hilly's going to be ready with the silence.
Coming over the wall. Gonna get in. He takes it! That is exactly what you need. Nuke still waiting over the wall. Has the flash up and available. Are they going to try to fight this immediately? Grounded. Elyoya cannot find the follow-up, and now BDS trying to turn the fight. LeBron taken out instantly. Hylissang next. Niski needs to turn it. Carzzy needs to turn it, but Nuke finds the ult. Nuke finds the Xayah. Carzzy cannot pull the feathers back, and Niski in his desperation as he tries to pull something together on the backside of this fight. But BDS, you hear it in the voices in Berlin, and you see it in the River. They dominate the fight.
It's everything for BDS. The fight, the Dragon, the gold. A fantastic team fight for BDS. Sets them up beautifully. Look at their carries. 3-1 on Nuke, 2-0 on Crowny. That's exactly the gold injection they needed.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? They wait so well for their windows. They just take a perfect fight. Mad Lions thought they had a free objective there. Steal into good coordination. Lebrov fell, didn't get to use the ultimate because of the chain CC, but still BDS pick up 4. And it's Nuke flashing over the wall there. You can see the decisiveness behind the mid laner of BDS here. As Shio takes the Dragon and Mad Lions are saying, let's take a fight. Watch Nuke here on the side. Instantly ult flashes over the wall. With the W, goes straight onto Elyoya with the follow-up from the Vi. Actually, he uses the ult in a second here to stun Carzzy, I believe, as Lebrov gets chain CC. The 3v3 just in favor of BDS. Watch his ultimate here from Nuke.
Have to hold that thought. He might get a chance to ult again. That's the miasma coming down! And this champion just does not look fair in the hands of Nuke.
Oh, so fed, isn't he? Level 10, Rod of Ages stacking up. He's going to get Seraph soon on base. And it's only going to get worse and worse and worse now for Mad Lions. These carries are getting out of control.
Hook going in onto Lebrov. Carzzy now trying to follow up. Crowny, I don't know if he can do enough damage. Wild Goat coming out. Shio now going in. Lebrov still standing. Carzzy taken down. Hylissang. Blitzcrank hooks real good, but after that, can't do much else as a double for Crowny.
That polymorph value was so high. Carzzy couldn't get any damage off, and then you've got the cavalry arriving in Sheo. BDS, out of nowhere, the last few minutes, they've just come alive.
And it looks so good for the first few plays, for the first few moments, but the second that first play, Nuke gets a kill. Doesn't seem like a big deal. On the back of that second play, you're reminded about how incredible Nuke is on this champion. 4-0 so 5. Incredible KD. Yes, they're winning, so these stats are naturally going to be huge, but when they show it so consistently, Nuke's Cassio just starts to feel like an inevitability heading towards 5-0.
Yeah, and the whole team of BDS, a lot of people were skeptical. We'll see how they perform on the final stage. Only really Adam's got experience on a stage like this when it comes to a finals in the LEC. And they're cool, calm, collected. A couple blunders here in the early stages, but it didn't amount to much. Found one singular fight, and now these lanes are just snowballing out of control. 2,000 gold lead in the bot side, despite getting killed 2v2.
Sheo going in onto Elyoya. Ult gonna be burned. It looks like wants to commit to the play as Chasey's right behind him. Sheo definitely overstaying, but Nuke coming in maybe could look to turn something. I think Vi's just gonna be in trouble. Empowered Blast Cone. Not looking too hot right now. Mad Lions certainly have the skirmish in the bag as long as they take Nuke out of the equation, but Nuke is just too strong. Waiting to ult. Nuke looking for the angle. Is not going to find it. The pullback now coming in. Can they take out the Cassio? Big damage on the Niski. At least getting one back in return. Adam living for so long. Crowny on the way. Adam set to go zombie mode. Mad need to get out immediately because Crowny is in the area, but a big skirmish in favor of Mad.
In the interview yesterday, Elyoya promised us a bloodbath, and here we are, 17 kills already in 14 minutes. Mad Lions are the victors of that fight, but they're also the victors of the bot push. Crowny had to move towards mid because he's in a 2v1 scenario. Looks like they won't get a tower for that as he's collapsing down. Actually gets into the river here, so needs to be careful in running down there. Not enough vision.
And it feels like Sheo overextending a little bit there, maybe not anticipating the instant collapse, because he is the one that pulls the trigger. He's the one that kicks this play off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice ult to go in. He thinks, hey, look, we're going to have the people showing up very, very soon, but you can see how far away Nuke is. Labrov has to go the long way around, so it's just a 1v1 that ends up going in favor of Mad Lions, and at this stage now, very separated.
Definitely is. Good charm onto Labrov. Let's watch Nuke here. He gets the Q onto Niski, but then Niski gets the reset to dash away. Then Chasey lands the first Q and then gets the knock as well. The ult actually gets dodged by Mad Lions, so they just outplay the Cassio there. Dodge the spells, make sure he can't lock anyone down. They pick up kills.
But it is concerning for Mad as we go forward. While they executed that fight brilliantly, feels like they're dodging raid mechanics right now with how much damage Nuke is doing. So if they continue to execute like that, if they can keep shutting the Cassio down, it'll be fantastic in the fights. But with how strong Nuke is, it's going to demand a very high level of execution from Mad. Cannot afford to make any mistakes, and it looks like they want to further build on this advantage, try to take Nuke out of the equation even more.
Very common as Ari on side lane. You call your jungler, you play for 2v2s, you play to make fights happen on side lanes, but Nuke won't get sucked into it. He's going to go for the vision plant. Should spot out a few members of Mad Lions.
Chasey proxying on the bottom lane, it looks like, because he and Adam are just going to trade farm, but on the top side, fight for the second Herald. Sheo debating if he wants to go in. We'll just retreat over the wall. Mad Lions committing 4 members, and Nuke just for now just catching waves.
Looks like they're just going to try and fall back for the Dragon. It's kind of the El Clasico for BDS. Far more focused onto the Dragon objective than they had on the Rift Herald. So they'll get control over mid, get the mid lane tower down, and then fall back to safety, even with Adam putting pressure onto the bot lane turret as well.
BDS just going to get this mid tier 1. Chasey's thinking about something here, but can't land the knock. BDS oftentimes, if you watch their best of 5 against Vitality, they're so precise when it comes to cross-mapping and finding towers instead of objectives. You go to the river and take the objective and have the vision, great. We'll push out lanes and play on 2 instead. You're committing numbers to an objective, we're committing numbers for pushing lanes, and then they transfer those pushing lanes into some kind of cross-map. Dragon going to be picked up here by BDS.
Herald and a tower in exchange for a tower and Dragon, with Chemtech being the soul. Feels like this trade might favor Mad in the long run, especially as they crack a second tower. Immediate use of that Herald there. No plates, of course, but still some good money into their back pocket. Dead even in the gold. 16 minutes in, neck and neck game at this very moment. The difference in scaling really only going to be felt in the Cassio and the Zeri.
But the thing is, they've just been so accelerated now. 2 items already picked up for the Cassio and the Zeri. You're looking at, an item plus change there for Karzi. So when it gets to these team fights, if you can just have these strong front-to-back fights empowered by a Lulu, BDS will have a great time, especially in 4 minutes time for that Dragon.
And I think one of the big strengths of the way that they draft is because they're so reliant on their carries for damage, and you don't really get a lot of it anywhere else. Their carries are almost always the ones getting the kill, almost always the ones getting gold, and they're so good at putting gold into Nuke and Crowny, because while the gold is close, there's 1.6k in Elyoyo's back pocket, and if that Wukong doesn't kill a carry on the enemy team, that gold does not matter.
You're absolutely right. So Mad Lions want to split BDS up. BDS needs to be very careful in these fights. As long as they stay together and they have some kind of front to back going, they should be all right. But if there's a Wukong flanking, if the Ahri's behind them, if there's a Hylissang trying to isolate one member and trading flashes, that's when you kind of get into murky waters. So BDS need to cover these lanes very well, make sure Nuke's happy and has vision on the side lane, and then they can group up these objectives.
And I think that's where, for Mad Lions, trying to drop a wave here so you can actually move across the map is going to be super important. Like Chasey push out bot, he moves to cover mid, you move Hilly up to top side, see if you can find these big number advantage opportunities. But it's a bit tough at the moment because BDS doing a very good job of moving as this group, getting that vision down. It's kind of what BDS have been renowned for over the course of this split.
It's a game of push and pull. You can see Mad Lions push in mid, they retake vision. Then once the wave comes back to BDS and they push in mid, they will retake vision. You can see Sheo there thinking about some kind of play, but he's going to have to back away. His Zeri's on mid tier 2. Adam's going to take a base. Actually, as I say that, he's going to stop the recall. No objective up here for Mad Lions. They've taken the tower, but they want to pick. Does he spot Elyoya in the bush here?
This is so dangerous.
This is so dangerous. There's a TP now from Adam.
Coming. BDS, they've set the trap, but can they find the angle? Niski taken out for now. The Miasma immediately coming down. They're trying to ball before the Ahri can dash away. Instant wild growth. The chain CC layered flawlessly from BDS.
Elyoya running. Is he going to get away though? Crowny's got a lot of move speed. Karsi's here to cover. No heal though.
K'Sante on the bottom side going to try to get a tower back, but that's the only thing they can get back in exchange.
Patience, patience, patience from BDS. Now they're going to look for this top tier 1. Adam's base gets stopped by Hilly. He might lose his flash for it. No, out of range of the Q. So Chasey gets the bot tower. BDS get a kill. They invest a teleport for it as well, and a lot of flashes from their bot side and Nuke, but they will pick up a tower in response.
Ignite from Hilly, stopping Adam's base, buying more time. It looks like for Chasey to push on the bottom side, hoping to just get something more. K'Sante very much snowballed here, but all armor means that in a fight against Nuke, it's still going to be quite difficult.
Crownie was already down there to collect the wave as well, so the Ignite kind of burned for nothing. And BDS now, I think, are still in a really good spot. Again, this has kind of been the way BDS operated. So like, look, we're happy to lose a tower. That tower was already incredibly low on the bot side, so let's just drop it and make a play elsewhere. It's super difficult for Mad Lions to try and keep up when they're just so willing to invest TPs like Adam. And just Secret Agent Sheo here, the fact he stayed for so long in that bush to make this play happen.
And the thing I think you have to look out for is Lebrov's Wild Grove. All the CC might have been for naught, because you can see Ari gonna almost dash out, immediately interrupted by the Wild Grove. Niski probably could have just triple dashed out of that fight, maybe able to survive, but clean ult coming in from Lebrov.
Yeah, 3 flashes used there from BDS to make that kill happen. And BDS sitting with a gold lead and a dragon lead in this game state, looking at this draft, is a fantastic position to be in. But now we'll see Adam drop waves. So he's come towards mid and helped his team. We'll watch him on the minimap here as he kind of hangs around mid. Eventually he'll go back towards bot, but you know, Adam always does this thing where he will say, you know what, Nuke, you can have my bot waves, Crownie, you can have my bot waves, I'll be the human ward, I'll go down in CS, let my carries get all the gold. And that works very well when you have things like control mages, when you have these hyper-scaling AD carries.
And the thing I want you to look at on this graphic on the bottom of your screen is on the right-hand side. CS percentage, 15 to 30 minutes. That's the percentage of your team's total CS that you get. Adam is 10th, 22%. This man does not take resources. That wave you just saw him take is one of like 4 he will get for the rest of the game. And that means that, again, his carries get so much more.
Adam, not gonna land the knock. Needs to be careful for the hook, though.
It's gonna connect, gets pulled back. How quickly can they burn through this health bar? Sion gonna be in trouble. Crownie waiting over the wall. Lebrov now coming in. BDS, they've got 3 members there, but they don't want to take the fight.
Yeah, so Nuke is the one with TP. That's why they swapped lanes. Adam was going to get a wave there, but Mad Lions, I don't think they can force a Nash. They need to get back to this mid wave so they can stop BDS from looking for a tier 2. Nuke versus Chasey.
Chasey, full committing here. All armor, but it might not matter. He's just so damn tanky. Now he's going all out. Nuke, can he go all out back? 1v1 on the bottom side. Keep your eyes. Nuke now trying to ult Chasey into clean dodge. Nuke now forced to retreat, and Mad Lions see a window of opportunity. The Fed Cassio is nowhere to be found, and that means they can set their sights on the Baron. But Sheo, he's stolen once before. Can he do it again?
Sheo,
4K,
Sheo.
Getting lower. Q getting charged.
He's gonna go in.
Over the wall. He's going to commit for the man. Take the Baron. Chasing now TPing back in. Sheo on retreat. BDS need to get the hell out of dodge. Niski now leaping in. The charm going a little bit wide. Clean sidestep coming in from Lebrov. Sheo debating.
They want to turn.
Can they re-engage? Can they force back? Can they kill some of these Baron buffs? Trying to force it. Helisank bringing it back. And the rest of the team. Goodbye to the bye.
And just like that, Mad Lions find their opportunity off the back of Chasey, 1v1ing Nuke, and now the Dragon still on the cards. Mad Lions, though, they don't care. They're going to push in topside.
It's playmaking versus precision here, but Adam's the one that blunders and gets caught out. You can see Chasey 1v1ing against Nuke. That wasn't for a kill. Yes, if Nuke misplays, he can maybe find it, but it was to stop Nuke from TPing in. As long as he keeps it in a 4v3, they're lacking one of their carries and one of their frontliners in this 5-man comp, and so Mad Lions are happy to force. Maybe it was a 50-50, yes, but El Yoyo won those.
And just burning that flash, or the ultimate even, sorry, on Nuke as well. Absolutely huge before he gets the TP in. And now, with that Baron up opportunity for Mad Lions, it's going to make it so much easier for them to try and play for these picks, try and look for hooks with Hilly. And if you can get that vision control in your favor like they're doing now, make it nigh impossible for BDS to move.
So it's a 50-50, yes. I think Sheo loses a little bit of vision towards the end, so he goes in just a second too late. But Mad Lions have to force this play. BDS are scaling to infinity at this point, and they're in an even game state, so they have to take these risks. Charm goes wide, yes. Sheo thinks he can find a turn here with the TP from Nuke coming in, but Hilisank, good presence of mind, has enough move speed to pull him away, and he doesn't flash into his team here. He flashes to the right. Small airborne onto Karzi, but now another fight.
Looking for a re-engage. Sheo immediately going to force out the ultimate right at the start of the fight, but there, the hook comes out, but Karzi now getting taken out. Adam going right in. Crownie still on touch on the backside. Nuke on touch on the backside, but Elyoya creating so much space for the team. The carry still alive. Crownie half health. Chasey running forward. He got so much armor. Crownie cannot damage him. Nuke waiting off to the side. BDS being pushed back slowly but surely. Mad taking the fight.
It's an absolute mess, isn't it? There's not even an objective here to fight over. I think BDS just want to stop Mad Lions in their tracks. 1 minute on the Baron buff. If they can get a couple off, then they'll be sitting pretty happy with that. Mad Lions unable to transition too much with this Baron into any towers.
I mean, this has been absolutely stellar play from Mad Lions. BDS just haven't had a chance to really utilize the fact they got these massive leads. Nuke is on 3 items, but the engages have just been kind of disjointed from BDS, and Mad are punishing.
At the same time, they get Karzi's ultimate, they get Karzi's flash, Crownie's flash, Nuke's flash just now coming up. Elyoya's flash down in that exchange as well. So Mad Lions, they get the skirmish, but there's no objective to take from that either. And in the next fight, BDS will be favored based on the flashes they have up and available to them.
Yeah, Mad really needs to get some tier 2s here. You can see they put their foot on the gas. 30 seconds left on this buff. Mid tier 2 and bot tier 2 would be ideal to force this next dragon fight. Chasey up against Adam. See if they can chunk him out here. He's a bit too tanky, but they're looking for the tower itself. They need to break through these tier 2s with this Baron. Otherwise, it'll go to waste. And you can see BDS, big spikes coming in in. Infinity Edge just picked up for Crowny. Nuke getting closer to level 16.
Over the wall! Hill saying the blast cone, will it be enough? Yes. Pulling back in a single moment there, Nuke wonders, have I thrown the entire game? Has Hillisang won it right here, but he does manage to make it out.
Well, they knew he was there.
Elioya. Waiting, fishing for an angle. Crowny pulling back, BDS on the edge here. So close to having carries, just eliminated. Lebrov now going to be in trouble. Shields up. Pick's definitely helping in that circumstance. Pulling out the Shrelias to retreat on the flank.
How's it going there?
Going forward, they need to isolate cards. They need to knock him down and clean all from Adam. Crowny untouched for now. The charm going on to Nuke is big, but the Casio is too damn strong. Elioya does not do enough damage to take the carries out. Carzzy still alive. Carzzy and Nisqy versus the world. Can they do enough damage? With a knocked up coming through the decimating smash. Crushing hopes of Mad Lions in the mid lane. It's a triple for Crowny. It's the fight for BDS.
Secret Agent Shio starts again, managing to just work his way around the vision, knowing that Mad Lions had invested all the wards onto the bot side. He finds the fight, and BDS, that was beautiful.
That's the front to back that they want. The flank was fantastic from Shio, yes, but Crowny and Nuke had space to work with. Carzzy was dealt with, and Nisqy could not do much to defend. They won't be able to win the game here, but a mid inhibitor, a reset will come in, a lot of gold to spend, and then the Dragon Soul will be spawning in a minute 40 seconds time. Nisqy really trying to force them back.
Following up, looking for an angle, knowing that if they get to reset, they're going to have so much money.
Chasing TP in 10, I think they were maybe trying to keep BDS around, but they will get out with blinking health bars, take those bases, and Crowny 7-0 right now on Zeri.
The fact that you now get the opportunity to deny all that vision as well and try and push up, but this was great from Shio. I mean, it does end up using the blast cone. Maybe Mad Lions should have been aware of this, but really, really good heads up play. And the fact he gets onto Carzzy is massive.
It really is. Now watch Crowny and Nuke here. Nuke gets hit by the charm, but he's next to Lebrov. Crowny, look at him on the left there, absolutely untouched. Eventually Elioya can get on top of him, but the carries are just in such a good spot to stop any damage coming out from Nisqy and from Carzzy. Adam's just standing right in front of them. Good knock there by Chasey, but the damage has already been done. Shio's coming in, the CC cooldowns are coming off. And Crowny just dominates the fight.
And it's so hard to play these fights out. If you're Mad Lions, you have to find the perfect angle. You have to immediately delete a carry, or it's incredibly difficult, because while Chasey is very, very far ahead, he's got one moment to ult, and then he can maybe 1v1 the backline. But if he's not ulting, he just doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have the threat. Cassante Q, it's nice, but it's not Sion Q, it's not the zoning, it's not the pressure. It's so hard for Carzzy to find the space to just auto-attack. That said, Dominic's coming through. Maybe it'll be enough to give them an edge if they can find a good engage. But right now, BDS dead even in gold. 3 Drakes, much better scaling. Fights are going to be hard for Mad.
Yeah, Crowny just picked up the Lord Dominic's regards from base with nothing. BDS setting up a Baron by the looks of it. TP coming in mid. Mad needs to control both sides of this river.
I love the call from BDS, though. They don't care about a second Dragon for Mad, and if they can keep control of Baron, that's huge. And now, once more,
Shio on the flank again. Look at it.
Shio fishing for an angle here, just keeping Elioya out of the exchange. Nuke walking forward slowly but surely. Crowny so damn fast with the ultimate. Lightning Crash coming at Mad Lions, knowing that they need to back away. Right now, Vi is the only one to drop. Very well played by Mad Lions to hold the line there, not give BDS another angle to the backside. That's Hillisang fishing for the re-engage. Adam's frontlining, but who? For who? Crowny and Nuke unable to do damage. A clean hook coming in for Hillisang. Nisqy now following up the chart, going wide. Adam throwing down a few zombie autos to keep pressure in their favor, but Mad Lions taking the exchange can now shift their sights to the Baron.
What do they do though with Mad Lions? This is really awkward. If they go towards Nash, they're losing Soul. If they go towards Soul, they might lose Nash. So the carries are still alive, and they're being very careful. Adam TP's up in 25 seconds. There's a world here where Mad Lions finish the Dragon, BDS TP towards the Nash, and then they force it before Mad Lions have taken a base. So despite winning the fight, BDS will force this Baron when Shio's out of base.
And especially for Mad Lions, having no vision on this top side is heartbreaking. They need to find some way of getting that vision down. That's why Hilly's starting to push forward. Mad will just take the Dragon and will manage to push BDS out for now.
That's still yet to base though. Nisqy's got the TP, Chasey doesn't. Once they get that mid wave in and Adam's up, is he going to TP in? Is it going to be a force from BDS? Yes, it is. So Mad Lions tempo, all used bot side. Can they get this Baron down in time? Elioya doesn't have smite up yet.
Carries on the side of Mad Lions have their flashes up. Elioya has the flash up, but they've got no vision. They've got no control over the pit. The control word will fade away. BDS using their advantage here, trying to leverage the tempo. As resets come through, Hillisang back on the map. BDS can shred through this with the power of the Casio, but Crowny's not in the area. This is going to take longer than expected. Mad Lions will be there to contest. Right now, just assigning Carzzy to clear out mid lane.
Ward at the back of the pit as well is going to spot everything, so BDS back away instead. Mad.
The hook, the hook, the hook, the hook.
Hook. Crowny playing with caution here. Shio debating. Adam right into the wall. Not at all what BDS wanted. Might just try to reset off that one.
Yeah, BDS couldn't get the Baron off the back of it. They thought they had time, but they were slow to react. They didn't start it up straight away. They thought they could find a pick, and now they've lost the Sion ult. They still want to control this top side, though. Mad Lions and BDS just constantly fighting through mid here. It's like an Aram, just constant back and forth brawling.
Hylissang absolutely fearless here. And this is the beauty of the Blitzcrank when you can force someone into this kind of ARAM situation. You can just fish with the hook. But now Carzzy fish with the devastating smash! And Carzzy, that ultimate getting forced out, he cannot afford to be standing there. That was a big misstep from the AD carry on the side of Mad.
And that's huge if BDS now can get position on towards this Baron. Flash will still be available for Carzzy, but that ultimate down leaves him so vulnerable to some of these Sheo plays.
I think this Baron is gone, you know. No ult on Carzzy. Mad Lions are going to have to find a way in here. They need to get rid of that pink ward in the back of the pit. Once Sheo does that, now they can play the information game BDS. They can look for such an easy turn here. They just have to be on the same page.
They obliterate this health bar. Adam's such a beefy front line. It's hard for them to find the angle. Hylissang coming in the distance, maybe can find a flank, maybe can hook a priority target, but Adam acting the front line, they're managed to secure Baron. Mad Lions, there's nothing left for them in this play, but they're sticking around anyway, chasing Unstoppable clean to get out of that one. Hylissang waiting over the wall, Polymorph to stop any potential hook, and now they're trying to burn down the Blitz. Elyoya into the back line, but he's got no follow-up. Carzzy and Niski miles away, means the fight is going even further awry. Crowny taking huge chunks of damage here. Gonna desperately try to heal up. BDS continuing to press forward, continuing to leverage their advantage. Now their sight's set on mid lane. Niski's out of mana. He's going to be forced to recall here, but BDS can easily look to start to contest a tier 3.
I'm much more happy that he made it to that wall this time. BDS now going to start moving up towards the top side. TP coming through as well from Nuke to make sure that they can actually start to crack open the base.
Yeah, Crowny hasn't based yet, but he's got a little bit of life steal. We'll probably be asking his team to give him the next wave to heal up, or they can just get this top tier 2 and take a recall. Time is BDS's best friend, and they just bought a lot of it. Mad Lions really want to force these plays, but on the back foot ever since that dragon fight. And once that Baron goes down, BDS think of a turn, but Chasey has the W to get out of the ult. Unstoppable, straight away, dashes as well, and the fight's basically over. But Hylissang off to the side, thought he could find some kind of flank, gets Polymorph, no flash, gets knocked up. Elyoya tries to peel. They both fall. The carries aren't in a position to do damage. Niski's off to the left towards midwave, and Carzzy's over the wall, so they're just going to have to retreat here. BDS, if they got another member or two, they could look for an end. So Mad Lions running for the hills, keep the game alive, but these carries are only getting stronger. Crowny might have a BT or a Guardian Angel in the next minute.
And I love the aggressive polymorphs that are coming through from Labrov. You have so much CC there, but he's like, hey, look, if I can just set up these team fights, make it a little bit easier for Sheo to get in, that's going to be big Elyoya, though.
Yeah. Fishing for the engage on the Labrov. Nuke waiting there. Miasma going to stop any potential follow-up. Elyoya burning the ultimate, and almost all of his health bar just to contest there. Not getting the flash out either is devastating, just the ultimate.
There's no side lanes in this game. It's just group and stop sieges or force fights. Mad Lions try again to look for a pick.
Hylissang going to hook the minion into range. I think it's a heads-up play. What? 700 damage from Crowny. Not a good sign for the upcoming siege, as Mad Lions really going to have to hold the line here.
The Baron doing work here for BDS now. They start to try and push in. Carzzy will need to try and step up to see if he can find that opportunity to clear out the wave. Elyoya, with Hilly still there, puts enough pressure onto BDS, but it feels like a lot of the damage is done with 50 seconds until Dragon. They've got the wave shoved in, and they can easily fall back for the soul now.
Oh, Crowny just bought a Bloodthirster. That's a full item Zeri with summoners, with a Lulu behind him. He is going to be a monster in this next fight, and I don't think Mad Lions have the tools or the damage to get him down. And even if they do, Nuke's next in line.
And if we see another fight where Elyoya ults in by himself, there is now more than enough lifesteal on Crowny that means that Wukong will never kill that Zeri, and that is a devastating fact. They need to be perfectly coordinated if they want to take these carries out of the equation.
I think what you do in a situation like this as Mad Lions is you go for the Lulu. I think they're going to have to get the Enchanter down if they want to take down this Zeri, but they need to make sure they don't overcommit too many resources. It's going to be a really tough fight. Soul in 10 seconds.
Devastating smash coming in. Adam brought over the wall immediately. Going to ult, Nuke going to flash to follow up, but Chasey trying to isolate. Chasey trying to create space. Elyoya ulting onto 2, but Crowny does not take damage. There is too much lifesteal there. The Lulu there to protect him, and the fight is falling apart. It is devastation.
No way.
Popping up in the finals. Crowny is everything. Give him another penta. A king, a crown. Medic said it once. I'll say it again. This man will not be stopped.
You cannot give this guy Zeri. Crowny popping off once again, and BDS win game 1.
12-0-4. Faultless. Fantastic from the AD carry of BDS, and he is one step closer to his first title. Emotionless as well. Crowny knows the goal is not done, the job is not done. This is merely a stepping stone as the first game of the series goes to BDS.
Save the emotions for the interview. He knows he has a job to do, and a job done well. Absolutely incredible performance from BDS.
BDS late game. BDS team fighting, it feels like an inevitability.
So now Mad Lions, you'll have side selection. You go to blue side, we expect. Do you fight fire with fire? Do you say to Niski, your Orianna's great, maybe Victor, Syndra will just go down their rabbit hole. We'll match scaling with scaling, and we'll have better team fighting.
I want to bring this back a step though, because I mean, so many of these players haven't been to a finals before, and you see Sheo like secret agenting so many times saying, I'm going to make the call, I'm going to take a big risk here to make this play stick. You see Crownie who's stepping up massively as well here with all the pressure that he's on his shoulders. BDS, this looks like a roster of veterans, not the newcomers.
And think back to LFL finals, EU Masters finals last year. This team coming in second, looking figured out in both those finals, looking like they did not have the angles to come ahead in this game. And now the same strategy they used against Vitality was more than enough to beat Mad Lions in game 1. And that is frustrating, because they didn't have to show us anything new. We didn't see a single new pick from this team whatsoever. They've been prepping, they've been watching all of Mad's game, and they beat them with the exact same strategy they beat Vitality with a week ago.
And it feels like they have 2 or 3 champions in every role, which are basically plug and play to adapt the exact same concept. You know, you say Cassio, Orianna, Syndra can work. You know, the junglers, Vi, Wukong, Maokai, they don't have to overcomplicate it. Zeri, Jinx, Aphelios, Crownie's happy on either 3 of them. And now it's a case of Mad Lions, I don't think you can crack the code, but maybe you can copy it and see if you can beat them with their own game. Because banning out Jinx, banning out Aphelios, banning out these junglers won't change anything, I feel like.
I think the big factor is just crowning that bot side, right? I think the flexibility that he brings, the fact that he can go Zeri, the Xayah, the Jinx Aphelios he's talked about, but I think the Aphelios, the fact that it misses from Karzi's champion pool is just giving them that slight edge in that bot lane matchup.
Karz has played it. The win record isn't great. We'll have to see if he's willing to pull it out in the finals here to maybe even the tables on the scaling options for now. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to hear what they thought about that first game.
Is BDS going to step into this game 1? Will they be nervous? Will they do something they haven't done before? The answer is no. They're just going to win again. And Yamato, a couple of very comfortable things for their start, right? The fact that they didn't have to change anything about their game plans that they've won with in the past, and the fact that I feel like they also get over some humps in terms of where the game could have turned, but they kept their cool.
No, 100%. I think just generally speaking, knowing that they can fall back on the same patterns, the tank in the top side, they have, of course, the mid lane carry on, of course, Cassio, and just always reestablishing the same patterns, but also on top of that, being able to go blow for blow and be a little bit more spontaneous and loose in their gameplay is a fantastic sign for a game 1.
Yeah, because I think Mad Lions, their plan was to come in and really challenge around the early objectives. We know it's no surprise, like BDS were just cruising through every single Drake. They lost 1 Drake in all of playoffs. So you have a guy like Killisang that's just like deciding, I'm going to start hitting the Drake here, leashing it for his team as they come in. And the important thing about this is Adam, when he plays Sign every single game, when he hits 6, he's going to base, he's going to run down for Drake and then TP back top lane. He hits that Drake 30 seconds before Adam has a chance to do it. And then in this fight, with Mad Lions setting up to look for a little bit of an invade, this is where I see a bit of a misstep from BDS. I think Adam and Sheo are both trying to leave here, but if Adam stays in and Sheo stays forward to tank that Ahri charm, Nuke can actually turn around this fight. The focus would be on Adam, and I think they could have won that fight. So if anything, I saw maybe a little bit of lack of coordination to kick things off, but they fixed that perfectly later.
Yeah. And I'll be real with you, BDS own blue buff, that's like their own danger zone. Every single time that Mad Lions found a footing back into the game, it was around that blue buff area. And I really have to give huge credit to Mad Lions because I think they got what they wanted from the draft. They wanted to play for this early skirmish. We've seen Hilly on the Blitzcrank multiple times, but also the fact that the top side was skirmishing without them and finding these picks, trying to hold themselves on towards the game was really pivotal because at that point in the game when that fight happened, I thought to myself already, BDS had won the game.
And as we take a look at this BDS Drake, which I think then they are even more winning.
I mean, it started as a Mad Drake.
No, the crazy thing here is I think it highlights Mad Lions, one of their weaknesses, right? In terms of how they prepare and take like the basic foundations of the game, because I think if in this position they just pulled out the Drake and they push it towards top side, BDS's position would be a lot weaker. But here the fact that BDS recognized this mistake, look for the punish, flashed over the wall with Cassio, and they're so committed to this fight because they spot this mistake, just shows 2 sides of the coin. I just love the fact that BDS are willing to be a little bit loose and a little bit more spontaneous in their gameplay, and Mad Lions showcasing a little bit of their weakness when it comes to the basic foundations of how you set up an objective.
And I even think this could have been such a more stronger fight for BDS as well, had Lavrov not missed the positioning and just a little bit huge chart then came on towards him. But it's something we've seen BDS do a lot as soon as they hit level 6, specifically with Crownie on Zeri. We saw it in some of their bracket stages as well, where they just find one good fight, Crownie just flashes in there with his ultimate, and it's that discipline when you need to be disciplined that puts them where they are, but it's also the the ability to pull the trigger when it's necessary that really just puts them in these situations.
Two of the things that we've heralded for BDS for this entire split now, and we'll get to Crowny in a second because obviously it was crazy, but I feel like Sheo, the 2 times where he waited and he came from the same angle and he flanked and engaged and got a super winning fight for BDS. Of course, that is always a team effort, but also he's in the game. He started 100%. And he's just doing what he's been doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing is I think there's like so much pressure on a player. Like when you're playing the Vines, like how do I actually start off a team fight? Because I don't want to run just straight at them. And he's looking for those flank angles. Because I think the early game wasn't the typical Sheo show of like tons of invades or showing up to counter gank. If anything, we saw the fight where they got in there. But even from a slight deficit, he was constantly looking for those angles and punishing the oversteps from Mad Lions.
And the fact that he's playing Vi into Xayah, there was fights when he queued flat into the Xayah, forced the ultimate before it even started, just shows that once again BDS recognized the patterns that they need to break in the opposition to get the right fights going. It feels like everything is so pre-measured and it's so beautiful leading into the fights because the execution is there mechanically.
And I also just feel like that actually, I would actually say by watching the early game, I actually felt there was a bit of nerves from BDS still going into it. I still think we saw some of the mistakes come through from him. I actually think Sheo had a bit of a harder impact in the early game that he would normally have had. Some could probably go down to the comp, some could probably be the attack for Mad Lions. But I think he found his footing the further we got into this game. And I think like this was one of the hardest games for BDS because they had to get used to the stage once again, and they actually overcame it.
Yeah, and I mean, eventually you have Crowny flying in with the pentakill to close things out. Because like even before that, like Mad Lions did keep it competitive. They sort of flipped the Baron early on, won that fight. But at the end of the day, Crowny on the Zeri is just an absolute freak of nature. Frontline damage dealer doing it all.
But he's so broken as well because it's not just a Seri as well. What if you give him Aphelios? What if you give him Jinx? Yep. Like there's not enough bans for this guy too.
And I think just definitely in the way that, you know, the whole strategy of BDS only works if your AD carry can deliver in any shape or form. And that's the main thing, right? They have the tank on top, the supportive champions in the bot lane and also in the jungle. It doesn't work unless Crowny is the man that is going to deliver.
That was the 4th pentakill of Spring. That was the most pentakills we've ever had in a single
split. 2 by Crowny?
I guess so. Was there a comp one?
That's also taking into account that our splits are shorter now.
That's true.
Oh,
actually,
damn.
it's double crazy. Our ADs, they are wildin'. But Team BDS's magical story continues as they extend their streak to 11 wins in a row. After the break, we'll be covering picks and bans here at the desk. Don't go anywhere.
He's just following that man around his jungle. Seems like he's trying to do something similar with the first hook. Now going to land. Carzzy following up. 3 feathers back. Not quite going to get snare. Labrov now zooming out to safety.
Carzzy.
Running as fast as he can. Carzzy, first blood on the bottom side.
We can fight anytime, anytime. He has no flash. Just fight.
We can fight. Xayah no flash, okay? Xayah no flash.
Xante.
Yeah. Kill Wukong.
Kill Wukong. We can end after. Don't think.
Xayah no flash. Xayah no flash. Xayah no flash. No flash, Harry. No flash, Harry.
Penta.
No, kill Xayah. Okay. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Game 2. BDS, they didn't miss a beat. They haven't lost a game in playoffs, and they're not about to start now. Or maybe they will. It's up to the Mad Lions. They've been on the back foot before. They know how to clutch it out. Hey, they even reverse swept a team in a final before, so it was Rogue. Yes, I just didn't want to, trigger the PTSD for the Rogue fans, the core fans. That's all. And we're now heading into draft almost for Game 2. Martin, set us up for this one. It seems like BDS, they know what they want and they get it.
Yeah, it seems like they have a very good read of how they want to play as a team. I don't know if it's patch related or maybe something they figured out as a group. Probably the latter. I think they just really understand what they need to succeed. And if you look at the team comps they're running in the last 11 games since they started winning, it's the same every game. It's a hyper carry on mid, it's a hyper carry on AD, and 3 facilitating champs. In the draft we just saw, it doesn't even feel like they're trying to adapt to the enemy. They just want to get as many of the power picks as possible. So now it's up to Mad to try to punish that.
Can you disrupt that?
I think there's options. We've seen in the past Chasey being very strong on those split push or lane bully champions like the Fiora for an example. But I think Mad Lions read coming in today with how good Carzzy and Hylissang were playing previously was just sort of to match that, blinding the Cassante instead of saving the 5th pick for a counter pick. They gave that to Hylissang instead. So unless they change their read, which probably won't happen on blue side, I think we're going to see a lot of this tank v tank on the top side.
I wonder if they're just going to commit even deeper into the bans because they did ban Darius and Olaf, but Sion slipped through there onto 4-5. Yeah. Maybe if they go even deeper into the 4-5 bans and start to see what's hiding behind pick number 5 for a specific player, that's where things can get interesting.
Yeah, but Reckless, surely banning so many top lane champions, I mean, then you're forgetting about everything else, especially about Crownie.
Yeah, I don't think it's even about banning them out at this point. I think it's just about trying to punish more in the draft. For example, in the last one, we saw them use support as a 5 pick when Labrov already locked in Lulu on the 2-3 blue side. So in my mind there, you try to go top counter pick and try to punish Adam's blind pick instead. And they just, in my opinion, gave too many free lanes for BDS. And if it goes to the later stages with the comps BDS are playing, they should be winning the team fights.
Yeah, there are still a few things that BDS do need to ban away. The Kennen being something Adam doesn't want to play on the top side. Rakan too, you can't let that fall into Hylissang's, really any support's hands on this patch. Even Annie, I think, is something we were seeing over on red side. Gragas. This is Gragas. This is the Gragas first pick angle.
We have Gragas, Annie. The question as well is the Vi and the Xayah interaction. Last time Mad Lions first picked Xayah here, and this time they just go for the Vi because they know the team BDS is willing to play Vi into Xayah.
Yeah, and it also feels like Crown is not necessarily willing to play the Xayah. I don't think it's because he can't play the Xayah. I just think he prefers to play a harder carry in the Seri or the Jinx or the Aphelios. So Vi first pick makes a lot of sense.
I think an additional layer of all this, I feel like Labrov is the only support that has been successful with the Tahm Kench and the Thresh. And those are 2 champions that can definitely help your immobile AD carries be safe against the Vi.
100%. I feel like too, it's a little surprising again not seeing the Xayah come in as an answer, but the Jinx does very well. I think especially into the later stages of the game, the range advantage you have over something like the Xayah, especially if you're going to be beating down on a heavy front line, that pick looks absolutely fantastic. I think the Maokai too gives such passive sort of information in terms of those saplings too. So when they're looking to control objectives, the Dragons, the Barons, which is going to be even easier for them to do, I think, on the red side for that Drake, that pick has a ton of value.
And there are options on the support role to help the Jinx here. You can lock in a Tahm or a Braum to counter big enemy support and help your Jinx survive the Vi ult. Now, if I'm Mad, I'm thinking about that, and I'm trying to make sure that Team BDS cannot get a support that helps Crownie out, because they need to have it as an option in the team fight to one-shot him to win it out.
I'd imagine here that we're going to see the Thresh or Tam just on 3, just to make sure that as you drop into the 4-5 bans, you don't get punished. Ezreal, that's interesting.
Not a big fan of the Ezreal because I think they're already having issues, composition versus composition to win team fights. So when you lock in the Ezreal, that's going to make it even worse.
A bit of a surprise on the patch, but this is a Carzzy classic, right? Like, whenever it is, it's just lock in that Ezreal. You know Hylissang is going to leave the lane and look for roams. This is something he's been doing for years in the LEC, so we'll see how it actually ends up paying off for him. I think Nuke's Cassio looked really good, especially holding on to the ults, like late into the fight. He wasn't just instantly snapping it when the engage came on, but of course, that does fall victim a little bit to ganks around mid lane when there's an Annie and a Vi that can shut him down.
I think also the unique thing about having, as we've mentioned time and time again, just having 2 threats. I feel like always, if one of the targets is going to be focused on by the Vi ult, I feel like always Cassio and Jinx, as long as they don't get caught together, they're always going to be able to punish that initial engage from the opposition.
I'm kind of surprised by the Garen ban because I don't think BDS is looking for another threat on the top lane. I think they're looking for a tank top. And I think they're looking for a support that can save either Cassio or Jinx when they get targeted. So if I'm mad here, I would more so look to ban maybe a Sion, maybe a Tahm Kench or a Braum if my blind pick would be the Pyke in this case, just so you have the ability to go on the Jinx or the Cassio if you want to in a team fight. Yeah, straight up 5v5, this is not going to be winnable.
Yeah, that Tahm Kench, I see as being like such a problem because that Vi ult instantly no value, and then like the disengage into like turn abilities you have too between the Maokai and the Cassio is nuts.
I'd imagine that, just Renata straight up, okay. That's very interesting. Another target, but of course can lay down the carpet as of course the engage comes in. The Pyke's coming in.
I think they have to keep it crazy here. There's no way they win straight up 5v5 with Ezreal versus Jinx and Annie versus Cassio. The more crazy they can go, the better.
Yamada, do you have a stronger opinion than interesting on the Renata pick, or are you a fan? You against it?
I think the key thing is just...
Jace is open.
Ooh, okay.
I completely forgot.
Well, that changes
really
kind of everything, right? I feel like that changes everything, considering now they can actually play a poke game, a slower game, and slowly chip away at the enemy's HP pool. They don't necessarily need to engage, but can Mad Lions not do that? That's the question.
Yeah. That is a good question. They have a lot of ability to play around mid, but yeah, after that, when it comes to team fights, I think that is kind of the right approach, though.
Wow.
If they send, okay, so they're sending Annie support.
Okay.
Full poke.
I mean, you think about it though, right? You're just getting monster outscaled. But now the fact there's a huge heavy engage threat on the top side of the map, unless they're coming with a big lead in positions, they can actually siege, be the ones on objectives first. Like, I feel like they're just getting forced on over and over.
Yeah, if they're not first on objectives this game, there's no way they can enter and fight because Malphite can always just send it. So for Mad Lions here, it's about getting a lead. It's about not fighting, even though you're chipping away and poking at them. It's about not committing to a fight.
Oh, it's crazy to see this side of Mad Lions, but then again, Niski Zoe, it's a classic. Chasey on Jace is something we've seen time and time again, and Carzzy, when he won his first initial split, it was on the Ezreal, so they're, pulling out all stops here.
It's wild. It's like BDS back on comfort, like very easy, like straight up scaling teamfight comp versus a really hard to play comp that's on a bit of early game pressure, mid game pressure to be in a very commanding position within the game. But Mad Lions, they've been in situations like this before. Reckless, how are you feeling about their chance overall?
I think actually they have good chances if they can execute on this one, but it is a hard to execute comp and they need to be ahead in this game.
Beware of the mall fight, that's all I'm going to say, and beware of your trigger fingers, because you need to let your champions poke, rotate abilities time and time again, chip away at the HP bars.
Yeah, and I guess beware of your surroundings as well. Let's see what happens. I love it. We get a new look from the Mad Lions. They said we are going to change it up. Let's see if they can bring home game 2.
Here we are for game 2. BDS came out swinging in game 1. Mad Lions, some solid options in the early game. BDS ultimately taking over. We're still here at the caster desk. But Mad Lions, this is crazy to me because they have drafted a composition that is arguably harder to execute. Even more sharp, more limited in what it can do to win the game. But if it works, it's incredibly powerful.
It's a lot of poke, isn't it? Jace, Zoe, Ezreal, 3 of the biggest poke champs in the game versus a little bit of hard engage. The space that BDS will have with Renata ult, Maokai ult, and Malphite, They need to get to those objectives first and poke them out before they can just full-on hard engage. If they're engaging on full health bars, BDS are going to roll over them.
It does make it difficult, though. I mean, this is the perfect spot for Adam to end up taking this Malphite, right? It gives them the engage that they need. Is a decent matchup into chasing that top side as well. Adam's just going to be chilling, just making sure that he can scale into Oblivion with the rest of Nuke and Crownie. This is Mad really having to put their foot down.
Mad waiting over the wall. Potentially going to fish for something here, but Hillsang just going to throw down an auto attack. And I think this is an opportunity for Chasey on the Jace to do what he did against Photon yesterday in the Ken and Rumble matchup and build such a massive lead, be such a huge threat that he is an inevitability himself. Because if Adam just gets to sit quietly and wait for team fights, this is not going to be an easy game.
Definitely isn't. I think the poke will be very powerful into Renata specifically. I think Renata really struggles against range and poke, so it's only really Elyoya that he can look at here, Labrov, in terms of getting that ultimate across. So they need to make sure that Mad Lions play it quite a hefty range. BDS already getting a bit of bot push, and Mad Lions will play for top push. You can see Elyoya's already going for a level 3 up there. Need to be careful of a Shio level 3 gank up there too.
Wave resetting here. Keep our eyes on the battle for level 2 as Hillsang opting to go for the shield at level 1, not looking for any way to trigger the stun, and huge damage. Niski feeling confident here in the mid lane. Can he burn through Nuke's health bar? He's already forced him back for now. Desperate to get the solo kill, ticking, burning, but will not drop.
Good answer from Nuke, though, not burning his own flash, knowing that Niski didn't really have the damage to take him down. Will have to burn the TP to get back in, but good ward here on the top side. Will spot out Sheo as Chasey runs back.
Chasey saw him.
Oh, very risky to walk to the brush there. Hillsang going to get aggressive, flash forward, finding the stun immediately. Carzzy now full, committing onto Labrov, knowing that blinking health bar is a dead Renata. Carzzy still standing. Hillsang continuing to step forward, stacking up spells, fishing for the stun. Pyromancy, ready to go. We'll walk away.
Yeah, good play from Hilly. That's the second time we've seen that now. As Chasey's trying to crash his top wave, that's the second 2v2 kill we've seen in this series so far. Very similar story to game 1. Is top diveable? Can they pull this off? No ward from Adam. Needs to get a base off, but he needs to be careful. They need to dive on this wave as well, so they're going to have to pull the trigger right now, Mad Lions. See if he can flash the Q.
Mad, pedal to the metal. Need to get this one done. Flash out from Adam, trying to buy as much time as possible. Burning through the health bar. Chasey, living, blinking health bar. 24 HP will still stand. 11-12. Minions almost finishing the job.
Just trying to keep it interesting at the end, but Chasey, so well played. Managing to just get the hammer down before he dodged out of the way as well.
Great plays already from Mad Lions. You can see the proactivity coming out from this squad. Really aggressive here in game 2. Game 1 was a similar situation, mainly from Hillsang, but now Elyoya and Chasey on these comfort picks are getting the balls rolling.
And even more important that they find this early snowball. If they can find huge item advantages, poke will be insurmountable for BDS. They won't have the comfort of just setting up these fights. But this is what you want to see from Mad Lions if you're a fan of them. They've got the experience. They've got the players who have been in these tight situations. This is LEC final appearances. Hillsang, no surprise at the top. Carzzy, Elyoya, Niski, everyone on the top side up there. It's only one for every single player on the side of BDS except for Adam. So Mad Lions, no surprise to see them hold their ground, recover here.
Elyoya didn't reset. Mad want to try and cover for any sort of cross map that Sheo wants to go for. Sheo, though, does have the level advantage, so would be a bit of a boon for BDS, but it looks like everyone's just going to back away from River for the moment.
Yeah, Mad needs to get back down here and catch this bot wave. BDS were thinking of if they went for the shorter path there through the red buff where that ward is across the Dragon Pit, they could look for an engage. Labrov, see if he spots out Elyoya here. That ward across should eventually spawn him as he kites the camp. Sheo's looking for Raptor respawn, but that's already gone. And now they're threatening a mid dive. Niski under a lot of threat here, and he knows it. Look at that wave, he's bleeding. He needs to walk up, but he doesn't have flash.
Did he considering moving? Won't actually go for it, but now Niski has to exit out stage left. That means that the rest of BDS should be able to deny him a bit of this wave.
I thought I saw some kind of airy go in that bush where BDS were standing. I wonder if something happened there. Anyway, yeah, Niski will get that wave. Dragon spawning in, of course, 5-minute timer. Does BDS just instantly start Dragon? Would be very, very risky to do that, but they're in the spot side river. Shio's going to move back towards his top side, and they'll find nothing here.
Denying some gold, at least to the side of Niski, punishing him for burning that flash earlier in the mid lane 1v1. Nuke still holding onto his flash for now. Maybe a play to be made as he hits level 6. It is just around the corner. Niski's flash still not up and available. Always tough, though, to take a Zoe out of the equation here. Chasey continuing to build a lead on the top side of the map. Adam just resetting, even with the wave crashing in, knowing that he has to give up the wave to survive there.
I will say, though, this is going a little bit better here for Elyoya in the early stages. Or sorry, for Sheo in the early stages. The fact that he's actually been able to get some vision control in the enemy jungle is very different to what we saw in the last game. It felt like BDS's game plan of try and dictate the pace of the early game wasn't quite working, but now at least they've been able to spot out where Elyoya is, and Sheo is doing a reasonably good job of keeping pace with him as he moves around the map.
So, 2 minutes away from that Herald. Base is coming in from the BDS bot lane. Shio's coming out of base to his bot side respawn. Elyoya with that core fields building towards Black Cleaver or Divine Sunder. And looking for some information. Doesn't have a pink ward, doesn't have a ward. Just checking camps. Adam's quite pushed up, no flash. Really wants to get that wave in. Gonna go for the backline, see if Chasey can stall him out. Has the level 6 though, so I think he should be alright, but they could try to force that ultimate to make Chasey's life a bit easier.
Big to force that ultimate before the potential Herald fight, especially with Chasey having such a massive individual advantage. There's the ulti, and Mad Lions get exactly what they came for. Now they can feel confident to pull the trigger on that objective on the top side.
Top crab spawning though, so they'll know that he'll hang around there. BDS could look for a dragon in this bot side river. Shio's around, or they can just look to take away camps.
They're going to immediately move down to a shield. Should be able to pick that one up. Really nice job, though, for Elyoya to actually get that ultimate in the top side. Will just about be back up, I believe, in time for the Rift Herald, which would be the next big objective that both these teams are fighting for. So a little bit unfortunate that they haven't been able to get that timing just right, but still should be an opportunity then for BDS to try and use this Malphite.
Got a pause. Not sure who paused there. I think it's BDS. Looks like they might have some kind of peripheral issue or communication issue. Don't think there's anything in-game related here.
Looks like, yeah, based on microphone positioning here, maybe comm's not coming through. To be fair, I consistently have my mic in the wrong place. Audio has to come up and like move it while you guys are speaking. So, you know, happens to the best of us. Yeah. But we'll keep you updated. If it's anything more serious, for now, we're using visual clues to make up an entire narrative about what this pause is about. Are we right or wrong? We'll only know once league officials tell us.
But that's the beauty of a murder mystery like this. You know, you got to put all the pieces together, get the clues, and then talk to, you know, Mrs. Doubtfire in the back and find out what the actual answer is.
Has Dracos solved the puzzle? Has he figured it out? Will we be getting back into the game shortly, or is it something deeper, something more mysterious?
Well, we just got confirmation from production in the back via league officials that it was simply a microphone positioning issue and that communication could have been clearer.
You nailed Cluedo. That was phenomenal.
Bam.
Yeah, I wonder if you could see that they were like putting their fingers between the mic and the mouse, just saying like, needs to be at this distance to pick you up.
It's like 2 fingers away.
Too far away.
There's a correct side and a wrong side of the mic. I know it all just looks like one little black glob, but there is a side that takes in sound and there's a side that doesn't. So you got to have it facing the right way. Yeah. This is why people are paid to do audio for a living, because there's a lot of really niche things that only audio people care about until, of course, you can't hear your teammates. Or until the only thing you can hear is Mad Lions chants, which Sheo might not be as excited about.
That's it, getting placed back on there by Sheo. A couple pests will come through. And a good game state for Mad Lions. Saw BDS there starting up the Dragon. That should be an easy secure. Waiting for the Vi to ding over to level 6 for more plays to happen on the Mad Lions side.
I'm curious to see, though, if Mad Lions can try and keep the pace of this up, though. It's been really good so thus far with Elyoya obviously getting the kill on top. We got Karzi on the kill on bot side. And this is definitely how they want to try and continue this game forward, especially if you can start to get things like Rift Herald. They become so crucial for a squad like this, because if the map starts to deteriorate and you can't set up your vision correctly, that's where a poke composition really starts to fall apart.
And I think if you break down enemy mid laners tier 1 as Zoe, you just have a field day. You can run through the jungle, you can throw bubbles over the wall, you can start one-shotting people. That is the dream. If it takes you 20 minutes to break down mid-tier 1, Zoe is an infinitely worse champ. That said,
does Mad Lions fight this, though? They just put a ward over the wall. Yoya's going to go towards his red, so they're going to call it off. But you're absolutely right, Dracos.
Back into the game. Hylissang off to the side. Shea looks like Sleep going to get canceled there by the Dragon.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw a big Zoe pop off was Gen G, BDD.
BDD, and now Labrav in trouble. That's the reset. They want to kill Hylissang. If they kill Hylissang, Labrav will live, but no! The timing, not quite right. So far, a 1-for-1, and Sheo goes right back in. That's Nuke waiting for an ult, waiting for an angle. Niski stunned, locked up. Almost solo killed there. Crowny's still alive, and Disaster striking again. Mad Lions in these objective fights, game after game, getting torn to pieces by BDS.
Absolute replica of what happened in game 1. Hypercarry mid, hypercarry bots. They walk into River, and they both have 2 kills now.
But that's the thing, Mad try and commit to the Dragon, which was already gone in favor of BDS. BDS had already set up the battle line, so it ends up going in their favor, but now again, Chasey whacks down the rock where it stands.
Needs to be careful, though. Shio's on the way up, has no flash. The rocket is going to land. Chasey's positioning.
Observers, there's no way.
Woo. He's going to dodge out on that one, but he's sticking around. We'll get the wave in. Hilly now trying to mark off Labrov. Herald instantly started here by Mad Lions. They want to keep the pace up. They may have lost the fight, but they want to keep forcing these objectives.
So crucial that Mad do not let the game slow down, cannot be phased by a mistake on the bottom side. Need to continue to snowball advantages, especially on the top side. 1.5k individual gold lead for Chasey. Once he recalls, he's going to have big items waiting for him. Gets the early Hex Drinker, but BDS ready to fight.
Elyoya needs to get this and get out now. There's a Maokai ult, there's a Malphite ult, there's A lot of CC ready to land on top of him. He's going to get the full reset. Is he? Oh, he didn't get the eye.
Oh, no!
Didn't get the eye. Here comes the hard reset. Full reset. 7,000 health now, but this is gone.
And now you don't have smite. You can't even flip it. You can't even contest it. Shao doesn't have it either, but you certainly don't know that. Oh, coming up. It's a true shot barrage.
No chance. No chance.
Oh, it's just not going to... Oh, okay. TP coming out to go back to the bottom lane. Adam just going to hold the line there. And I like this coming out from BDS, reassigning their lanes. Chasey not going to get the luxury of an isolated 1v1.
Ooh, but Elio's just hits level 6. Crowny no flash. They want to push out this wave.
Rob in trouble here. Should be an easy kill pickup. But the handshake coming out buys a bit more time. Crowny's going to be able to escape on the back of that one. Brav will still fall, but a clean gank coming in from Mad Lions.
Such a big handshake there to make sure that Ayoya couldn't actually get the ultimate immediately onto Crowny, get the double CC. So nice job by Labrov, but a nice kill as well. Without Chio there was nothing that BDS could do.
Oh, I think Mad Lions really wanted 2 kills there. Good play by BDS, good macro play for the Herald swap. You're a top laner down there and play things top, but Mad Lions respond very, very quickly. They've weathered the storm a bit, they've recuperated their gold lead, but they can't afford to make these mistakes in River. Every single team fight in these Rivers, BDS is just taking over, even in the early stages with these scaling champs.
The big one is Chase though. 3 kills now on towards Chasey. This is where he really needs to step up and be accounted for. The pop shots that he'll be able to take are going to be like significant amount of damage if they land onto the right targets. The big thing though is trying to get him into these fights. As we already kind of pointed out, you want to be able to crack open these turrets, buy space in the map, make sure you're first the objectives, but with the Rift Herald in Chio's back pocket, that's the next question as he moves down towards the bot side with Crowny and Labrov already here.
Yeah, it's going to get placed. No one from Mad Lions here to respond. No cross map available either. Chasey's not even hitting top tower. Adams cleared the wave. Carson needs to get down here quick. I think this full tower might be gone over to Crowny. This is going to be a massive gold swing in his favor. You can see Yoya running down. Crowny no flash. Going to have to give it up and just take the platings and not the full thing.
Happy to have those 2 plates there. Objective now taken, but again, giving money back into Crowny's back pocket. Continuing to funnel him, trying to set him up to carry time after time. Mad Lions, we know what they need to do on this poke composition, but losing control on the map is definitely not ideal. Want the vision setup, want to be first on the play.
You even got Nuke in mid who's pushing in. He might be able to get a turret play for himself as well. Yeah, just have to pick that one up. They considered moving Nuke down to contest the 4v4, but decide against it. Dragon in a minute. I don't think they want to try and blow a lot of these big summoner spells or ultimates trying to find picks before that objective comes up.
This is a 2-0 Cassio, almost 1,000 gold lead, has flash up, ahead in experience, has to push. Nisqy needs to find some more on this Zoe. Maybe look for poke on these river fights, play it slow, chip away at them. And Chasey obviously winning in isolation. Actually half HP right now underneath the tower. Has access to the flash. Might need to flash the unstoppable force if Adam goes for the all-in, but he has the Hex Drinker just in case. Mad Lions trying to stop BDS bases. Crowny probably wants to go back and get that Kraken Slayer. Now BDS moving into this Dragon Pit.
This might be the Adam special though. He's going for the reset on top side. Could immediately move down for this Dragon fight, so they have that Malphite ultimate available, but would leave a lot of time for chasing top side. Adam actually cancels the reset. They will see Karzi on his own.
Walking in. Karzi isolated. Smite now coming out, debating if they want to commit for the play. Could just look for the tower. Karzi has enough damage to clear this wave pretty easily, though. So they are just going to back away, give Crowny that reset, pick up the Kraken Slayer, as you highlighted earlier, Casual.
So BDS Dragon setup is important for them. 10 seconds on that spawn.
Ooh,
Crowny.
Gale
He's gone
Force.
for Gale Force, actually. Yeah, you're right. So there's no front line on Mad. You know, there's no tanks to burn through. So maybe he thinks having access to that dash is going to be crucial against champions like Jace when he goes for Hammer Form. Nisqy going to get a plate there. Trying to get some setup. They've already started up this Dragon. You can see both top laners on the way. We might have a 5v5 on our hands. Nuke's a little bit chunked. They need to control this zone, poke them down as much as possible.
Good vision. Hillsang going to fish for it onto Crowny. Shock Blast will not connect. Shao now trying to disengage with the ultimate, but he's been isolated. He's all on his lonesome. Nuke coming over the wall. LeBron getting chipped away. Adam immediately into the back line. Unstoppable Force now leveraged. Nisqy isolated off the side, but it's an incredibly split fight from BDS. That's exactly what Mad Lions want. So many crucial ults taken out of the equation. Massive hostile takeover will not be enough. That's one sleepy Malphite, and they'll finally take him out. All eyes on Nuke, but he does not have what it takes to turn this fight, or does he? Oh, burns down in the end. It is scrappy around the pit. Mad Lions hunting for more. LeBron taken out of the equation just like that. Easy fight at the end for Mad Lions. A double for Karzi.
These fights are all going to be mechanically intensive. And the reason Mad Lions won this fight was because Nisqy baited out a lot of spells from the mid support of BDS. But more crucially, Chasey and Hillsang both flashed the Malphite ult.
And as well, the fact that they got onto Crowny early. Crownie burned everything trying to move away from Hylissang, and it meant that he wasn't really in a position to follow up on Adam's engage. Nuke was separated as well, and Mad Lions happy to force this fight into more skirmish orientations where they're going to thrive.
We talked about it being harder to execute. Mad Lions have now executed on it. Not a massive lead. Crownie's still sitting at 3-0 on this Jinx, but no summoners means fighting becomes a little more difficult. Flash is used by Mad Lions as well to avoid those spells, and now we've got Crownie up in the top side. Shio maybe looking for a dive onto Niski here, hiding in that tri-brush, and you can see Chasey's on his way up to cover, so you've got both solo laners on this top side trying to cover off this dive onto Niski as Carzzy lanes 1v1 against Adam.
Niski forced to back away for now. Attention instead put on the mid lane, makes a ton of sense. Again, 2.1k individual gold lead. Chasey, a lot of MR, can match up very favorably into Nuke. And the burst that's going to come out from this Jace in short trades is going to be very hard to deal with for the Casio.
Both these AD carries are huge at the moment, though. We've seen Carzzy carry game 5 already on this Ezreal in a similar position against the Jinx. We'll have to see if he's going to be capable of doing it again, but we're going to be coming into this replay.
So start to Crownie, sorry, he talked about the cleanse to run away. Now watch Adam here. Watch his ult. Chasey and Hylissang looks like good targets, doesn't it? Both of them just instantly flash it, so they miss out on those ultimates, so they can't follow up. And then off to the left side, Niski's baiting out flashes from BDS to try and commit. All that's left now is Casio ult, so as long as Mad Lions play it slow and play it safe, they can't tunnel vision too deep, and then they'll eventually win out on the extended fight. You can see there, the Casio ult comes out, only lands onto Yoya, but he's alone there, Nuke. Gets isolated, eventually falls from Niski. You can see, watch Niski here. He ults forwards to not give the reset. Eventually he dies, yes, but that split second is what made sure Nuke died.
So clutch in those small moments. Easy cleanup here onto LeBron, but you can see Mad Lions kind of dissecting the options available to BDS in that instance, because yes, they have stronger scaling carries, but it's early to mid game. The thing that makes their fights impactful is those big AoE team fighting ultimates, and if those aren't going to find impact, much easier for Mad Lions to take the fight. That said, BDS can be the first ones to break open a mid lane tower, leveraging the power of Jinx. Everybody ready to body block here. Sleepy Crownie not going to get taken down, 160.
I love the call from BDS, though. They don't really have positioning on the Rift Child, so they're like, look, we'll forget about it. Too much poke, too many opportunities, but actually now...
immediately kicking things off by going into Hylissang, trying to take the Annie out. Niski off to the side, Carzzy off to the side, but the 5-man core of BDS just barreling into the mid lane.
They love to group, don't they? Adam walked towards mid when he saw Chasey TPing down, and you can see BDS again. Objective started by Mad. Let's just play on 2 lanes, push in everything, and force them to respond. Mad Lions eventually will with a Herald of their own towards mid. Need to catch these side lanes and push out. So, as much as Mad Lions have this gold lead, they need a hell of a lot more gold to leverage some kind of advantage, because BDS's team fight is still stronger in the 5v5.
Certainly the case. Adam just going to catch this wave here, forcing the TP out. So, small potential advantage, but Chasey obviously not going to have the same threat quite yet onto a flank as Adam will. Mad Lions on the bottom side. A lot of resources in their favor. Are they willing to try and dive a Malphite? Looks like the answer is now a no for now. Just setting up vision, trying to take some control. 2 minutes and 11 seconds till the objective, but looking for an opportunity to use that Herald.
They're trying to get control over mid lane, so they can potentially stop some sort of play there, but the engage now for Labrov.
Labrov isolated. Hylissang potentially going to look for the follow-up. A lot of cooldowns being burnt. Ulti now coming out. Labrov should just fall. Hostile takeover will not complete. Crownie finding 1 on the reset is massive, though. Hylissang and Chasey, they burnt their entire combos, and now they're just getting walked down because Crownie is untouched on the backside. Perfect spacing to stay away from the skies. Perfect to stay away from the Jace. The potential burst damage. Crownie untouched as his front line eats every bit of damage that Mad Lions have. But now Crownie playing with fire, playing on the edge, and Shio going forward. Babattle and ulti finishing the job, and Crownie again feeling like an inevitability.
Carzzy doesn't get anything off the back of that. Everyone's on 1 HP, and they get out here. BDS, Adam, and Crownie live. It's the Crownie show once again. 6-0 on this Jinx. That was a 750 gold shutdown onto Chasey. Hylissang with the flash ult over the wall. There was no follow-up.
Crownie does not want to be denied in this finals. A fantastic performance from him, but great setup. As we said, from Shio, from Adam being able to roam over, and now Mad Lions. We talked about the difficulty to execute in this composition. Well, if BDS are getting their lead, getting control, especially with Dragon in 55 seconds, this is going to be tough for them to answer.
And you heard about it from Yamato on the desk. You have to be patient. You have to go for the poke rotations. You have to really chip them away. You can't just go in health bar to health bar. And you saw there, they burned all their cooldowns, and suddenly Adam and Sheo could walk up and no one could get onto Crownie. And I mean, credit to Crownie playing perfectly around the Jace ranges to make sure he didn't get one shot there. But Mad Lions have to play with a bit more discipline in these fights or it'll all fall apart.
They have to play blind at the moment as well. BDS have cleared it all the vision. River and now Mad, they have to be the ones that need to cross map. I don't think they can actually go for this second Dragon, because if you walk into Adam with that ultimate now available, it's a death sentence for you.
It really is. You can see Mad Lions adapting to the game state. They're saying, Poke is good, yes, but right now we can't afford to take fights. This Jinx sitting on 2.5 items. Need to play for sides, but as I say that, they have to Herald, and they're going to Herald mid. BDS are going to be here to respond, though. Adam dropping top waves, has flash ultimate. Carzzy no flash, Niski no flash. They could look for an engage here. Nuke and Shio off to the side. This Maokai ult could be huge.
The Herald's not immediately going to charge. The wave is there to stop the Herald. Oh, that sucks for Mad Lions. They have to burn through this wave as quick as they can. And they're going to take it out before it even charges in. They're going to finish it before it gets the charge. Mad Lions needed to break mid lane. Instead, they'll take 60% of Adam's health bar and nothing else.
Do they take the fight on Dragon now, though? Because this Malphite is incredibly low. Adam's just going to have to hide in the shadows and wait for Mad Lions to walk up. Flash ult, he'll probably die, but could win them the fight. He's got the passive shield. Carzzy's on mid-wave. Crowny's starting it up. Shio has smite, so does Elioya. Niski's off to the side, trying to get some more poke down.
Could be a 50-50. Hex Tech Soul. What's at stake here? Getting closer and closer. What feels like a game-winning Soul. Snare's going to come out. BDS just happy with the objective. In the meantime, Mad Lions will take the consolation prize. They will at least get mid lane tower, but have to give up a dragon to do it.
Carzzy, I don't think you can go for the second one. The reset's coming through from BDS. They need to be very careful. Though, as I say that, BDS aren't getting members here in time.
So behind, though. Here comes the play.
Fight. 2 towers down in exchange for a Drake. BDS need to get more if they want this to shift back into their favor. Adam ready to go forward. Is going to just lock up one. They're going to delete the Jace. And that's clutch from the side of BDS. Big kill. What else can they get done?
Adam tried to do the Malphite special there. You're looking at the Malphite, you're ready on your flash key. What Adam did there was he flashed forwards, hoping Chasey would flash, thinking it's a Malphite ult. Anyway, pulls the trigger. Chasey doesn't react. BDS looking for a red here. Lying in wait. Elioya.
Is he just going to take it away? Could just look to burn down LeBron. Big poke damage coming in from the Zoe. Ignite ticking. The Q.
Nice Carzzy Q.
Clutch Mystic shot.
Dies the ignite of Niski.
Nice raid from Mad as well. This one of the Shio was on the ward over by their own Raptors, so they decide to take that quick fight, quick pick, and Labrov goes down. Still though, vision starting to be established for Baron, and that's going to be a question of, can Mad find those pot shots over the wall?
Wait, hang on a second.
If they have an opportunity.
Are they going for a Baron start 20 minutes in? They have the damage for it with the Ezreal, you have to imagine, but BDS, no wards. Your support's dead. Adam has 2 pings, so he'll spot it out. Rocket for vision, no ultimate for Adam just yet. It looks like they're going to flip it again, similar to game 1.
7 seconds on the ultimate.
No
Nuke waiting over the wall. Hillsang buying so much pace. 3K getting lower and lower. Can they burn through this objective? Nuke going to try to get over the wall. Nuke, can he take it away? No. Smite now coming out. Unstoppable is Elioya with the Baron buff. Down in the favor of Mad Lions. True Shot Barrage now coming out of the Crowny. Deleted Crowny. They took him out. That's everything Mad Lions can do for the turn. It's Nuke versus Carzzy. Niski still off to the side. Sheo desperate to retreat now as Mad Lions have not only taken the Baron, they've taken the fight.
The fact that they managed to get 2 kills off the back of that with Carzzy and Chasey slamming down the damage. Labrov wasn't in a position to follow up because he'd just been on reset. The 4 versus 5 and no ultimate on Adam. Mad Lions find us.
What a play from the Mad Lions. Instantly turning this pick into a Baron start on spawn. You can see the Drowsy lands onto the Malphite. The 2-man stun from Hilly, buying space, buying time. Nuke knows he has to full commit because Shio won't be able to steal it. Maybe he can get a nice ult onto Carzzy there, but just about misses. Carzzy ease over the wall here. Yoya goes in, but he doesn't land the knock-up. Chasey looks like he's dead, but watch this damage from the Jace. Just turns with the Ezreal ult. Q auto just gets a slam dunk with the E. 900 gold to him. Your main carries down. It's only Nuke. Nice snipe by Carzzy. Turns into a 3v3 as Labrov arrives.
And huge that they get a massive shutdown into the back pocket of Chasey on that one as he is able to take out Crowny. Even more money into the Jace's pocket. So much closer that Sorel does. It's going to get harder and harder to get away from that poke. Well played by the side of Mad Lions. Difficult to find those windows of opportunities, but really punishing Crowny for overstepping in the fight and taking that Baron away. But the question is, what can they do with it? Crucial that a poke composition with Baron gets ahead, but BDS wants to fight them toe-to-toe in the mid lane. Crowny already blinking health bar, though. No Bloodthirster this time around. Can't just heal back up.
Chasey doesn't have Baron buff, but that bot tier 1 should be easy to pick up. You always have to look at how much can they get from this Baron. 2,600 gold lead from the Baron itself so far. See if they can get a tier 2. Bot tier 2 would be ideal. Shio has flash. Not anymore.
Flashing out to safety.
Crowny's taking a base.
And it's so hard if you miss position in this game to play these fights because you're going to have Sorelda's on Jace, Sorelda's on Ezreal, and a Rylai's on the Annie. If you overstep, you're going to die.
Carzzy is playing this game beautifully, though, putting himself into the damage line so he can make sure that he's pushing people back, pushing BDS away, and not giving them an opportunity to fight back as a group.
Maokai ult to zone, I think. They're not going to really pull the trigger here unless they found Yoya.
Create space, but Niski's off on the flank. They have to be careful. Chasey just fishing for angles. The front line here needs to block the shock blast, needs to block the mystic shots.
This is a poke comp's dream, having Baron. You just sit there playing dodgeball with the enemies. BDS have to pull the trigger, or they're eventually going to lose this bot tier 2 when the next wave comes in.
40 seconds left on the Baron. Niski fishing. Stolen Flash coming out, still has both of his summoners. But Mad Lions playing it slow, playing it controlled. Niski going to fish for a big chunk of damage here. Lebrov going to grab the handshake, and Niski picked off! Clean from Lebrov.
Really, really clean. Health bars are low, though. They might get this tower anyway.
It's going to be so close, Matt. Trying to see if they can continue the siege here with the last little bit of the Baron buff. Should be able to get the tier 2. But having that kill does mean that Niski's going to be delayed as they start to move over towards this dragon in 40 seconds. And third dragon potentially here for BDS. And the fights have been looking good for BDS thus far. It's been that poke game for Mad, and missing one of their core characters for that is going to make it difficult.
Yeah, you can see Shio building and not itemizing against poke. Warmock's picked up. He's happy to now play a bit more frontline on these sieges, tank up the spells, block them for Crowny and Nuke, and then heal up before they look for the engage. But like I said, Dag, the 20 seconds now on this spawn. Looks like all of Mad Lions are sprinting towards this bot side to try and get some kind of vision, some setup to reenact the poke that we saw on that bot tier 2, try and land some of these spells onto Labrov and Nuke. Carzzy.
Hear the call out on Carzzy.
Watch out.
Looking to engage. He already burned the E. Carzzy immediately flashing out to safety. Carzzy now on the retreat, the rest of the team backing away, but Sheo is overextended. Mad Lions, quick retreat, quick response. Crowny has no IE. This is not their fight. Chasey, Shock Blast, not going to connect. Mad Lions, this should just be their Drake. BDS need to get the hell out of dodge. Hylissang on the way in. Labrov waiting in the darkness. The handshake bringing him back into the team. Hilly off to the side. Looks like they'll just burn through the Annie, trying to buy a bit more space. Hylissang ticking, burning. The poison will finish the job. Mad Lions taking the Drake. Crowny burning, blinking health bars. Yo-Yo wants to keep the fight going. Mad Lions, these extended fights can be devastating, but big damage on the backside is Carzzy. Hits an ally still. Mad Lions finding objective and kills left and right. Chasey!
What a snipe out of the Mad Lions top laner. Takes down Crowny. Wave not in their favor though. Midwave still so far away. Mad Lions get the dragon. A bit frustrating. They can't get anything off this. You can see them pinging top, pinging bot. They can't translate it into any towers just yet. They might overstay a bit if they do. But Mad Lions, exceptional fights.
Exceptional comeback in game 2. Sheo feeling the worst for wear as Carzzy goes at it.
Carzzy, not afraid to take a tower shot here, knows how incredibly powerful he is. Renata on the way in. Adam is there as well. 5 seconds on the ultimate, but Carzzy can't just walk away. Recall from Elyoya. Still hovering in the area, still waiting. Baron, a minute and 17 seconds away. Let's take a look back at this exchange.
So Carzzy eased forwards here, unintentionally. I think Adam ults at the same time, thinking, you know, I've got a free Ezreal, but he's actually eased at the same time there, Carzzy. Unlucky for Adam. Flashes back to bring Sheo.
Yeah, and the fact that Flash brought Sheo completely out of arm's reach of his team was huge. BDS as well, but Adam again, that ultimate just not quite hitting. Meant that Nuke and Crowny couldn't follow up. Haley and Chasey do manage to kind of push forward here while the rest of the team is doing Dragon. Haley will give his life, but actually means that BDS overextend here with great damage from Chasey and the ability then to follow up with Elyoya here finding that engage.
Yeah, bailouts on cooldown. Crowny's 1 HP. He can't even get in range. Pops out the W, but then he just retreats instantly. Nuke falls, no carries left. Reckless talked about it on the desk. You know, they're playing 3 facilitators with 2 carries. One of them falls and one of them's 1 HP. You can't step up. What a snipe from Chasey. Don't even know what kind of vision he had there. I think there was a blue orb placed in the brush just before the gate, and he kind of guesstimated where he would be.
And look at the poke, especially look at the damage coming in from Ezreal. I think Carzzy about 4 items completed now. It's just disgusting how much damage he does. Getting closer and closer to GA3. Crowny forcing the cleanse out early, forcing the ultimate out instantly from Sheo. BDS now thinking that this is their opportunity, that they have to force a play, but they need to back away. They need to be careful here because Matt can keep poking. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. No damage on the Malphite yet. Big poke coming in now from Carzzy, and BDS are just being slowly pushed back. They desperately just want to 5v5, but they won't get the option. Carzzy going golden. It's clean, but now the follow-up immediately. The hostile taking over. The ulti! Carzzy down! Shut down is everything, and BDS again finding the fight. Niski over the wall will find one. They need the reset. They're going to get it. Renata bailing out Adam, and BDS finding an angle in the mid lane.
Carzzy is caught, and Mad Lions fall. BDS find that quick moment, but now Niski, what can he do? Can he try and get out of here? BDS know that he's still around.
They can't let them base here. Yoya was trying to cancel all the recalls. Niski's going to find Adam. Yoya might find Nuke with the flash. He needs these kills.
Sleepy Malphite gets the kill. Niski finding one. Crowny. Will he find another one? Elyoya needs to dash out to safety. Shield coming in.
Nuke's base got stopped. You can see BDS really wants to get towards that Baron, but Mad were sweating. Niski and Yoya know they had to stop the recalls. Niski might die here.
Exhaust, or Ignite rather, coming in. Won't finish the job. Labrov still standing. Niski now taken down. BDS can go for a reset and maybe still look for the Baron. It's a 43-second death timer, but here comes the
Labrov.
shot.
I think Labrov might die to this.
Labrov.
Looks like it might hit.
Wait.
He's going to go down.
Oh! The split second! Like a matador in the face of a raging bull. He makes it out.
Mad Lions now. What's the play? What is the play? 25 seconds on Niski. They're all around here and they put some vision down. Yes, Adam will have the TP. Ultimates are all back up. Labrov's coming out of base. It's going to be another fight around mid.
The tension in this game is palpable. It's so back and forth. The TP in the mid lane.
dead.
BDS once again ready to bet it all. Adam off to the backside. Carzzy, where are you going to go? He needs to E over the wall, but he can't even get in range. The heal now coming out for the movement speed. That is Carzzy once again out of the equation. It was so flawless the first 20 minutes of the game, but now 2 picks back to back. BDS eyes set on the prize. The poke will not be enough because Niski is not there. All they have is a 50-50, and Elyoya is not even going to risk it. It's the BDS Baron.
The execution fails for a moment for Mad Lions, and BDS find their moment to come raging back into this game. Carzzy doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the arcane shift, and Adam sees that immediately.
Stopwatch on the ult was probably why Carzzy was eating forwards. He was saying, I can stopwatch the Malphite ult, I can bait it, but you can't get out of the Renata ult, the Cassio W, the damage, the range from BDS here. They lose Chasey, they lose Carzzy. Now watch Elyoya off the side here. He knows the only way to stop this Baron is stopping the bases. You can see him on the right side looking for Nuke, who then flashes the Q flash from the Vi as Niski takes down Adam. And this is just so back and forth, skirmish central in the mid lane. Both these teams don't want to give a single inch to the other, but now BDS have the Baron. This flash from Labrov. Oh, pixel perfect. Just in the nick of time.
He's still so close to the edge of that as well. Oh my god.
Looked like it hit him. I don't even, yeah. I don't know how much warning he had. So that was right. This one won't get dodged away from, but Cheo luckily much more tanky, and right now BDS in control. Mad Lions, it's just so difficult. They have to concede this one. They'll have to fight for soul point, but again, when the poke composition is ahead, you saw what Mad Lions could do, almost dissecting BDS in these fights, but BDS just out executing.
And I love the adaptation and optimization that we're seeing for BDS as well. Double Radiant Virtue onto Adam and Sheo, even the Warmogs for Sheo as well. So this poke isn't going to have as much of a lasting effect as long as you get the ults off, or even if Sheo can buy some time to heal up. And that's why BDS now sieging on towards the bot side. Chasey pushing in top.
Poke comp doesn't have that much wave clear. The Ezreal can't thin these waves. They're going to have to commit or something. Maybe BDS could look to push more, but Chasey's taking a recall. I think they're pretty happy just stepping up here and threatening Nexus towers. They might just look for it.
Force zoning away right now with abilities. BDS need to protect Crowny and Nuke. Adam, when is he going to ultimate? For now, they're just getting a bit of poke down on the Malphite, but he's still so incredibly tanky. BDS happy with 1 tower for now. Sheo, blinking health bar. Niski and Chasey need time to find the poke, but Crowny finding a reset already. Crowny finding 1. Massive damage on the Crowny, but Adam just engaging, and instantly it's all falling apart. Elyoya going golden, but he's just in the waiting arms of a trap. Another hostile takeover. Carzzy has to E out to safety, and BDS, again, just an unstoppable force, an onslaught in these late games. If they want something, they will take it from you. All it takes them is a bit of time. Mad Lions had the angle in the early to mid game, but BDS, the late game belongs to them as it has 11 times prior. Their 12th win. They will not lose a game. They remain undefeated for the last month as they take Mad Lions to match point.
What a showing. Crowny, Nuke, BDS are 1 win away from being the LEC Spring Champions and going to MSI. And boy, do they deserve it at this point, because they're just team fighting their way through this series. Mad Lions are getting Barons, they're playing good macro, they're setting up these objectives, they're poking down the enemy, but BDS just find the right fights, and you have to criticize Mad Lions a little bit there. Carzzy, if you just didn't go too far forwards, they set up around these objectives, don't get too greedy for this poke on midwave. You can't get punished. You need to keep a range. The second you give them a window of opportunity, they'll take it.
The arcane shift forward causing so many issues there, and you can see once one wheel started to go, the entire cart collapsed. And now the big question becomes, is 13 actually going to be the lucky number for BDS? Potentially here to go towards a 13-0 win towards MSI is absolutely incredible if they can take this next game.
Need to stay calm. Mad Lions have done it before. We saw it in 2021 against Rogue, the reverse sweep. A couple players have been changed out, yes, but there's always that looming threat that if you drop the ball just 1 split second, momentum can carry you through a series.
I mean, we talked about, history repeating itself here. Mad Lions making a very similar run down through the lower bracket. It was a 0-3, but they lost the end of that story. Can they change it, though, coming into this one?
Their destiny is in their hands. G2 already are second seed at MSI. If they want to be first, they have to beat BDS here. Championship points no longer enough. It is so hard now for this team because, again, BDS late game, unmatched. You've tried 2 games in a row to try something different, to break that strategy open, to not fight fire with fire, to try to counter it with something else, and both times you have come up short. You get 1 more shot. What is Mad Lions going to bring to the table? What will Mad Lions bring to this draft in Game 3? We'll find out. For now, match point for BDS. We're going to take a step back, take a step away, quick break, but we'll return with what could be the final game of our spring finals.
make it. You're gonna make it, dude. Come on. Work with me here. Work with me. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Come on, let's go.
Oh, Trev.
Oh.
Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like if nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
The legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, my name is Wave, and this is my new single, Juliet.
You say it's more than a spark, you think we're more than we are. You got your eyes full of stars, it might be going too far. Rain falling, I ain't going out of my mind, no, I'm not dying. Won't put my heart out on the line, don't make it something. I'm not yours and you're not mine, I'm not your Juliet.
Lines, so it ends up going in their favor. But now again, Chasey whacks down the rock where it stands.
I'm coming soon.
Guys, Renata no flash.
Malphite no ult.
Renata no flash and Loas.
Malphite no flash.
Look
Malphite.
This guy no flash.
Renata ult. He dead. Okay, flash.
He dead.
Nice,
Careful
nice.
choke.
Okay, Cassiopeia.
Nice. Dead. I'm here. Jinx flashed.
It's fine.
But now Crownie playing with fire, playing on the edge, and Shield going forward. Babato and ulti finishing the job, and Crownie again feeling like an inevitability.
Team BDS at the end of summer 2022 at the bottom of the table and now one game away from winning the title in spring. I don't think we have ever seen a turnaround like that. The work isn't done, but we have to reflect on the work that has been done already because the winning streak is not stopping.
It's unbeatable. I mean, the meteoric rise of BDS these last few weeks has been unreal. 9th, 10th last year to 7th place in winter, and now one game away from winning the title is insane. And you just keep running the same thing, right? The hyper-scaling mid-bot lane that works into the team fights later on, and the Pokemon just wasn't an answer to it.
As even if you look even beyond this year and you go deeper back, each individual storyline of each player, when this group was put together, no one had any expectations on the organization, on the players either, and now they're here somehow. And it's crazy. What a rise from the ashes.
It's beautiful to see. We're going to walk through a couple of things from the last game. And by the way, if you think, oh, the players are going to hear them because they're on stage, they always can. We have mics. So let's take a look, Goldberg, at some of the things that happened in that second game where BDS, again, I would say it wasn't perfect from the get-go, but they figured it out.
Definitely not. But it comes down to one of these Drake fights again, where definitely Nuke and Crownie showing up again in terms of really dissecting the team fight afterwards and finding a lead for BDS. And when I was watching this, I thought to myself, okay, once again, this should be the game for BDS. And I know it's early to call it already, but it's just when the team comes out outscaled the way that it does, and team fight-wise, I thought that they would take it. But that wasn't really the story after this, and that's why this game got so crazy.
The thing is, this game for Mad Lions was always going to be played right on the edge, right? Because you need to have things like Baron, you need to be in sieging situations, first on objective, but you're so squishy that the second you get caught by a big ability, probably that Malphite, everything's destroyed. For the next 60 seconds, you don't actually get to do anything.
And that's why we were so surprised when the draft unfolded, because it was so contradictory to what we know about Mad Lions. You need patience, you need discipline, you need to take your time and really set up the conditions for your champions to succeed. You can't just try to roll down your enemy, and this is what Mad Lions always do. And they need to just kind of, in this game, they just couldn't find that discipline and patience.
It was wild too, because we were confused, surprised by the Ezreal coming in on 3, but when you see the draft in hindsight, you realize, oh wait, I think they always wanted to go Jace, Zoe, they wanted to play a heavy poke style, and you know what you're going to get in BDS. So this was very clearly prep, practice. Niski Zoe is something that's been fantastic so many times in the past. They knew they wanted to play this style. And it looked good for so long, but it is a style that is not forgiving whatsoever. And there was a huge team fight in which Carzzy actually E'd forward. And the second Carzzy or Niski gets picked off, the team fight completely blows up, and losing that arcane shift, it loses you a fight.
I think that's something that we admire in Carzzy's playstyle every time, but things like this can then also happen, right? But he wants to make them happen.
Oh, and this is so reminiscent of regular season Mad Lions a little bit here, where one member makes a move alone, he dies, the rest of the team is now coming in, and it's the overreaching that we unfortunately have seen from Mad Lions. This wasn't the only time we would also see it, because despite this happening, they played out their poke composition phenomenally. But it's the thing that you cannot drop the ball a single time, because if you do, BDS takes over.
I think something that I really want to highlight is just in terms of what Nuclear has played so far in the playoffs, it's been the Syndra, it's been the Orianna, and the Cassio. And Cassio is so different in comparison to the other ones because she comes online so early. She buys the Catalyst, and then in these early skirmishes, she is unkillable. And then always in this pattern that Mad Lions like to play in, they like to push her forward. This is where Cassiopeia gets value. And we've seen many players try to pull off the Cassio the same way Nuke does, but now he's 6-0.
Yeah,
he does especially.
The reason why they played that Casio must be because they scrimped against him, got dumpstered by him, thought it was a good pick, and they couldn't do the same thing. But Nuke specifically has been phenomenal on this champion.
He has. The whole okay, she's spinning out of control. Oh, I'm such a boomer.
Oh.
What's going on?
Over there.
Anyway, I mean,
damn.
it's kind of Matt's POV against the Cassio, I gotta say.
Maybe
Anyways.
for the early game, not later.
Yeah, let's take stock then, because match point for BDS. We talked about the Mad Mirror run. Unfortunately, at the top of the day, being that they went from a 3-2 victory to a 3-1 victory to, unfortunately, an 0-3 loss. They are going to have to change their fate today.
Well, let me introduce you to a new Mad Lions mirror. Because, yeah, they got 3-0'd in the Winter Finals. But let's go all the way back 2021 spring when they played on this stage versus Rogue. And they went down 0-2 and they crawled back, winning 3 consecutive games, pulling off the reverse sweep. You know, that's what Mac is going to be saying to Team LEC. These players, some of them have already been on the stage to feel that. This is their moment to try and get that going for themselves. But it is a long way. 3 chances for BDS to close.
Copium.
Never count out the Mad Lions, is all I'm saying.
I have to highlight, in both of these games, they did have winning positions.
Yeah.
I feel like if Mad Lions are capable of recognizing that and then play some of that BDS game where it's disciplined and patient, maybe things can play off differently. So there is some things to highlight as positives that they can take to the next
You
game.
have to huff the copium because we want to see 5 games, Goldberg. But do you believe in it?
Yeah, well, I said the 3-0 from the get-go, so you know where I'm standing with this one, but I do want to credit this for Yamato's point as well. Mad Lions have been so close every single time. This second game should have for sure gone over to Mad Lions. My big question is, do you have the mental fortitude to come back now in a game you should have won? You lost. Now you're at the match point for BDS. This is where that extra mental strength, whatever you had for breakfast, whatever you've been eating throughout the entire day, really comes into play.
And I mean, the Mad Lions have been playing so many games this weekend. BDS is feeling fresh, and they seem poised to take their first title.
This team, I cannot stress how insane it is to see them in the position they are now. Because at the end of last year, this is a team that players were sent to like die on, it seemed like, almost, right? Like Vitality, they're making upgrades on the bot side of the map. Absolutely not. Crowny and Lebov are smashing. Adam went down to the RLs, had to fight his way back up. Now he's the best top laner in the league. Shio comes out of nowhere and is now dominating time and time again. At the start of this year, people were asking, why the hell would you keep Nuke on your roster? Now they're asking, is Nuke the best mid in the LEC? BDS have a chance to annihilate the Mad Lions, take it to the finish line, and send themselves to MSI.
That would be absolutely crazy. What an incredible underdog story we're witnessing here on the LEC stage. I'm as flustered as the Mad Lions so far. Can BDS clean sweep their way to their first ever LEC title? Or do the Mad Lions have a reverse sweep in the tank? It's time for Picks and Bans.
It's a damn good question, Shocks, as it very slowly zooms in on our faces. I don't think any of us immediately have the answer. I think the draft is going to tell us so much, and I think, as Ender highlighted, history has shown us that Mad Lions can come back with team fighting. But so far, they've tried to outplay. They've tried to outmatch in the early game. Will they draft team fighting in what could be their final game, or will they look at where they were at and try again, knowing that they were in winning positions?
I think they should have won that last game. I think the analyst has, of course, touched on it. But now, yeah, like you said, backs against the wall. Can they pull it out? They're going to have to go for a quick 3-0. And like you said, BDS have won 12 in a row now. Could be their 13th win in a row to just solidify themselves as one of the most dominant playoff runs we've seen in the last few years in the LEC.
Kind of reminds you of G2 last year coming into MSI as well, and obviously BDS can kind of keep that one going. Olaf, Darius already taken off the board. Ken and Rakan, and we'll have to see exactly if the Gragas is going to finally slip through the draft,
Cassio.
whether BDS are going to take that one away.
They've taken away the Cassio. They think that's a bit of a problem. A lot of champions are up now. Looking at Vi, you're looking at the Jinx Aphelios trade, looking at all the junglers being available. What's the last ban here for BDS? Zeri, Annie. They could take away the Annie. Even though you win a game, you can still credit champions being, so powerful in those games and taking them away. It's going to be the Gragas ban out of BDS, targeting both solo laners.
So Annie, as you said, could be the big pickup here. Vi as well, led through the draft. The opportunity, though, to just answer with the Xayah here for Crowny, which I feel like is a bit of a no-brainer. And we've oftentimes seen the Ahri as well as that answer.
Do they take Ahri? It's a bit scary, isn't it, though? I feel like if you pick Ahri here, you're forced into Alessandra on the enemy team. I think picking AD jungle is safer. So they're going to go for Zeri. Think like the Wukong or the Maokai. Life's just a lot easier. Just pick mid lane on 3. Mad Lions can be the ones to pick up the Ahri, and then Nuke can find a response.
I'm surprised to see the Zeri come through, because one of the big reasons we started to see Vi come into the meta was as an answer to this Zeri pick. And now we got to see if Crownie can find that positioning, if Elyoya can try and disrupt him in these fights, especially as you say, if you take an Ahri or the Lissandra here, the opportunity to have a very strong 1-2 combo in that mid jungle.
So the Mad Lions now pick up the Ahri and just say, you know what, we don't care about the counter pick, and then do they take the AD carry as well? I think something like Ahri Jinx, Ahri Aphelios could work really well. They can swap it up. The Jace is open if they want to go full topside with the Ahri Vi as well. That forces BDS into a bit of a precarious position. Do you pick top? Do you pick mid to counter? Do you just take the Lulu and ban away supports? You know, they have a lot of options.
Yeah, I think you take the Jinx Ahri, you take the Lulu here, and then at least you can try and ban away things like the Thresh, the Tam Kench for this next rotation for BDS. And for Mad Lions, I think then the big question is, okay, what's the plan then for trying to target this this top lane for Adam?
And I like to see the Lulu. Obviously, it's just a generally strong pairing, but also if you get ahead of the Vi, it's often very easy for Zeri to just retreat over a wall with the support of a Lulu and still win out there. But we saw yesterday, Niski Elyoya on these two champions absolutely dismantling Vitality. One of the best individual performances we have seen from Niski the entire season. Nearly 100% kill participation throughout the entire game. So BDS really going to need to come in with something big here. And as far as mid lane bans go, Orianna, Syndra, the other two in the pool for Nuke that we have seen really thus far in best of fives, and I wonder if they just take both of those off the board.
I wonder. Garen's taken away again, so they really don't want to play into these Adam-esque champions. Sion still up for him, though. There's the Blitzcrank ban from BDS as expected. Mad Lions can still go towards things like the Jinx Thresh if they want to. Jinx Nautilus too, but they're committing to a lot of mid-game here, and BDS will commit to scaling. You're right, I think there'll just be a mage here for Nuke on 4. Maybe Chasey. Do you reckon Chasey could take away the Sion?
Potentially here. Honestly, though, I think the question is if they just prioritize the Sion immediately for Adam off this next rotation and say, hey, look, we don't care what Chasey goes for in that top side. You don't really have any great answers to the Sion, and then you can still just hold on towards that counter pick in the mid lane for that final rotation. I'd imagine that's what they're aiming for, especially when you start to see things like the Garen band away.
So now's my biggest question for Nuke. What do you pick mid as well? Because we've seen Azakali, we haven't seen Lissandra yet. The Sylas wouldn't be an... Yeah, it's going to be Syndra. It's going to be the Nuke Syndra. It's coming out. No Lissandra for Nuke still in this year of the LEC, but it's a good answer into the Ahri. 2v2 is going to be very, very volatile.
And we talked about it. 3 real priority champions for BDS, it feels like, across these games. With Azir falling out of the meta, Syndra simply next in line for the Nuke champion pool. Orianna really wouldn't have worked out, so Mad Lions kind of putting them onto the back foot. I think probably anticipating the Syndra, probably comfortable with this matchup, but the Thresh now coming through to pair with the Jinx. Again, it was LeBron and Crownie who showed us how incredibly impactful this duo can be. We've seen Hylissang Thresh before. It's one of the champions that he made his name on when he debuted so long ago. He's going to need to replicate some of those levels of performance today.
He loves it, doesn't he? Good old Adam and his Malphite and Sion. He's happy playing tanks, going down in creeps, getting pushed in. Doesn't matter. His job is to facilitate and his job is to protect. So we'll see if they can execute it again, BDS.
And I think it's such a good answer for the disruption that you want from Mad Lions, right? A huge amount of what they're going to be looking for is Vi goes in, follow up from Cassante and the Ahri, but if suddenly there's a Malphite threatening Karzi in the back line, it becomes incredibly difficult to have that damage follow-up coming through on towards Crownie. So I really like it as both the offensive and kind of a defensive tool in the same boat.
Yeah. BDS sticking to the same plan. Mad Lions changed up a little bit. They've got a Jinx on their side now. They've got a Thresh for playmaking. They've still stuck to stock standard meta stuff. You know, the Ahri Vi is strong. How can they execute against the Zeri? They've got a good pick and good gap close. You know, the Cassante lane should be fine. It's just a case of execution, and Mad Lions have dropped the ball in execution. They've gotten leads. They've taken fights they shouldn't have. They need to play a lot more reserved in certain scenarios and stop getting ahead of themselves, because they're the ones dictating the pace, and BDS the ones sitting back, collecting up free kills and then just out team fighting them. So we'll see if Mad Lions can execute, because if they don't, that's it. Their split, ends here, and BDS are the ones who will go to MSI.
Final, or what could be the final game in the series. BDS finding angles game after game. Mad Lions, everything on the line. This could be their final draft, but Elyoya fans, the O2 comfort zone signs. A lot of Mad Lions believers here in Berlin. We'll just have to see who can come out on top. Mad Lions versus BDS. And it's tense. BDS no longer have the reliability of double scaling threats in mid and bot lane. Syndra strong, but isn't quite going to be that reliable late game. Mad Lions, have they finally put BDS on the back foot in the draft? We'll have to see. The execution still needs to be solid. As both sides just poke, just look for a little bit of vision, try to get as much control as they can, and this is so much pressure now for Mad Lions.
Yeah, to make sure they play extremely clean this time around, because BDS will run away with it. The beauty of this game, I suppose, for Mad Lions is that their DPS is lower BDS. They're not playing a Cassio Jinx or a Cassio Zeri. They're playing a Syndra, like you talked about, so a burst mage. Adam, is he ganking mid level 1?
Yes, the infamous Malphite level 1. What will it do?
He's actually ganking mid level 1. We'll see if Niski leans to that side, though. No, he's not going to go for it.
Yeah, I realized the CC was on cooldown there. Decided to just walk away. But honestly, I think for this, the big question for me, for Mad Lions, is can we just get cleaner skirmishes from them in the early stages? Constantly we see that, look, they go for the Rift Heart on that top side at 8 minutes and then try to overextend towards these bottom side plays to kind of help even out that goal difference that they've oftentimes gained in the early levels. So just try to avoid some of those early mistakes, and it feels like Mad can actually balloon the gold leads that we've seen them get time and time again here.
I mean, it's big. The fact that it's happened 2 games in a row in almost identical fashion starts to cast a bit of shadow, a bit of doubt on Mad Lions here, but if they can't clean it up after 2 games, they're not going to get another shot, so see if they can do it for now. Nuke taking a bit of an advantage in the mid lane. Dark Sphere, such an obnoxious ability in the early game.
Wouldn't be the first time we see Mad Lions doubted, though, and they step up to the mark. We'll have to see if they can try and do it again. It's Crownie.
Sidestep with the flay backwards is big. Ignite already ticking. Dash out to safety. Bit of shield coming in from Lulu, but a positive trade overall for the side of Mad Lions. Just burning Ignite exchange for Cleanse.
Yep, Cleanse down. That means Hilly will look for some kind of flash hook, flash flay, and then hook the flash or something. You know he's going to go forwards on that play. Crownie's regenning slowly. Cold start for both ADs, and we saw Mad Lions 2v2 kill bot both games so far. We'll see if they can do it a third time, but Crownie and Labrov now getting a little bit of push. Elyoya red into top side, now backtracking back towards the bot side, will match up against Shio. 2 top laners, I think, will just kind of duke it out in isolation. No one will really visit here too much, I think, unless, you know, Herald fights, all that shenanigans will get involved, and Chasey will have the push in this matchup, playing with the grasp. Shio now looking for information.
See if he can spot him. Might be a similar plan just to limit Vi's early game impact, waiting in the darkness. Red buff already procced. Elyoya seems like he's not confident this 1v1 is just immediately going to back away. Niski waiting over the wall, does have the flash up and available. Sheo not going to overextend here. Happy with just the health trade, happy with stalling out a little bit here. Sidestep on the charm, big for Nuke, and again, starting to just get a big advantage in this lane in the early game.
Spy fight over the Raptors. Elyoya won't even decide to enter into it, so Sheo, once again, controlling the enemy jungle, making sure that Elyoya can't get down into the spot side. Will just move up towards that top crab, but it looks like Sheo, with Nuke, wants to try and match it and make sure that Elyoya can't get anything on the map right now.
Yeah, Sheo loves to match jungle, but he's going to lose this. He's not going to get here in time. See if they can find a flash on Elyoya. No, he's going to get out pretty easily. They won't find that crab that they were looking for. Can easily go back down towards that bot side and pick up his camps, but Shio always does this. Try to match jungle, mark jungle, find where the jungler is, and try to chunk him out. And Shio could look for a sneaky top gank, but he's on a ward. Unbeknownst to him, he's going to use the Scar's Bloom to spot out wards from Chasey, but he just placed it, and he should have seen it. Chasey could be in trouble here, but they don't have that much damage.
Big time commitment. Of course, Krugs are about to respawn, but spending a lot of his time just to get some pressure here on the top side. Looks like he was spotted, so play's going to fizzle out. Chasey immediately just taking a step back.
Just pings onto him, though. I think he might have just been on the edge of range. You can see it there in the bush, so Chasey gonna have to play this slow, make sure he doesn't get caught by Adam.
Yeah, the longer he waits here and baits out that he has no idea that Shio's there, the more time Shio's wasting, so Elyoya can get bot crab as well. They know he's up there. Elyoya's gonna move through bot into the bot side jungle of the BDS jungler, and Shio will find nothing, covering Adam on the push out. Adam might actually die trying to get that wave in. He needs to be really careful. No mana. It's going to be a bit of a tough one if Chasey decides to pop the ghost. He could try and trade the flash on a Q3, but he's going to level up. No biscuits left for Chasey. And as much as we thought this top lane matchup would be in isolation, it's quite intense.
Yeah.
Need to make sure no mistakes are made.
Not able to get that final creep, but it looks like they will still die, so the wave's still going to push forward. Chasey maybe trying to stop the recall here. Does not have a Q3, but will at least force Adam back for now. While mid lane, Elyoya potentially setting up here. Sheo and Labrov waiting, but only level 3 on Sheo. They're just going to back away. Man advantage for BDS keeps him safe.
Sheo's really just done 4 camps and has just been running around the whole map. He's just dinged over to level 4 now from taking lane experience in top and mid, but Elyoya's ahead in gold on the camp clear. Charm's not going to land. TP mid from Adam. What are they fighting over here? Are they thinking there's a Dragon Start here from Mad Lions? If they see Adam on the map, they'll know how much of an advantage they have here, Mad.
But look at the experience for Adam. He's nowhere near level 6, so he's kind of just TP'd into this, but doesn't have the opportunity to get that ultimate available. Won't have lanes to try and hit that either, so Mad Lions going to just back away and know that Chasey will get a good advantage on the top end.
He needs to find something here, though. Elyoya hiding in the tri-bush. We'll see him. They'll spot him out now, and they'll back off. Mad Lions are going to call for retreat. Chasey will push out top, and Adam will get nothing for this TP. Really frustrating. The waves on their tower as well. No threat of a dive.
But going into Lebrov is big. The trap's there as well. Chain CC good so far. Adam can walk in, but they're just wasting more of this Malphite's time. It was a freeze on the top side, but Chasey now pushing the waves in very rapidly. There's no TP for Adam either, so he's going to start to lose a lot of golden experience here.
Yeah, and Mad will chase him down. He's going to have to run top. There's no way he can base and run top because they'll stop his base. And now Hylissang could look to go onto Crowny. Thinking about it. Cleanses up.
Cleanses up. Has the dash just to get out to safety. And Chasey looks like he's going to grab a plate. Oh, man. He's so slow. He doesn't have boots.
I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate for Adam, but at least on the top end, you're up against the
He's proxying.
You can't really get much, but that will be spotted. Level 6 for Chasey here as well. That's why Adam has to take the long way around. He doesn't want to be beside these walls and get dragged away. This is actually kind of dangerous for Adam without the level 6 for himself.
He just lost so much golden experience. Nuke still has the flash available. Niski on the charm.
Waiting, flash out to safety. Niski holding it on the charm. Nice sidestep from Nuke. Sheo behind him, but doesn't have level 6, so not a whole ton of threat here. No mana left for Niski. BDS not able to find an angle to re-engage that fight.
It's 7 minutes in, and Elyoya's level 4. He's been running around the map as well, trying to look for these plays, match out, mark Sheo. You can see if you watch Elyoya the last 3 minutes, 2 minutes, he's just been a human ward for his team, spotting out the roams from BDS. They're going to take away this red, though.
And that's the thing, Elyoya is behind, but so is Adam. Still hasn't hit the ultimate, so Mad able to get that one. They don't have the pressure, and now they're looking for Adam. Justing's over to level 6, so should be okay. But now Sheo should be able to hit his own level 6, and you can start to look for Rift Herald for BDS.
Definitely can. Elyoya needs to cycle to these top camps and get towards his level 6 as well. The meta right now with these early game champions is very level 6 heavy, and the Herald fights are explosive. It's going to spawn in 30 seconds. We'll keep track of the bot lanes to see if they decide to move up and join the fight. Chasey's probably sitting on a lot of gold that's unspent.
Keeping our eyes. Herald's always been such a big point to contest for both these teams. See who wants to commit more resources for now, though. Mad definitely have priority set up. Getting wave prio first, getting control wards down, getting vision down. Adam dings over to level 6, but he has no TP. It's going to take him some time to get back to this lane. Chase might go for the cancel here. Won't quite connect, however.
So though, look at that bottom side of the map. You're getting Crowny to try and push in. Could it give the opportunity now for Crowny and Labrov after they push in this next wave to try and move up towards that top end? But it's already been started by Elyoya. Doesn't have the level 6, but seeing the reset timings coming in from BDS, feels happy to start this one up with the push for Cassante and topside as well. Chasey can come across.
Niski's going to probably ward this dragon. I'm not sure if he has one up, actually. Maybe looking for information. Chasey going to get another plate. Adam, you can see how far behind he is. He should get level 7 off this wave, but it's a tough scenario to be in right now, BDS. Top lane is slowly falling behind. Mad Lions will get the first Herald. Sheo will now respond with a Drake. I expect Niski's ult not up yet. Maybe he can look for some camps.
Sheo, level 6. 9 seconds.
Oh,
Very
9 seconds, yeah.
tight window to gank Niski. 5, 4. BDS not going to find the angle, not going to find the opportunity.
Match point for BDS. They really want to take it carefully. Play it slow. Make sure they can get Crowny a couple of items, not make any mistakes, not allow Mad Lions to blow this game wide open. Nuke, no flash. Elyoya can look for a Q flash ult in mid lane.
Crowny and Labrov, though, trying to go for the reset, so they don't even get the opportunity to go for the dragon. Shale wasted all that time in mid, and Mad Lions now, they get the reset. They're back in the map. Elyoya, as you said, has hit 6.
Crowny canceled again.
Yeah, they're the ones moving in.
That's 2 times in a row. Once with the Jink Rocket, once with the Zap. Crowny's base has been canceled, so BDS, no control over this area. I think they just have to concede this objective. They're so far behind on tempo.
Adam, though, he's running down. Maybe they're calling to fight it, actually, but Crowny's basing. This is really split from BDS. If Adam does decide to commit, they can maybe trade Malphite's ult for the Ahri ult, but again, I think they're looking for a play that doesn't really exist there. But as I say that, the Dragon's been slowed down. That should allow time for Crowny to come out of base, and now Hylissang's the one resetting, so no one started the Dragon yet.
But Adam wandered down. He's going to lose golden XP from wandering down. Carsey's getting plates in the meantime, so overall, Mad Lions kind of pulling BDS around the map, dictating the pace of this game completely. Adam going to get up here and get some experience back, but 94 to 64 CS, 30 CS lead for Chasey, taking over in the 1v1.
Also the advantage that it kind of started to build for Crowny, that bot side now completely gone too. 1v1 top side though, Adam does need to be careful. But Chasey not going to be able to go for the all out there.
Off to the side, a little bit of vision, just going to settle for the Raptors for now as Niski not quite able to grab a tower play. Lebrov standing on a ward. They have perfect information where BDS jungle support is, so very easy for Mad Lions to make an informed decision on the map state.
I feel like one fight will just blow this game wide open when summoners are expended, ultimates are used, and objectives picked up. I think it's just going to turn into an absolute scrap, but it's just a case of who pulls the trigger first. No one started this dragon yet, and Adam has that TP up.
Hylissang, polymorph, but he has the lantern. Is he going to use it to bring anyone else into the fight? Hylissang taking a ton of damage, just forcing out the flash, not able to clear away the control ward either. Meanwhile, on the top side, immediately knocks it back to the wall, pulls him away. Chasey trading ult for ult here.
Though.
Still wants to keep fighting, wants to finish off. Adam gets the flash as well. All sums traded. Adam holding on to his TP, but such a blinking low health bar.
That's the big trade-off there. Chasey wants to try and go all out because, you know, you got the TP for Adam. Adam, though, having to burn that ultimate and still be getting the reset means that Mad Lions will back away from the dragon. Sheo should be able to pick that one up. And finally, that first dragon goes down.
Both teams playing slightly reserved, but maybe we'll see a bot dive here. You can see Nuke's on the way down. Carzzy's in trouble.
Carzzy, Ghost available, but there's just no chance. Flash available, excuse me. Cannot get one back. Perfectly tanked by Labrov. First blood over to the side of BDS. It took us 11 minutes before anyone went down. Such a tense early game.
It really is, because Mad Lions know they cannot afford to make more mistakes, and BDS are one game away from winning the split and going to MSI, so they're playing quite slow as well, as they normally do. Just looking to respond to the plays of Mad Lions, and they do so perfectly. Herald popped mid. It's only Elyoya that will get the plates off of this, but that's a dragon. That's first blood to the Zeri. I think BDS are sitting pretty happy now.
And it felt like a huge portion of this early game was Mad and BDS trying to feel each other out. How are you going to play in what is an incredibly crucial game with so much on the line? But BDS willing to strike first, and now Mad Lions. You've got Chase, who's absolutely massive compared to Adam in this top side, but it's going to be kind of difficult to try and utilize a Cassante in the same way that you can utilize the fact that you've got this lead on the bottom side for Crownie.
You're exactly right there, Dagda. It's just a case of the AD carry being so far ahead at the moment for BDS. Already got that mythic, and you can see Mad Lions are the ones to pull the trigger first. They're going for a 1-3-1 straight away. Get the Jinx towards mid. She has no flash. Let's not play the 3v3 bot anymore. Let's unlock the map. How does BDS respond? Looks like they're matching with bot lane. Nuke has TP advantage when it's up in the next few seconds, and Herald's up in 2 minutes. So no real objective to play over. I think this is just a way of Mad Lions covering off their AD carry and keeping bot push and threatening Nuke on this dive on side lane.
And Nuke has to be very careful. Syndra is not the side lane champion that Ahri is. This could be very difficult. It should just be an immediate gank here. The follow-up, they're trying to get the knockback, but Vi unstoppable. Nisqy firing the charm. Easy kill pickup, getting the extra health coming in for the kill. Brav now coming down, but Mad Lions already got what they came for.
No ultimate for Nuke on towards Nisqy. Could have been the turnaround, but good CC. But now Crownie's here.
Crownie coming in. Not enough burst damage really to threaten here, but are going to try to keep the push up, knowing Nisqy can't really stick around to clear the wave.
It's got TP. Maybe BDS can get a plate off the back of this Nuke. What they've said here, BDS, is we'll roam down and cover this bot side and push in to force the Ahri back and maybe stop her base to get some tempo. But you're going to have to TP mid and cover off against the Jinx Thresh.
Jay over the wall. TP coming in. Carzzy does the overstep. Not anticipating the Wukong. That's one knock up. Hylissang coming in with the lantern. Can they finish Carzzy? Carzzy getting burned down. Ticking.
The red buff, the red buff, the red buff.
Burning. Labrov off to the side. And Pix is certainly helping on that one.
Carzzy's just overstepping again here in game 3. A bit greedy for that plate. Hylissang was playing lantern, but a little too far. Miscommunication from the bot lane of Mad Lions. Now BDS have a really good lane state.
Elyoya forced to retreat now. Nisqy doing what he can to hold on to the wave there, forced to TP back to the bottom side of the map. Carzzy so close to escaping, but over-aggressive as Adam cancels. Chasey's back here. Big health advantage, but Chasey with ult available makes this not the best opportunity to go in.
Labrov, it's so funny to see him managing to pick up that kill on the bottom side as now Chasey goes in towards Adam. How much can he do here?
Wants to force the ultimate. Obviously a ton of sustain once you go all out. Q3 coming in. The second Adam gets hit by that, I feel like he's forced to ult away, but no. He's just taking his sweet time. A little seismic shard, hits him with a little floor pizza and just runs away.
That's first tower blood over to the Zeri. 1.5k gold lead now for Crownie when he resets and picks up items. Nuke's now running top to cover off, and Crownie's going mid. So I think the lane assignments from BDS are just pretty much flawless right now, because now Adam can base and run bots. So they're not really dropping too many waves. They will lose this mid tower, however, because they are slightly late on the Zeri base. And Carzzy will finally be able to pick this up. Ward over the wall there to cover off Shio's play. Hook will miss. Lantern preemptively ready, just in case a similar scenario happens. And now we're back into the 1-3-1. Herald is up, but Nisqy doesn't have the TP yet.
It looks like Mad are just going to immediately try and move down towards the bot side to play around Nisqy instead. They know that they can't really go for the Rift Herald, so look to take the trade instead. You know, Chasey has good advantage on that top side, already working through a significant amount of that Terra's health bar, so they're going to be able to work towards that as well. So nice job for Mad to say, hey, look, we'll just take sides instead.
Yeah, good bot pressure. I thought the lane assignment would be good, but they're quite late to these lanes, aren't they? Bot tower gone, mid tower gone. They're going to get the Herald, but they can't dive top, so it's 2 towers for a Herald at that point. And I don't know if they can look for any dive on Adam. Of course, he has that unstoppable force. Kind of push in here, Nisqy, though no magic resist here on Adam, so Nisqy can start to do a lot of damage through him.
15 minutes in, the gold still within touching distance. The strongest point on the map relative to the opposition is still Chasey, working towards second item here. See if you can do more to leverage this strength. For now, laning up against Nuke, definitely not ideal.
Oh, Adam.
Bottom side. Adam playing with fire here. Ulti gonna come out. He's unstoppable to try to generate some distance, but Nisqy can just follow up. I think a little bit premature on the ultimate there, just trying to generate a little bit more space. Flash now coming out, trying to speed out, and he's just fast enough. Nisqy following up. Can he finish it? The Q going a little bit wide. Nisqy, he's just getting slapped around. He's barely able to make it out. This is the reset now. He knows he has to execute. He just has to give the kill to the Malphite, because if you give it to Crownie, the game will start to fall apart.
Pushing top though for Mad Lions. You can see Nuke had to go towards mid because Crownie collapsed down. There's a numbers advantage on the map for Mad Lions. They're going to get this tower, but Chasey's TP, I wonder if it's up for this dragon spawning in 25 seconds. Shio, what is Shio doing? He's all the way next to the Wolves wall, maybe looking to pick off someone moving out of base. Going to take the Herald recall. Base is coming in from Nuke. Is Dragon going to be the next point of contention for both these teams?
Does feel a little bit late on the reset though from Crownie. He's only now just going back to base. You can even see the pings towards him on that bottom side. Mad Lions are aware that Crownie will be late. Is a second item there for Crownie with that Runes Hurricane picked up a massive advantage for him coming into this fight. We'll have to see if BDS can try and make it work with Adam. No ultimate.
Level 12, Cassante, Chasey, Ghost, ultimate availability. Get something done. Massive hook, now bringing it in. On the retreat, Shio backing away, just the clone. Chasey, Q3 ready to go. A lot of good poke damage coming out from Nuke here. Able to zone away for now. Q3 brings it back. Nuke isolated. Nuke is just instantly going to get burned down here. Finishing the job. Not quite surviving because of the wild growth, but so many cooldowns now burned. Nuke now retreating off on the backside. Herald burned. Looks like it had to be used there.
Nuke's TP's up in around 5 to 10 seconds. BDS, if they stall this out, they'll have a huge health advantage. Chasey's TP is coming up as well. He might want to rebase and look for a TP back. Look at Shio off to the side on this red buff.
No vision. Nothing at all. Mad Lions have no idea where Shio is, which is why they're now trying to establish that vision. As Dragon has started, Shio into the pit. We will now know where he is.
Yeah. 6 seconds on Chasey's TP. Recall coming out. Adam trying to generate a bit more space. Ultimate just around the corner. Do they pull the trigger or do they settle for the Drake?
They have to back here, Matt. They don't have enough. Cassante's in base, and I mean, he can TP in, but doesn't have that ult, so it's a little bit less impactful. They don't have the vision either, so now BDS actually looking for a bot play. They heralded down here before the fight started, and now they found an angle for a tier 2.
And everyone on Mad Lions is late. They should be able to get this one and to try and escape away. Chasey, see what he can do. Tower gone. What can they get?
Tower finally going to fall here. BDS have to be careful. Chasey's so strong, but it just doesn't matter if he can't find a priority target.
But this is BDS playing absolutely incredible. I mean, game 3, 1 game away. They want to go in onto Chasey. Shio back away. 1 game away from MSI. 1 game away from becoming the LEC champions. And this squad, with only a single person that's been to the finals, this is cool, calm, and collected. There is no nerves on this squad at all.
This was the worst team in our league last year. They took an LFL squad that got 2nd. They brought them up. They got 7th, and now they are on the cusp of 1st. Now they are on the cusp of being our champions. I'm just continue to be unsure if this is real. It's an incredible story thus far for BDS, and the fact that they've stayed so composed in such a high-pressure environment is even greater testament to their ability. But that said, the job is not done.
What a turnaround, though. You think of players like Shio. This is his first year in the LEC. The names of players who have won a title in their first year: Malrang, Rainover, Elyoya, Cyanide, Yike. These are Trick, you know. Could join those ranks of junglers who come in their first year of the LEC, get themselves a trophy. And now Mad Lions have some kind of control on this top side. They still have a small lead, but BDS are used to this.
Roth needs to be careful here. Hylissang waiting. Lantern now coming out. Elyo threatening a bit, posturing. Rest of BDS now retreating into this choke here. Hylissang could be an easy hook angle for now. Just the Flay coming back, scatter the lead, getting a bit more space. Shirelli is used just to make sure that BDS don't get caught in the pinch.
Yeah, threatening this top tier 2 here. Mad Lions, BDS want a group. You can see Adam. Look at bot waves again. Pushed in, just drops all waves. He has 120 CS. He doesn't care about farming. He just needs a little bit of experience, and he wants to group with his team because he chases pushing out bot. Maybe Nisqy's in trouble.
Nisqy level 13 exhaust, as well as barrier here, courtesy of the summoner spellbook. So tough to burn him down.
Yeah, and now Adam will go back towards bot, you expect. But it's tough. BDS, the thing is, Mad Lions want to push the advantage and get vision, but how do you get vision on one side of the jungle when Adam is perma-grouping? Look at bot's wave and look where Adam is. He's just standing mid. Nuke, take the wave. I'm going to be too late to it. I have TP in a second, but I don't care. I'm just going to be a human ward and get as much vision for my team as possible.
And Mad are trying to play side lanes. You see Nisqy up on top, you see Chasey on sides, but BDS, because they're just like, cool, we'll just threaten mid the entire time. We know we have dive with Adam. It makes it very difficult for you to actually get control over there, especially since Adam is just willing to drop waves. And now BDS, once more, they group up, they start to move in towards river, get control of the Baron area, and make sure that they can keep control before that dragon that's in 2 minutes time.
Sheo gonna be in trouble here. Good damage, but Niski not hitting nearly hard enough to threaten Sheo at this stage of the game. Scatter the weak, only connecting onto Chasey. Crownie continuing to step forward here. Elyoya coming in. Crownie keeping his back to the wall, ready to go over in an instant if he needs to. Q3 will not connect, but Brav now in trouble. They spot it. They see their opportunity. Instantly going to try to burn down the support, try to take this fight up, but Crownie ulting, ready to protect his support if he needs to. Wild Growth now utilized. Carzzy getting one, but the knockup is there. Crownie desperate to try to reset the fight, but Mad Lion still going forward. Chasey on the front lines, the perfect man, isolating and taking Crownie out of the equation. One carry down. He's looking for two. It is Chasey versus the world, and Chasey is coming out on top.
The Lion has woken up, haven't they? That's 4 kills. They're going to chase down Sheo, but that's a guaranteed Baron. What a play onto Labrov there. Just about got out, but they managed to get the kill. Niski's, Sonya's won them the fight and bought them the time, and then Chasey slam dunks the carries.
Sheo's on a ward. Mad Lion know this. They can easily turn on to the Wukong as soon as he tries to move forward.
Waiting. Hylissang over the wall. Hook. They know it. Flaying back into the trap so they can find the angle. Taken out. That means there's no chance of a 50-50. Mad Lions 3K gold lead now. They're going to grab a Baron. It's going to turn to about 5. Massive advantage. Full control for the first time in the series.
Yeah, the last couple of games, it felt like Mad Lions had a decent enough lead to close the game out, but now they really have a huge one. They waited there to get Niski a Baron buff as well, so 5-man Baron buff coming in, but we see the fight here again.
Yeah, Crownie does get hit by the zap, which kind of ends up drawing Mad Lions in to catch out Labrov. And Adam and Nuke just so far away in the back line. And even though Nuke does get a great scatter of the week here, the stopwatch that comes through stops the follow-up. As you can see, Carzzy doing so much damage in the back line with that ultimate.
Good stopwatch by Niski. Mad Lions move forwards. Crownie's trying his best to kite away, but Chasey takes him to a different dimension and solo kills him off to the side. Nuke is then isolated with no flash against Chasey, who's basically relentless in this. Sheo manages to trade one back. Carzzy picks up Adam.
But this is the thing. Mad Lions, they've been playing against Adam 3 games in a row now, and every single time, despite the massive leads they've built in lane, it has not mattered, but this time around it has. They finally found a fight where Chasey could leverage his advantage to the fullest. If he can isolate Crownie again, it's going to be easy. Crownie's still very far away from 3 items. Chasey incredibly powerful.
And now BDS have to be so careful with this dropping away because Baron up creeps are going to do a lot of work to these towers. You can see Chasey having his time down here on the spot lane turret as the Dragon is being taken by Mad Lions as well. And once they start to group, the siege is so strong with Niski being able to fish for charms and even Carzzy having the range advantage as well.
This game doesn't feel like Mad Lions are on a timer. This Jinx is just doing so much work for their draft. You know, yes, they have the Vi, but the Cassante is just massively far ahead. They have more frontline, they have more backline damage at this point. As much as they're even with the Zeri, they have more threat on the Zeri, I feel like.
And that's why it's surprising to see the Zeri picked up immediately. Adam, though, now being grouped on.
Ultimate, when are they going to use it? I feel like he just holds it. There's just no way out of this play. Adam taken down, caught out in the side lane. Well played by the side of Mad to find that pick. Continuing to build their gold lead. Baron on the top side of the map, but they don't have a wave so far away now. Crownie already pushing out mid lane as well. It's only Chasey who's really able to leverage these empowered creeps.
Yeah, I'll get a bot here too. Mad Lions. 1 minute left on this Baron. You can see, look where Carzzy's standing. He's just basically standing right in front of that tier 2. I think they want to try to push down for that. Red buff spawning in a second should be an easy pickup as well. BDS, Adam has TP. Now they could go too deep here, Mad Lions. Carzzy's flash is still on cooldown. Gargoyle for Chasey and no TP. So if they siege this top tower, BDS could TP on them if they have it, Chasey's TP timer and Carzzy's flash timer and turn the whole game around. Mad Lions need to be careful. 5 seconds. Look at that ward that's being pinged on blue buff.
Lantern coming out. Carzzy. Overall, some really fantastic moments. The laning phase has been good, but some oops moments that you cannot afford to make. You're back against the wall like this. Mad Lions playing slow, Mad Lions playing controlled, not wanting to give BDS another opportunity to recover in the mid to late game. Sheo. Q not quite going to connect. Lantern coming out early. They do not want to get engaged on giving so much respect to Adam's ultimate here.
Yeah, it's good by Mad. No flash on Jinx. Don't overstep. Don't just try to greed for a tower. They might stay around front of the wave and see how it goes, but Carzzy needs to play a screen away from Adam. Can't walk near that Malphite whatsoever. Nuke has flash to follow up as well.
Q forward. Chasey off to the side. BDS have to be careful. They're going to get corralled here under this tower. I just want to give this one up. Laying down a bit of poke. Crownie off to the side. Chasey now going forward. Polymorph coming out. Major cooldown burn, though, for the fight. Just a few more seconds till that one's back up, but tier 2 going down. You can see Mad Lions not going to pull the trigger on the dive. Again, they've learned from the mistakes. Just play it out slow. They know they have scaling in their back pocket. They don't need to force like they did in the first 2 games.
And that's where it already came back to bite them. As long as they can keep this vision down like you can see on that top side, it's going to make things very easy for themselves, especially as we look towards Baron in 2 minutes. Up at about the same time as the Dragon, but honestly, if you're Mad Lions, I think the pressure that this Baron could give you is so much more important, and as long as you can continue to fish for picks in this top side off that vision, you're going to be in a great spot.
Look at the goal of the AD carries, though, basically dead even on items as well. So we'll see what work Crownie can do, because I think he's the last line of defense now for BDS. Nuke's really struggling this game. He's 2 levels down. He's down 1.6k gold. Can't really find the impact. The Cassio pick is banned away. He doesn't have as much scaling on the Syndra either, so he's really just going to have to be a setup for Crownie.
And I think right now, Mad Lion's just so favored in the fights because, yes, Adam can ult, but the second he dies, it's a reset for Carzzy. Carzzy just gets to take over these fights. It's so much harder for Crownie to play this out. There's so much less room for him to work with now that there's a fed 80 carry on the opposite side with just as much range as he has.
Also just how big Chasey is and no LDR in sight, but they're going to try and make a pick onto Niski as Nuke gets collapsed on.
Nuke caught out here, flashing out to safety, but should just go down. Easy follow-up hook, easy chain CC, nowhere for the Syndra to go, but now it's Niski in trouble. Niski running for his life, Crownie on the chase, flashing forward, trading, flash for flash, but already set up in the mid lane. Tower just being tanked, looking to break open the tier 2. Chasey, the creep wave to back him up. Maybe they break open the bot lane inhibitor line.
The Elite decided to tank a few shots, but still means the Mad Lions already on the bot side. Resets coming through, though. They haven't spotted Sheo. He's in behind Carzzy.
Flash, Ghost, Wukong now going in. That's going to be knocked up onto 1. Sheo already leaping forward, looking for the second knockup. Carzzy just desperate to get out of this one. He will survive for now. The knockback there. Sheo, Adam into the back line. Carzzy, 1K shut down into the rock, and now Niski coming in as well. They need to win this fight. They're desperate. They have to win. They have to take this exchange, but Crownie still lives. Crownie's still standing, but Chasey will not let them lose. Chasey refuses to die in this finals. He will find the angle. Mad will find the fight, and they're looking to bring us to a game 4.
Nuke doesn't land the stun. I'm not sure if he has the ultimate. There it goes. Chasey with the gargoyle.
Chasey, gargoyles don't play the knockback. Chasey again finding the angles, finding the fight. Niski off to the backside. They're breaking over the inhibitor line. Can they end the game? Adam hooked. The CC is there. The pullback is there. Adam taken out. Mad Lions, 4 members strong in the base. Break open the inhibitor line.
They're not going to be able to end the game, though. 15 seconds on Crownie. Don't have a Baron buff or anything to work with. Just one singular wave, and now Mad Lions are going to back away. But let's take a look at that fight. Mad Lions almost being a bit too greedy.
Sheo gets such a good engage onto Carzzy, but there's just no follow-up there. So Carzzy just about able to kite back. And then Adam flashing into the back line, making sure he can get it. But Crownie, he's backed away. He can see the TP that's coming through. He can't really follow up onto this fight, which means that then the fight gets a little bit separated. Mad, they get to turn and punish.
The amount of work Chasey's doing in this fight is unbelievable. Niski TP's in with no ultimate, I think. Carzzy's dead. It's on your Cassante to carry that through, and he has a massive gold lead up against Adam, 3 levels as well. And boy, does he do work after he gets that ultimate off. Slices through BDS, and now we've got a Baron start here from Mad Lions. CP coming in from Adam. 5v5 up towards this top side of the map. Sheo looking for a steal, but Niski could chunk him out here.
Just look at Chasey's damage in that last fight. He has to be respected. Polymorph already coming out. They're going to try to chip away at him, but he's generating so much base for the team. AK getting lower. Niski and Chasey just walking into jungle, knowing that the 3-man core can tank Baron for now. Shurelia's coming out. Crownie still just poking. Niski on the side, fishing for an angle. Neither side wants to overcommit here.
Trying to push them back, trying to force Adam's ultimate here with the flay.
Adam going on to Carzzy. Is he going to look for it? Is he just going to leap out to safety? He's going to do so, and now instantly that is time to pull the trigger. Crownie going golden, but the charm isn't going to be perfect. The charm missing. The charm will it be enough? Crownie on the backside, uncontested for now. Hitting the Q. Chasey trying to find an angle into the backside, but Crownie again untouched for now, but it is not enough. Q3 will connect. The Carzzy will connect. Carzzy looking for a penalty, looking for an opportunity. There's room for more than one king in the LEC because it's Carzzy who wants a crown.
Carzzy gets a pentakill as well. BDS on match point, but Mad Lions aren't done just yet. 2 close games, but they bounce back in game 3.
An incredible performance from Mad Lions, and for Carzzy once more to step them up and take us to that game 4.
You can enjoy the passion in the audience here in Berlin as Mad Lions bring it back. On the edge, but they found the tools. They fought fire with fire. This time around, they got team fighting, and they took it all the way.
Smiles on the face of Mad Lions. They're such a momentum-based team. Even in the face of defeats up against a BDS on 2-0, they were laughing on stage before the game. They were having fun in draft, and now once again, you can see smiles on their faces. Mac giving them a stern talking after game 2, telling them to play more reserved, more calmly. We can out-macro this team. We get leads, but we're throwing them away by faults of our own. Don't give them an inch. And Mad Lions didn't in this game.
But we nearly saw it go in that bot lane play, but just being able to turn that around, Mad Lions being able to find that success. And again, Carzzy stepping up huge. It feels like every single time the Mad Lions have needed him across the course of this playoffs, it has been Carzzy that has gone, I will take it, I will make it happen.
Yeah. And finally, we see Mad Lions clearly showing that they can match the scaling threats that BDS have brought to the table. And we also see Adam The way that he has been playing has felt so incredibly difficult to respond to. But Chasey building that advantage. It's not the Jace where he got caught out this time, consistently isolating these carries, finding those Q3s to make sure that the fights were absolutely unplayable.
Yeah, I expect BDS to go blue side now, make the top line pick maybe a bit easier for them. Less target bans from Mad onto Adam's champion pool. Jinx, Jinx, Jinx. Is that a ban? Is that a ban for BDS?
I mean, the option was to take it first pick there, which was why I was kind of, or well, first rotation, because they ended up going for this area instead, which I was kind of surprised at. I thought they'd go back to the Jinx, because Carzzy's just looked exceptional on this pick throughout.
And I think maybe a misread, assuming that they'd go for the Xayah once they had secured the Vi, feeling like it was a comfort for them. Maybe not anticipating that Mad would try to match scaling with scaling, but now Mad, they've shown us something new, and it's BDS's turn to respond. They've been drafting the same way this entire time. Their streak now broken 12-1 over the last 13 games.
Adam's been roaming a lot that game. I wonder if, he's going to talk to the coaching staff and say, like, just calm down, just lane, just go down 20 CS, but we'll see what happens.
Have to find out. For now, let's send it back over to the analyst desk to hear more about that game.
Well, the Mad Lions, they keep themselves in the series. They keep themselves in the race for their third title if they were to win today. And, we were talking about a repeat of Winter, which would be a 0-3. The other option is a reverse sweep.
And that has happened in the past.
It has happened in the past. They're not there yet, though. But this was much better out of the Mad Lions. Yamato especially coming out of the bot lane.
I think in general, looking at this series, I feel like they've managed to find 2v2 kills. In this one in particular, Jinx did get dove at one point, but just looking at how much of an evolution Mad Lions bot lane has gone through in terms of being one of the weak points throughout the split and now finding 2v2 kills on very, very different and unique matchups. And this is, of course, so important as you transition into the later parts of the game, because BDS is a bot lane that is so strong in the lane phase too.
Yeah, and against Crowny especially, I feel like you just have to find ways to shut him down. It seems like whenever the game gets to a certain point, he just takes over. In some weird way, that kind of reminds me of myself back in the day, where I would just kind of just farm up and at some point take over the game, and that's Crowny now.
Yeah, it is. And he's delivered over and over in that regard. This is the first game BDS have lost in a long time. We can talk about the mental blow about that later. I do want to finish off just on the last game because it was a different look for Mad Lions on many parts. Now, a very hard to play game, I want to say. They drafted themselves in game 2. Yamato, did they give themselves easier tools in this third game?
I think just the 1-2-3 has always been so strong from Mad Lions. Here, they managed to lock down the Vi, Ahri, Jinx, get a support that Hilly is comfortable on. They're following the Mad Lions recipe. I think the key difference here, though, is the fact that they managed to create a winning position in the game and then carry out the most of the end game in a disciplined and patient manner.
Yeah, and I would also say this was probably the first game, I guess last game to a certain extent as well, but this was probably the first game where Chasey really could make an impact. He's had the lead in all 3 games so far. In the last game, he was close to carry, and in this one, I would say he was doing a lot for them to win this one.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts. The Kisante.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. We're going to get some B-roll of the team fights as well, but we've seen many Kisantes, but I feel like this is the one where I was really scared of, even coming into the mid and the late game. He just pushed it forward so much, and Adon was a focal point in this lineup, has always been. How is that evolving now?
I feel like Adam is still sticking to his role in the team. He's sacking waves. He's trying to be there for his team. The one thing this game I would say is that they went for the Seri over the Jinx, and that allows them to dive onto her much easier than it would be if Jinx was to be played. And Chasey got 1 or 2 times where he could actually separate the Seri from the fight off of the Vi ult and take him down. In my opinion, I don't think BDS will change much about this top lane state. Chasey will be ahead in these games, and it will be about can Chasey carry or can Crowny get a position in the game where he can carry.
I think the key thing as well, Mad Lions, they are following along and playing that grouped game. You see that the wave states on side are perfectly even, and they're contesting around mid when they are stronger in theory, and they're executing the fights. They're playing, compacting together, and they're not rushing forward too hard. You know, Hillisang on Thresh, most of the time he's flashing and flaying and lanterning forward, but this time around he's playing the defensive role for the Kazi, and this allows him, if there was no nameplates, I could consider, this looks like BDS team fight on blue side, but of course the champions are unique to each individual player.
It was probably the first game in this series where we saw the team comps kind of mirror each other. I feel like in the first one, BDS had the scaling advantage. In the second one, even more so, than it was about Matt trying to poke them out. But in this one, they have very similar comps. Tank top, facilitating jungler, facilitating support, and 2 carries on each side. And maybe that is the recipe of success for Mad here, but will be harder to get on the red side because BDS has more options on the first pick.
No, for sure. I think just the fact that now we've seen 3 games where they were actually in winning positions for Mad Lions, and the fact that they managed to have that Nashor, the first one, pre-25 minutes, cannon minions don't spawn on every wave, converting that into a game win might be difficult against a team that is very disciplined, but the fact that Jinx was ahead of the curve and they played around it well, got a little bit iffy there in the bot fight, but Chasey, of course, delivered.
He did, and speaking of the Jinx, Pentakill, another one. We already said that the last one by Crownie was the most pentakills we've ever seen in a single season. And Cardi was like, yeah, let's go for some more. I mean, he also played well on the Jinx. He usually also does, so he deserves some credit here, but the game was already won. But still, you gotta get all 5 of them.
I actually think Cardi is having a decent series. He overstepped a few times in the last game and might have cost them that game. But if you look at the 3 games in total, I think he's playing quite well. He's standing up to Crownie decently well. It's just Crownie has more tools and feels more comfortable in the situation. So to me, it sort of ends up being Chasey versus Crownie now, which is a really interesting stylistic League of Legends difference.
No, for sure. And I think the additional layer of Kazi is like, even though I could argue that the Ezreal game, he kind of threw it in 2 situations. There's not a lot of players that are going to mess up that bad and just not give a damn and go into the next game,
get a
pentakill, play a good game on Jinx. You know, that is all about that mental fortitude.
That's why he's a match made in heaven with Hilly,
Yeah.
I think, to be honest. Yeah, so let's take stock of the 2 teams going into this 4th game. The idea of the reverse sweep. Now, BDS wasn't in that situation when it happened because it was Rogue, unfortunately, but Matt can definitely go back to that. Some of the members that are returning from that, including Karzi, Yamato, they know what it means to activate. Hilly has also had experiences like that on both sides of the coin.
I think the key thing is just knowing that you won that one game, sticking to your guns and understanding that, you know, there were good things that we did in the game, and then going over that hurdle and breaking a nexus, all of those questions that might be in the back of your mind are all of a sudden answered. We can beat them, and we can do it good, and we can do it our way.
Yeah, for BDS on the other side, they had won 12 games in a row. They were flying so high. Is this where the crash comes?
Probably not. I think they will stay strong to their identity and keep going with what they've been doing. The one thing I would say is Mad has showcased, I kind of brought this up before the series today, that this is all about how strong you are mentally, how you feel as a group, how you feel on the day as a player. And Mad has been here. They were here 2 days ago against G2. So the question is now, can BDS handle the pressure? Now they're blue side, they have more options, but there's a lot of pressure in this next game.
Yeah, maybe the last note we can leave the viewers with before the break is BDS has been doing fantastic all split long, so there's no reason for them to falter now, even with that game lost in the bag. You talked about Chasey so much. BDS will be on blue side. If they lose, they will still be on blue side. That does mean that they could get the counter pick for Chasey. How much of a difference could that make, and is that going to be the one thing to look out for?
I think it was crazy just looking at the statistics. I think sometimes Adam just overreaches, roaming with the level 5 Malphite. That was a little bit too crazy. And I think that that's where maybe they need to create some reservation, because those advantages are quite unrealistic. And when Mad Lions are leveling up in different areas, then you'll begin to really feel the pain of the Chasey advantage.
Okay, well, the Mad Lions, they're still alive here in the LEC Spring Finals and take the first step towards another reverse sweep, possibly. Can BDS stop them and close it out in Game 4? We'll be right back after this.
Cards getting burned down, ticking. The red buff, burning. Bravo up to the side, and Pix is certainly helping on that one.
I wanna go, okay?
Go, yeah, you can.
Go. First guy.
I will support, I will Ian.
Where is Wukong? Wukong. It's first target.
Yeah, with Penta. This is Penta, don't steal. No, Jerry. I think it's Penta. Okay.
Karzi, Penta. No flashes. No flash on this guy. Karzi, Penta!
Go.
Penta!
Let's go! Go.
Oh, nice.
Hey guys, it's Wave again, and this is my song Drums. I wish you guys luck for this match. Let's go.
And welcome back to the LEC. BDS for so long undefeated, but how will they recover after their first loss at the hands of the Mad Lions? That's the question on our minds as we get ready for Game 4.
Is it a fall from grace? Is this a stop in the BDS win train? 13 can be an unlucky number, you know? They've won 12 in a row. They've now not been able to pick up their 13. This is the first time they've lost in God knows how many weeks. So I think they need to not overread into it, you know? Adam was over roaming. The team comp was working decently well. I think they need to change up maybe Nuke's champion. Yep. But on blue side, they should find that easier.
Yeah, and I think that's the big takeaway is that there's learnings from this. It's not like it was just a complete shutdown. It feels like you can adapt coming into Champ Select here. Like, take the early Jinx away so you're not playing into the Zeri, into the Vi. Try and play for something that's a little bit more comfort for Nuke. We'll have to see. Moving to the blue side, BDS will have a bit more control over their fate here.
Olaf taken away. They managed to take down the Triforce of Adam, the Olaf, Darius, and the Garen. We'll see if they can do that again. Ken and Rakan coming out. And I think Cassio was the last ban for Mad Lions on blue side. You know what? They just said, we're just going to target ban everything we think is a problem. And BDS have now changed it up and said, we think Jinx is a problem. So if they ban the Cassio here, that's going to be a Zeri for Adam, for BDS. And is it an Aphelios for Carzia, or are they going to go for the Ezreal?
So that's the question. Do you try and take the Vi here for Shio as well? Because that was obviously a big issue. Or do you just try and take the Zaya and say, hey, we'll neutralize, I should say, the immediate pick coming through from Elioya if he does go towards the Vi?
So the Cassio is up, the Zeri's taken away. Now the Vi and the Zaya are open. Is Zaya worth the pick? No, it's not. Does Mad Lions match the Zaya into Vi? I think BDS are going to play Aphelios here.
Aphelios Thresh, certainly a strong option. Although they may just prioritize getting Nuke a comfort champion. First time the Gragas has really been open and available, though Niski has been incredible on the pick. Debating what they want to prioritize. Adam, not the kind of guy to play Jace this season. Has been the weak side top laner to AT. So they have to decide here, 2 picks. Where do they want to spend them? I think Gragas an easy first choice as a potential flex.
I think it'd be a mistake not to take the Xayah though, because if you end up leaving that open, Gragas can't really do much against the Xayah in the back line, and you also have the buy on the opposite side, so they will take that one away. And now the question is, what do you want to try and answer with it?
I think they have to go Aphelios Cassiopeia, you know, they're going to have to... I think this is going to be a bit of a pain if they don't. If they go Aphelios Thresh, I mean, Hilly will just lock in Blitzcrank on Nautilus, right? And if you don't take the AD here, you're going to get banned out. If you don't take the Cassio, you're going to get banned out. And then Adam's going to get targeted, but he'll probably find Sion or Malphite on 4-5. BDS should probably stick to the same plan, and looks like they're going to. Now, does Niski counterpick here, or do they just take their jungle of choice, match the Wukong?
Twisted Fate.
They flexed that Gragas into the top side as well before, so I wouldn't be fully surprised to see that one come through. And then, well, going to take that one away instead. Actually going to basically guarantee that Gragas is going mid for Niski.
Now they can do Malphite Sion bans, and then I really wonder what Adam is going to dig into his champion pool for. I mean, Orin can kind of work. We've seen his set as well, so it's going to get a bit wild in the top lane if they do that here, Mad Lions. Alternatively, Lulu Thresh, 2 powerful picks for the Aphelios.
Yeah, for the second game in a row, it feels like PDS are being forced to dig a little bit deeper into their champion pools. Comfort for them is a big deal, though, because we've seen, again, with a double carry threat, with Nuke and Crownie specifically on carries, that they are still undefeated. Mad Lions, part of the reason they were so successful is they were really able to shut Nuke down a much harder feat against the Cassio as long as she can get some items and gold under her belt.
So, if the Sion ban does come out here, is Adam going to play something like Jarvan, you think?
Sir, you are cooking. I cannot say. That sounds a bit like it has some solid interactions into a Gragas. It can provide some kill pressure on a Jace, but I'm not going to say I'm in love with the idea of a Jarvan.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions this whole series have really been looking at Adam. There it is, Malphite Sion, so now we're going to be cooking in top lane.
I imagine he'll probably just go back towards something like the R blind, just to try and get something that's nice and easy for himself. I know it's not the best of matchups into the Jace, but you can still at least play that front line when it comes towards those team fights.
Adam hasn't played a single Gnar game this year.
True.
It's not been something he's leaned towards. The matchup's also pretty rough, and I think that Mad Lions have a pretty happy... I mean, what do you pick on 4 here is the question for Mad Lions, because if you pick Thresh, they go Blitzcrank. To take away the Lulu, you're playing into a hook champ. You're going to have to blind some kind of powerful support here. Something like Rel could do nicely. They're going to go Sejuani. So the Gragas probably mid to Sejuani jungle.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they're going to hold off here and just kind of go, okay, we'll take the support and then keep that flex. Although Yoya taking the Gragas into the jungle, but going to immediately go towards the Sejuani. Means that we're going to see the Thresh, and chances are you'll see that Blitzcrank connection for Hilly.
Garen's up. That's something they targeted. It's going to be Xante. So something standard, and I think it's a Blitzcrank game for Hilly, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Set up for a really, really strong pick. You got decent team fighting as well. It's just a case of, well, you're very much in on this mid game as Mad Lions, so you want to make sure that Hilly's going to be able to roam, start getting those picks, because if BDS gets the late game with Aphelios and Cassiopeia, you're in a really bad spot.
But I think Mad Lions have essentially figured out the BDS Exodia draft, as we see the Pike now locked in for Hilly, certainly trying to make it more volatile. Remember, Team BDS still at match point. You cannot afford to make any mistakes if they want to keep this lane as explosive as possible. And Team BDS, now they have the carry threat required to win out in team fights, but they lack the reliable front line that they had in drafts past. Xante, you've seen, more strong when he can dive the back line, not a Malphite or a Sion in terms of guaranteed reliability.
I think the important thing here is they have a Cassio into Gragas Sejuani. So if you don't get that Cassio down, the amount of DPS that's going to come out is going to be unreal. Something like Conqueror on the Cassio, God knows what, Phase Rush, anything can really work into it. But in Mad Lions, again, they will get outscaled. Their front line is short-ranged. They have a little bit of poke in side lane, but it's on Xayah really to be the main damage dealer here. And BDS, good mage mid, good scaling AD carry, a little bit of front line and defensive tools, 3 facilitators. Very stock standard from what we've seen in the last few games.
And that's why I'm kind of surprised to see the Pike here, because in my head you'd want to try and play around the Xayah, get her into a position where she's fed, but when you're playing the Pike, you want to play away from that bottom lane. So Karzi, you've seen him before where he doesn't get a lot of resources and does step up to be the carry later, but it does mean that there's probably going to be a lot of pressure on towards Nuke and work with Niski and Elyoya to try and play through that mid-jungle with Hillisan.
In the LCK and the LPL, they take turns. Here in the LCC, we just try to outshout each other. The passion of both these fan bases is palpable. The sign's also fantastic. Endless energy in Berlin is fantastic to see. Match point again for BDS. Let's see if they can bring it home where Mad Lions can take us to Silver Scrapes in Game 4. And as we enter game 4, just a reminder, BDS have not been tested thus far in the best ofs. Undefeated until last game. We need to see how they recover, not just in draft, but in terms of mental, in terms of performance on stage. Now, while you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, it's still something that we have to see from them because Mad Lions seem unfazed by literally everything. Carzzy, as highlighted by Yamato, can sprint at one game, come back swinging even harder the next game. It is incredible to watch. BDS, can they show us the same mental fortitude here?
Minions have spawned.
We will see shortly because already a little bit of pressure from Mad Lions. Ward onto Shio's blue buff, see if he starts there. No sweeper, no time to base and pick up the sweeper. Buff spawning around 10 seconds time. Looks like Elyoya will start on this top side. And we'll track how he moves around the map. Looks like both junglers might path down towards their bot lanes, Pyke into Thresh. You know, whoever hits the hook first might be the one winning the trade, obviously. So we'll see if Hilly can do anything level 1. You can see them sending that bot brush so far up. They get a hook with Halo Blades. Gonna get chunked out here. BDS needs to walk with the wave.
I think Lebrov may be forced to take Flay here just so he can proc Aftershock. Halo Blades does so much damage to the level 1. So many Pyke lanes are decided in the duration of this level 1. For now, though, just fighting for Prio. Carzzy laying down some feathers, using the double daggers, but the range advantage for Crownie, meaning he can at least hit the wave for now. Hylissang dropping into darkness. Lebrov needs to body block that one, takes the Flay to proc the Aftershock. Hylissang, though, still, you can see how hard he hits at level 1.
Even with Elyoya moving down here as well, this is where Mad Lions want to try and see if they can at least cover here with Elyoya, but I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of does the blue, then starts to swing back up towards his top side, just to make sure that Shio won't be able to make any plays towards chasing the top side.
Oh, Crownie ghosting, still going to get pulled back now, forced flash out to safety, and again, the power of the Pyke level 1 absolutely taking control of the bottom lane.
Big pressure. Elyoya now can swap his pathing up, actually. He talks about going top side here, Dagda, but Summoner's blown. If they stay around here, that's a dive. Level 2 to level 1. Looks like Crownie knows it's a possibility. He's going to take a base and run straight back. So Elyoya might call that play off. We'll see how he moves. Looks like he's now moving into the bot side jungle. They do have the support move advantage to invade the red buff. You can see the pings coming down. They know Shio's full clearing from top to bot. Nuke's pushed in. Hilly's first on the move. Ward to spot out Elyoya. So BDS know that this play is happening, but Crownie needs to get down towards bot and pick up that wave. Shio saying, well, I might lose my red here, but I'll try to take my Raptors instead.
The level advantage on the bot side going to be a real problem here as well. So Elyoya immediately moving in. Niski hasn't quite crashed that wave in mid, so opportunity for Nuke to come across, but I think Shio very aware that his bot side is gone, so he's just going to take it slow and not give any more advantages over towards Mad Lions.
And already the pressure advantage on the bottom side for Mad Lions, making sure that they can take away the little objectives and more importantly, potentially free Hylissang up to roam and the levels to come. Crownie no summoner spells means they're going to have to play on the back foot for a decent amount of time here.
So Mad Lions can set up crab spawning. Ward there from Carzzy to see if they can spot Shio on the move from Krugs. Elyoya's going to finish this crab. He has 2 options. 1, stick around bot, or 2, clear up towards top side, get a camp lead, but then you leave your bot side a little bit vulnerable. They have flashes, yes, but is there a window to punish? The summoner's down on Crownie and look for dives as Shio's here to cover. He thinks something's a possibility. They could go for a Lantern flash gank here onto Carzzy. They need level 3 though.
Keep an eye on the ammo counts for both of Crownie's guns. Nuke flashing forward, grounded, now going to try to finish the kill, forced to back away as he sees Elyoya in the mid lane. Oof, bit of an awkward one. Thought he had the window of opportunity.
Yeah, Niski laughing there, he's happy with that. No flash mid, they got good setup there as well. So Mad Lions have these opportunities in these windows to play around. Illy, see if he spotted out Shio there, I'm not sure if he has. Still sticking around the jungler of BDS here, looking for something, anything.
Very committed. Crownie swapping over to Purple Gun now has the CC follow-up and setup, making it a bit trickier for Hylissang to play this fight out. Carzzy still has Cleanse though.
Level 3 on Lebrov, now here comes the Lantern Flash you expect. Gonna call it off. A lot of time used here.
If Crownie wants to Q, he'll immediately swap guns. A ton of potential burst damage here, but won't follow on that opportunity.
Again, is Shio getting punished though? Elyoya managed to take his bot. Now moving up towards the top side because he knows that Shio hasn't spotted up here. Big wave crashing the top side as well. And I wasn't sure if Mad Lions were going to try and set up a dive here with Niski moving top, but maybe they don't need Niski as Adam takes a good amount of damage.
And Adam burning a lot of cooldowns there to try to poke back on a Chasey. Can make things a little bit difficult, has delayed the wave from crashing, and Adam just realizes that he needs to back up. Shio in the area. Red buff proc. They're going to try to turn it back onto Elyoya. This could be big. Q3 up and available to flash in, forcing Elyoya's flash out as well. Chasey's going to get one Shio. What can he get back? They need to stun him as quickly as possible. 4 stacks stun, and they can just walk away. Niski there to back it up. Shio cannot afford to get over aggressive. Q flash. Oh, he went in. No! Mad Lions baiting and outsmarting, outplaying on the top side.
Oh, Shio didn't have the confidence to go for the flash. Maybe, I mean, I think he did have a ward there, but he didn't commit onto Chasey. Could have made that a 1-for-1, but you can see the pieces are slowly falling apart here for BDS.
Hook back. Hylissang not going to overstay, not going to overextend.
They saw Nuke was on the way. so they decide to call that one off. But still, massive wins for Mad Lions in this game 4, picking up 2 quick kills in the early stages, getting control against Sheo, and making sure there's little that he can do. Nuke made it the whole way down to the spot side, but now with Elyoya moving down, and Niski getting that push in mid, he'll be forced to
Crownie
return.
might be in trouble. So for a second, maybe Hilly was looking for an E-flash, but LeBron has that Lancer and Elyoya's here. The wave will crash and they'll thin it out. But I feel like Mad Lions have figured it how BDS want to play the game. You saw how much time Sheo was using to try and find anything. Mad Lions are playing reserved. BDS, you can see Nuke moving down from mid there to try and hover on that bot push out. Adam, we'll see if he starts roaming around, but the resources slowly start to be spread thin for BDS, and Mad Lions have found ways to group up and punish it.
And the top side all pulling ahead in gold, 800 already for the Jace. It's not, again, the sign of the Malphite, the luxury of just ulting in a fight and not needing to be anything else for the team. K'Sante really going to suffer as this deficit starts to increase. Crownie walking forward, though. The hook connects. Hillsang, though, not really under threat as long as he still has the E up and available.
Still managing to crash that wave there for Crownie and Labrov. Carzzy would be able to make his way back down. Would have loved to try and freeze that wave so then you can maybe set up a slow push into the Rift Trail that's going to be spawning in just a minute and a half's time, but should still be able to get at least some sort of a push going on here if they do want to try and rotate. Hilly as well, going to completely be unlocked from the spot side at that moment and see if you can move in towards mid, punish the fact that Nuke, still no flash available on the Cassiopeia.
Right now, game so tense to fight over the Crab, Sheo. Smite available, you know, Smite and Sheo should be able to take that one. Adam looking for an angle on the top side, down a level, but still trying to force the fight here. Can do big damage as he goes all out. Q3, is it going to connect? Chasey low, getting out. Adam now in trouble. One more auto, the sharp blast. Chasey finding him in the 1v1.
It's all mad in game number 4. 3 kills now. A second for Chasey. BDS, can they respond on the bot side? You can see Nuke and Sheo moving down, but Mad Lions, they just back away. Well, Sheo will get the blue buff, but it's a small prize for what's been won on top side.
Oh, Chasey. Huge clutch factor in that game 3 on the K'Sante. Even on the Jace game against Malphite, solo kills galore, managing to find huge advantages but not translating it into a win. And again, it's getting the upper hand on Adam. These bans targeting out these champions which are difficult to play against because you haven't played against them so often. Playing up against the K'Sante, Chasey knows this matchup.
Certainly does. LeBron continuing to step forward. It feels like BDS are desperate to force something on the bottom side, desperate to get anything back. Sheo spotting the zombie ward there, and 8-minute eclipse on the top side for Chasey. It's not going to get any easier.
I mean, this is incredible for Chasey, though, especially when you look at like the pressure that's on him. Back in X7, he was kind of considered a bit of a coin flip player. To now see him when the chips are down and they need someone to stand up is Chasey. K'Sante last game, Jace this game, having Elyoya and Niski leaning towards him. It feels like this has actually been a rock the Mad Lions can rely on in a rookie in their top side.
Yeah, in the NLC on X7, you often play things like Renekton and Gnar and try and proxy, and then you will die in between towers, a bit coin flip sometimes here and there. But yeah, this series, phenomenal. And Mad Lions now picked up both neutral objectives, Dragon and Herald. Chasey's off to a great start. You talked about it, Dracos, Eclipse already. Adam stands no chance. He's down 2 levels as well. He's going to get to level 7 off this wave crashes, but the plates are slowly going to be chipped away at. And Mad Lions, we've seen it before. 2 years ago, up against Rogue, they pulled off a reverse sweep. All right, now they're looking comfortable here in this game 4 to force us to a game 5. BDS need to slow the game down. They're no strangers to that. They're no strangers to cross-mapping, avoiding fights, making sure they try to find objectives on the other side of the map, even if they trade down, but Mad Lions are brute forcing this top side.
And it's Sheo who's had the highest counter jungle percent, but he's getting counter jungle, and here comes everyone.
Kicking things off, the knockback now coming in, but they're standing up for now. But Nuke body blocking the Sejuani ultimate, definitely not the ideal target now, flashing back out to safety. Mad Lions, have they overcommitted? Have they overstayed? Chasey looking for the shock blast. Oh man, Korean sniper on the top side of the map. Chasey again finding the angle.
He is playing flawlessly right now. You can see the coaching staff bowing to the top laner that has come in as a replacement for Armut. Chasey, phenomenal year so far. Stepping up huge in this series. Blunder from Niski though. His ult was on the wrong side of the Vi. Could have knocked him into his team and been a bit cleaner, but Chasey makes sure that he's a janitor.
Now on bot side, Elyoya starting to move down.
Ultimately not able to find anything. You see Crownie on the Brog desperately trying to find these angles, but Elyoya is here. Hillsang can just step forward. Crownie very good guns for a fight, but if the hook connects, they could be in trouble. The Brog is going to get pulled back. Crownie knows that he has to full commit. They're trying to burn through Hillsang so he can't get the reset. Hillsang finding one. Ignite now ticking. No, he doesn't get it. The flash backwards means they're going to force them out. Crownie, though, should just get taken down here. Does not have the range to push the E. It is a 1-for-1 on the bottom side.
And you get to push this in for Mad as well. Get some more plates for yourself. You even got the Rift Herald in tow for Elyoya. So big win for Carzzy on that bottom side. And once more, we're seeing that Carzzy can step up here in the bot lane.
Definitely can. We'll get a plate for himself, so even trade. But yeah, Carzzy will get the better hand. The wave, the gold from the plates Niski's taking a base there, has the TP up and available. Adam also has that TP coming up, but we'll look at this replay here, because Niski actually blunders the whole combo. The E-flash is great, but look where this ult goes. Wrong side. Don't know where that was. Mouse must have went up towards the top side. Anyway, dodge of the ult here from Chasey. Watch this backstep. Instantly dodges out on the Cassiopeia ultimate, and then the snipe was just fantastic, wasn't it? Watching and waiting for Nuke's movement. Just came up, boom.
He just doesn't miss with them.
He just doesn't miss.
Impressive. Here on the bottom side, of course, you see the play here. LeBron forced to burn flash, so the execution doesn't come through. Crowny knows that he has to fight in the exchange. Easy CC follow-up. LeBron flashing to make sure that the reset doesn't come out, but Carzzy only really forced to use the ult to follow, and LEO, I think, a little bit slow on the trigger there on the E, or they may have been able to find a second kill.
The fact that you now have no flashes on mid, bot, or support is going to make this next Dragon very dangerous for BDS. They're trying to see if they can find a pick beforehand, but I don't think they can really find his lab. Bro, what are you doing?
Walking under the tower! This is not what you do! BDS!
Crowny, no flash. Niski, can he hit him with the barrel this time?
Running backwards. Niski gonna find the slow, and that's all that they need to find. The Bomba backwards! Easy follow-up. And this is not just a Mad Lions advantage. This is a Mad Lions slaughter. BDS prey in the face of their opponents.
It's a 5,000 gold lead, isn't it? They have Herald for bot tower if they want Dragons up. They just need to recuperate and grab the creeps on the lanes. See Shio just instantly trying to cross map, running top. Maybe he can find a kill onto Chasey. No flash up there just yet. That'll be a nice shutdown to get over. But Chasey, look how much respect he's playing with. Mad Lions are playing reserved and calm around Shio's movement on this map, and they're finding such fantastic plays.
And right now, options are starting to run out very quickly for BDS. They're not going to have the luxury of time to scale up in the game. LeBron, it's a mistake. You know, a player in a final like this is not a mistake you can afford to make.
And I think he knew that Niski was on the way, so was trying to sneak past, but Elyoya just there in the right spot. Maybe expected that Shio might have been able to escape, but with no flash for himself, maybe he could have just gone to the blast cone. But unfortunately now, not going to be in position, and this from Niski, gorgeous stuff, picking off Crowny perfectly, and that'll be the Dragon alongside us.
Yep. BDS looking a little bit shook. I mean, this game is just so one-sided. Normally we saw them in the first couple games trading back and forth, and Mad Lions have been through hell and back to get here in the first place, and even being down 0-2, they're unfazed, but now BDS looking like the game's just slipping out of their hands. Nothing is working.
A huge amount of it has been those people that have been denied their opportunity to win the split for a while. Hilly now, one of those, wants to pick off Adam.
Adam isolated. If he gets too low, he will fall down. He has the flash to maybe get away from the death from below, but Herald coming in. This tower is not his to hide under. He needs to get the hell out, but he's pulled back. He's unstoppable. He pulls Hilly away with him too. Now trying to dash to safety. Hillis ain't gonna find the stun, the shock, the follow-up, the execution. He goes over the wall, but he gets hit anyway. Hillisang with a clean death from below.
Little bit of cross map here from Crowny's trying to get this bot tower, but Mad Lions aren't done here.
They're not. They're going to keep pushing. They've even got the push in mid. Labrov
Knockback,
once again.
Dunked down. And this is the thing. They haven't had flashes for 3 minutes, and Mad has killed them 3 times in the duration.
I cannot stress enough how much I can hear Mad Lions laughing and having fun. They just hit the barrel onto Labrov. They're having a great time. Giggles all around. They're having such a good game here. Niski's just roaming around the entire map. BDS will get this bot tier 1, but Chasey, look at this gold swing now. It's going to be up to 4K in a second.
Crowny ghosting to make it out to safety. And with 2 Drakes already stacked, yes, it's Chemtech Soul, but I don't know if it's going to matter. This lead is nigh insurmountable. Yes, BDS, credit to them. They've come back in from so many deficits by team fighting, but Mad are so far ahead, they will beat you with their wallets. They can miss skills, they can miss ultimates, they can be missing summoner spells, and they can still win these fights.
And you're missing items on BDS as well. You're going to be waiting so long before Crowny really becomes relevant, before Nuke really becomes relevant. Whereas when you look at Mad Lions, we talked about this being a team that comes alive in the mid game, and they're going to be spiking saves very hard as Hilly.
Hilly, they just instantly ult him again, just chain CC, lock down the pike, good kill. That is certainly a start. Hilly, that's the vulnerability of playing the champion into a Vi especially. You cannot get away.
Steadily finding something now, BDS. Got a tower in bot, now they've got a kill. Crowny sitting on 2 after that answer on the 1-for-1 from the bot plate. Tower will probably fall, but no local gold will go over. Oh, the minion just dropped aggro last second. So that won't hurt too much. Mad will probably want the local gold anyway. Herald's up, you can see pings coming through. Mad Lions haven't dropped a single neutral right now, and I don't think they're done just yet.
That thought now instantly. Brav picked off again, and this is the tools, this is the setup that Mad Lions have. They're just engaging every time they see an enemy champion on their screen.
And this time they did it with Labrov's flash up as well, so just adding insult to injury now. Mad can get control over this mid lane. They can fall back as Niski's
sidestep on the Q is big. They just don't have the damage to kill this Gragas right now.
Yeah, he can just stand in their face, just contest these Raptors while his jungler's taking Herald, right? The map's just in shambles. There's nothing that BDS can really do. I think Mad Lions are just going to wait for this Baron to spawn. They can pick up this next dragon and put themselves on soul point as well. BDS need they need so many more items.
And the beauty of Niski having that much control in the, well, 2v1 means that you can get vision.
Crowny's dead.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
Chasey's Jace is a problem.
Yeah, it's not EU Jace. It's Chasey Jace.
Really
This man, out of control. Even in the poke game, it was good. 1 or 2 fumbles wasn't too bad, but this game, absolute dominance. And Mad Lions basically telling BDS, show us something new. We figured out what you want to do. We figured out how you want to play the game, and we are ready to fire back now.
Yeah, Mad Lions blundering in the first 2 games against this comp of BDS, but now they know how to run away with it. Now they can dictate the pace of the game, even in the early stages. That ward from Elyoya level 1 on blue just basically spotted where Shio would be on the red buff, and the bot plays from Hilly just to make sure they can lock that down and put Shio behind.
And I think Elyoya has been incredible all series long, even in their losses, of keeping track of Shio, preventing him from being the one to counter jungle, play the usual BDS style. It's been Mad Lions who've been the ones getting that deep vision, working with Hilly and making sure that there isn't really an opportunity for BDS to fight back. Now, all of them using that vision to move down to the bot side, and Adam, I think we've seen this one before.
It's tanky though.
Pull back. Hook now coming in. Looks like dashing out safety. Barely able to make it away on that one, but even then, it's so hard. You at best get consolation prizes, and when Carzzy's just walking at your jungler with no fear, that's a bad sign for this one.
Yeah, they got both tier 2s from BDS in 16 minutes without using Herald. Mad Lions can use it on mid tier 2. Look at the damage.
Crowny locked up, ultied. Almost connects, but not quite. Shock blast! Oh, nice. The shield coming in from Adam to save the carry there.
Yeah, Dragon's up in 15. Easy exit objective. There's the Herald mid for the tier 2. Niski has to be careful though. This is BDS's last real play to maybe find a pick. If Niski plays safe, and he does in the top side, you can see him running away, knowing that their only option is top. He's just happily clearing these waves.
He has the flash, he has the ult, he has everything, and Mad Lions, they're having some towers in the mid lane as well.
Mad, right.
It's
That Volt would probably go more here, but I think, again, they've learned their lesson. Just go towards Drake.
17 minutes. 11k gold lead. This is an absolute stomp. And I think we have to take a second to appreciate Mad Lions have been going through the gauntlet. They lost their first best of 3. They have been 1 series away from elimination for the last 2-3 weeks. This has been so difficult, and yet they just keep coming out on top. We thought they might lose to Fnatic. It was a base race away from them being out. It was 1 or 2 autos on a Nexus from us not seeing this team play in best of 5s, and yet here they are today, potentially on the cusp of bringing us to a game 5.
And it's not only those doubts that are there, it's the fact that they've been denied so many times when you look at the players. Niski, never having won an EMEA final before. Sure, he has the C9 win over an LCS, but never getting one in his home region. Hilly, 5 finals since 2018 and not a single win to his name since then. This would be such a big one to get.
Yeah, the mid lane tier in Europe is so elite. It's always has been. You know, back in the days, if you wanted to win a title, you needed Xpeke, Froggen, or Forbidden. You know, a couple years later, it was the Caps and Perks. Then it moved on to Larsen and Humanoid, and Niski was always that player in the shadows behind these names, never really able to find his title. Went over to NA and found one there, yes, but now he's back in the LEC. And he's on this Mad Lions lineup where Elyoya and Carzzy were the ones reverse sweeping Rogue to their first championship. And I think they keep the spirits high, and Niski adds fuel to that fire. And you could hear them laughing throughout this game. You could hear them laughing even when they were down 0-2. It was like this friendship that they had in 2021, which carried them to those back-to-back titles. And I can kind of see that here again.
And just remember that a couple years ago, Niski didn't have a team. He wasn't good enough to play on a starting lineup, people thought. Reeker came in, ultimately struggled to perform on stage. Mad Lions finally brought him back into the fold, but there was a time where no one wanted to pick up Niski, and you look at him now and you wonder, what the hell were they thinking? It's an incredible story for him, an incredible opportunity. And for Mad Lions, they can't get ahead of themselves, but the fact that they've gotten more and more disciplined, the fact that they've improved across these last few weeks is a credit to the team as a whole.
Yeah. For both play there. Well, they're looking top as well.
Well, knockback. Chasey should have easy advantage in his 1v1 versus Adam. LeBron taking a lot of damage, but Chasey not being in the picture could be a big deal. Crowny finding a kill. That's a start. Bomba coming out. Ooh, Carzzy, the Gale Force forward, the auto. Mad Lions holding onto their lead, but giving a bit of back, a bit of gold.
Yeah, Chasey traded flash with Adam. Adam got out. Chasey's going to push in bot. TP's up in a sec. And Baron spawning in 15. I think Mad Lions will push out top and mid. Look for a Baron start very soon and then start sieging on these inhibitors. Their soul's up in 3 minutes. Not the best soul, but I think they're going to start breaking through this base.
And trying to play into these choke points is going to be so difficult against Mad Lions. The ultimates from Niski, Hilly looking for a few of those hooks. The pot shots that come through from Chasey as he walked through as well. Obscene stuff if you actually try to go through this. At least Shio will get his blue, but I don't know how much more control BDS will get.
TP behind. They know that BDS want vision on this Baron, but they're not giving it to them. Labrov, blue orb's going to spot him.
Mad Lions going for the throat. They want to end this game. They do not want to give BDS any more time. Not sure if the Shock Blast got the vision, but Labrov now on the retreat here should be an easy kill pickup. They just do so much damage. Aftershock is not enough. Chasey now unstoppable.
They know Shio's here too. They're going to find a Vi, and they're going to chase him down as well.
Chasey not involved. Elyoya, the chaser in this context. Chasey and Carzzy. Just going to focus on this Baron, and again, their lead is so massive. There is just nothing for BDS to do. The first time we have seen BDS put down like this in a very, very long time.
Base is coming through now. The siege will begin. Adam's pushing out bot, but I think this game is as good as done.
I mean, G2 in week 2 was the last time that we actually saw BDS drop a game, and then we had the last game for Mad Lions as well, and this one is looking sure as done. Incredible stuff from Mad Lions, especially 2-0 down, to be able to step back up and say, no, we're just going to take this. We're going to be able to knock this one out of the park.
And with BDS on blue side as well. You know, there were concerns with how strong blue side has been, that this could, you know, put them in a losing position in draft, but Mad Lions just continue to be one step ahead. Once they found that edge in the previous game, it seems like they've just never let go of that advantage.
I think they found a way to break the game open through top and play more reserved and play more with Chasey's leads. Bot's been winning in isolation in these last few games for Carzzy and Hylissang. Elyoya has been doing good to match it. And yeah, I think they've just nullified Adam so much in this series. BDS are going to have to try and figure a way to get Adam back into this game, into this series, sorry, for Game 5.
BDS have played one way for almost a month now. So the pressure on to adapt, to find more in the final moments, in the minutes between games here is so high now. So look for an angle in the fight. Shio off to the side, trying to push them back away from the wave here. Mad Lions, are they comfortable enough to go for the dive?
Hilly's on the split push, on the pike. He's going to start hitting top tier 3. So I think Mad Lions are saying, well, we have a level 15 Jace, but we also have Hylissang. So let him do the split push. And Crowny's going to go over to clear mid wave and top wave. Mad Lions will start hitting on the spot tier 3 as the wave comes through.
Successful split push as well, as far as it's concerned. I mean, this wave should be able to hit in. We'll be able to get it. Oh, Shio!
Just barely dashed away by Shio. Tower starting to fall here. Adam Q3 ready to go. Are they going to try to force the engage?
I think Nuke needs to get an ult flash here if they want to fight this. Watch Nuke. I think he needs to go for a flash ult onto Mad Lions if he wants to stop the siege.
Crowny stepping up. Decent guns for a fight, but really not enough gold to get anything done here. Forced to flash out. Just burning the cast, but again, slow, disciplined, controlled from Mad Lions. Not over-forcing here. They've got Labrov on a blinking health bar, but they're still not over-engaging. They're not flashing in. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They know that this win is theirs as long as they do not overextend.
Looks like they will just back away, though. Dragon in a couple of seconds. How far do they want to push?
Continue to pressure forward. BDS, it's do or die. Force and engage and win a fight or lose the game, but Mad Lions, this lead nigh insurmountable. It will take an absolute miracle for BDS to find anything here. Hylissang walking up, fishing for the hook to dash back, safety. That's Nuke's flash engage. Can they take out one? Can they burn through the health bar? Niski, but no, he goes golden. Now firing back is Carzzy on the backside. Adam unstoppable. Niski will finally fall. A shutdown for Crowny, but I think it's too little. It's not enough in the end. Elyoya walking up, tower laid down from Crowny, but they just don't have the money. They don't have the stats, they don't have the champions, they don't have anything to respond to. This is another empowered Shock Blast connects. They'll get away from Hylissang, but they will not get away from Game 5. Mad Lions, from the jaws of defeat, they snatch victory and they bring us to Silver Scrapes.
Sub 24 minutes, what a stomp. Mad Lions, spirits are very high. BDS, these are, like you said, Dagda, they haven't lost in so long. Now they really have to bounce back. Now they really have to band together and figure out a plan for this last game, because one single game will determine who's going to MSI, and one single game will determine who our champion is for spring.
And it's night and day looking at both the teams. Stone faces on BDS as they move towards the back. Whereas when you look across, it's Niski smiling, happy, and you talked about them being a very momentum-based team. With Mad Lions, they have all the momentum with them after that game. And I think for BDS, you got to go back to a drawing board that you nearly have to completely rewrite. It looks like Mad have figured them out.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Hilly won in 2018 summer with Fnatic. It's been 5 finals since then, where he's not been able to find a win. He's always fallen short, mostly up against teams like G2, and now here in the finals, he's 1 game away from getting another trophy to add on to make it 3. Most experienced player here on the stage, so you look towards Hylissang and Mad Lions as your veteran, as someone to keep you calm, and as much as you're having fun and being happy, keep it serious, you know? Keep the drafts going, and BDS needs to rethink the strategy.
Certainly the case, but also at the same time, your most rookie player is playing the series of his life right now. Chasey, this is an incredible turn, and he has been a consistent force in all 4 games thus far. It just hasn't been enough to win the games, but now Game 3 and 4. It is enough. It has been enough. We'll see if it will be enough in Game 5. In the meantime, let's head it back over to the analyst desk to talk about this incredible series.
Pick it up. We're just going to pick it up where you left it off, being Chasey. What an unbelievable performance from him so far, Ender. He was already instrumental in their run in winter, and it seems that the time has only done good things for him now that he's getting a second chance at winning a title.
Absolutely. And you look at it, wasn't even just this game where at one point he was up like 5,000 gold just over Adam, finding solo kills, the outplays, everything. Every single game he has at the edge in top lane. And Adam, we know, likes to, TP down towards bot side, try to get leads other places, but anytime he does, he is punished. And I think Mad Lions, how they put focus on the top side and just the disaster this 2v2 turned into, let him snowball.
I really think going forward, it's about mitigating that exact pressure as well. I think now you see what he's capable of, Jace. We already knew that from earlier games. I think going into this last one, that is something you just take away, because the strategy that works the best for BDS is having Adam in this position. If you want to have him in this position, you cannot give agency to Chasey.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how BDS handle themselves in this last game, because normally we see teams lose on the red side, choose the blue side. Now we saw BDS lose on the blue side and most likely choose blue side again. So what do you change? Chasey picked Jace before bans in this last game and might do it in the next one as well. Do you afford to ban it before the first pick? Do you have space to ban it before the first pick?
Maybe they go to red, who knows?
It's tough. I mean, but that's the other thing too,
yeah.
is like, even if you do ban it, yes, like he had much more influence, I think, on this Jace than the K'Sante, but last game is K'Sante was also insane in the team fights too. And that's before we get to the next picks that he was busting out last playoffs, where it was like the Fiora, the Aurelia coming away with just insane moves there too. So this guy has depth, even though we haven't seen all of it. His 2 picks have been lights out.
Is it a bit of a top diff so far? The last 2 games?
It kind of is top versus AD so far this series, and it seems like when you give the likes of Gragas and when you get Chasey going, Crowny doesn't get to the point in the game where he's strong enough. I don't think they were doing too bad bot this game. It just seemed like Chasey took over too quickly.
I actually think it was a bot lane difference again, down towards the bot side again. The really saying on the hooks in the beginning, forcing the flash and the ghost immediately. Crowny forced the lane without flash. Actually, I'd argue that while Crowny is an amazing AD carry in the late game, when it comes to the 2v2 in the bot lane between Hylissang and Kasi and Crowny and Labrov, then it's actually the Mad Lions bot lane that has had the best laning phases so far.
I just feel like when you look at this overall, like BDS exploded kind of their prep coming in a little bit and like leaving the Gragas open as a huge issue, giving that to Niski. So then you have the Gragas going to Niski, you have the Jace going up topside to Chasey, you have Hilly on his signature Pike. Like, I see those players on those 2 champions, I'm like, I don't care what the matchup looks like, you're just not gonna lose.
Yeah, and it was an absolute stomp last game. I'd like to talk about Niski just a little bit. Of course, he's my countryman, but he's also a phenomenal player, and he's made the playoffs in every single split he's participated in since he started in 2017. Of course, he won the title over in the LCS, and he's had a couple of chances to win it here, but he's always been the rock for the teams he's been in.
I think the crazy thing about Niski is, and I think Kadril summed this up perfectly on Cast, we talked about like sort of like the 3 different eras of mids, like your Febvin, Xpeke times, then Caps, Perks, Slush, and Humanoid. He was like always 3rd best, I think, since he joined the league in 2017. He was always in the conversation, but never breaking through, never with a real chance to lift the title, even though people always looked at him very highly. And now he's on match point. He has the chance to be the 4th player ever, not just to win here, but also to win a title over in the LCS, which is crazy.
It's crazy, and I think the 2 storylines converging and coming to a zenith, it's fantastic to watch, because now we see Goldberg, this scrappy squad, this Goldberg squad, this BDS squad.
Yeah, sure,
You're also scrappy.
I'll take that as a compliment.
This BDS squad that went through this whole journey. This might not be the best time to bring it up, but we do have a core of BDS that lost the finals they played when they played in the LFL last year. And I guess now the point is, take what you learned there in terms of momentum with the fantastic coaching staff they have and make sure that that does not happen again.
Yeah, I think it's really important that you don't get emotional after a loss like this and you keep staying logical. I think taking the approach from the draft is the first step as well, saying, hey, we banned away Jinx, but that probably should have been a Gragas because we first picked Vi, and when we first pick Vi, they're normally going to go Saya anyway, so the Jinx probably wouldn't have mattered in that regard. And I also think just taking a moment to actually cool themselves would be good. We saw a lot of sloppy mistakes. I think Labrov had a hard time in this game specifically, even up towards the top side with Sheo. Pretty much every member had a hard time finding their footing. It's really about finding the mental reset going into the last game.
The last time that we saw the reverse sweep and last time that we saw 5 games rather was in spring 2021 from the hands of the Mad Lions, Reckless. So you just know that the enemy team is riding so high right now. How do you break that as BDS? What are BDS's main problems that they need to address?
I think the early game is a huge issue right now, especially in the top lane. I feel like if they can just get themselves to a position in the game where it's not completely over already, then they have really good chance of winning. They
chose blue, by the way.
They chose blue, yeah. So most likely not a lot of things will change in terms of comp versus comp. I would just like to see them play more towards their comp because it feels like they're contesting early everywhere, and that's exactly what Mad wants. They should just try to play a little bit from behind if that's needed, and then do the team fighting later.
Yeah, I also just think in general, the fact that they no longer find themselves where they can come back because Mad Lions allowed them to. So at a Dragon fight, if you remember a lot of the games, it has still been Mad Lions that attacked the early game. It was one sloppy mistake that then come through. Boom, BDS is back into the game. But in a game like this, that just wasn't allowed. Pressure, mid lane. Top lane, pressure. Bot lane, pressure. It was just 3 lanes continuously making sure that you are not allowed to make a move and actually set up for the objectives, which is what BDS had been so good at doing.
Ender, what does your gut tell you?
My gut is making me really nervous for BDS, which feels terrible because I've been hyping them up all day, but sort of looking at after they lose game 3 and then they start letting like the Gragas go over, sort of maybe misidentifying, trying to give that to Niski. Now my concern is, do they go for a bigger change to go further away from what has worked all throughout their massive win streak? Like, does top lane all of a sudden stop being just the blind tank pick, just to, survive through and team fight for them? Because if they go that route, like, Adam has been the solo kill machine in the past, but you're putting a lot of pressure on that man in the final match if you do take that off.
But he's learned so much throughout the year. It could be the moment, but is it the optimal strategy for BDS to go for, Goldberg?
Yeah, that's the thing. I actually think you still probably have to commit to the weak side because that works. That's what's worked so often. I think you've had moments now where there was a mis-execution. For example, the Malphite games where he TPs down level 5. That's way too early. But the idea is still good of when BDS does it. It's just finding it at the right moment. They've been having a few misses, maybe a bit stress in the communication. It all comes down to just that mental pressure again.
Oh yeah, you gotta chill now. You have to bring it home for either side. Hilly, by the way, could be only the 2nd player ever to win on 2 different orgs in the LEC. Oh, it's already coming. Will history repeat itself with the Mad Lions reverse sweeping to another LEC title, or can Team BDS weather the storm and secure their first ever title? It's time for Silver Screams.
For an angle on the top side, down low, but still trying to force the fight here. Do big damage. He goes all out. Q3, is it going to connect? Chasing low, getting out. Adam now in trouble. One more on the sharp blast. And they're standing up for now, but Nuke body blocking this is 20 ultimate. Definitely not the ideal target. Now flashing back out to safety. Mad Lions, have they overcommitted? Have they overstayed? Chase looks pretty shock blast. Oh man, Korean sniper on the top side of the map.
Just end this. Good job.
Well played, yes.
Nice game, guys.
Nice.
We got these guys.
Let's go.
Where we go?
It all comes down to this. One more game to decide who will be the Spring Split champion and who will represent the LEC at MSI. Mad Lions have come back and won 2 games in a row, looking to mirror their reverse sweep back in 2021, but BDS aren't done just yet. We're going to be covering picks and bans live here at the analyst desk. So right off the rip, Yamato, I want to come to you, right? I have now anointed you coach of BDS. You've lost 2 games in a row. If you had to make a bold gamble in this final game, what is the shift you take?
I think the most important thing is that you have to remember who you were when you walked into the series at the beginning of the day. The most important thing is that you don't allow yourself to overreach and try to find ways to solve problems that you already had solutions to. You cannot forget the team that walked into the first match, came in with confidence, came with a plan, because you're not going to find anything else. The solution is in your own discipline and the habits that you've built over the entire year. So it's very important to take a step back and recognize why you're here in this moment. Make some adjustments in draft and maintain and hold on to what made you strong. Because it's very easy when you've lost back-to-back games and you begin to doubt, to drown in that sorrow and begin to make changes that aren't necessary.
100%, especially after the massive win streak they went on to, now finding defeat for the first time in a couple of weeks. A lot of pressure on their back. And we talked already about the questionable letting the Gragas go through for Niski, right? Does that return in these bans here, GB?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just such a comfort every time we see Mad Lions on it. And it's not even necessarily because Niski's pulling off all the crazy combos, because quite a few times it actually just gets messy, but it's what this picks allows you to do as well. And I feel like it's just such a comfort that gives Mad Lions the confidence to play like they do.
I think the key thing as well with Gragas, it enables Chasey to play these carries on the top side. And I think as well, when you're first picking Vi, the enemy's going to pick Xayah anyway, so the Jinx ban is just kind of thrown away.
Okay, so we were debating whether or not this Kennen pick was going to turn into a Jace, because we have already seen Adam one time play his Sion into Photon's Kennen at the time when they played against Vitality and had good success with that. But for now, they let it
Please
stay.
ban Gragas. It has to be, right? Cassio's a good answer into Gragas, but I think you need to let the Jinx go and just allow your fight to get value into it. Wow, Jace instead.
Even
Gragas
putting more towards the top side. Of course, we were wondering maybe the Jace comes through even earlier for Chasey, but like you're saying, Annie, Gragas, the picks that stand out immediately. The Vi, of course, that's been first pick basically every game this series.
Zeri's still going to go. So once again, Annie will be let through. Probably not prioritized at all whatsoever. We probably will still see the... wow. Okay, not even the Vi. Because now this open up a rotation where you're quite comfortable going Vi into the Jinx. Of course, they would have to be a composition build around it. Tahm still up and stuff like this as well. But just giving Vi over for first pick Jinx, usually when you do that, it's like, oh, let me go Saya, so Vi doesn't have the same value. Going Jinx really just allows you to go Vi here.
And especially like, yeah, maybe you want to play the Cassio again for Nuke, but level 6 comes around, Vi plus Gragas. That is not fun times for that matchup to go down. So I'd be shocked if we saw anything but the Gragas for Nisqy. It has been so good from him going all the way back to Winter Split.
I think just the question will be now what they will play in the bottom side. Karzion Aphelios, the last time we saw that was just losing in week 1, and that's usually the answer into Jinx.
Gonna say
He's
the
gonna drop the Ezreal.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a Kasi classic as well, one of the comfort picks and one of the champions he's been known for such a long time, and he's still making it work. One of the only ones who's actually willing to bring it out with the Presti attack, still having that laning presence with it. On the other side though, we'll just lock in that Syndra and we'll lock in the Wukong. So you have the setup as well in a team fight to buy space, but Vi is so happy to play into the Syndra. That's a lane you can look to punish.
I mean, personally, I would love to see something like a TF to try and punish those side lanes, especially, but I get some flashbacks of the Ezreal back to game 2, where after the Ezreal went full down into the poke ideas. Of course, Gragas is something we are still definitely eyeing, and you're going to have to take that here on 3, or it's for sure getting banned away.
So I think if you're a Mad Lions fan, you're very happy with this 1, 2, 3 Devi Gragas. Nisqy is 10-1 on this champion. My goodness. The main question, if K'Sante gets banned now, what will, of course, Chasey pull up in the top lane? That's his opportunity to go deep into his pool.
But one thing is Chasey's champions. Another thing is, what about Hylissang down towards that bottom lane? The
Who actually gets counterpick?
Exactly. And every time we've seen the Ezreal, at least 2 times when we've seen the Ezreal, we've seen it paired up with the Pyke as well. So what's going to have to go? Well, it is just going to have to be that one.
Yeah, I'm also thinking Blitzcrank potentially as well, like especially if it's like a thresh angle for Labrov. Blitz could somehow fit into this composition. Tahm Kench is something we were eyeing in previous drafts too, and seeing, you know, potential heavy dive on the opposite side with the Vi could fit in.
I'm really hoping Team BDS just lock in the K'Sante ban, because I think that's such an easy 4th pick for Mad Lions, and that allows them to then set up for the 5 pick on support. I wonder if K'Sante gets out, if maybe we just get a classic Gnar, because there's so many top laner ban. Maybe this is what you go to, but K'Sante's in the picture.
No matter what happens, it could always just return to that Gnar. I think that's a very smart ban by BDS, just offering so much more protection for both Nuke and Crownie, who have looked very good so far this year. But again, who gets the counter pick? I'm thinking it's going back over to...
2 on 4, right? Because of the bans.
That's true. You just deny it. You deny it.
Ezreal Pyke not the best. Of course, Ezreal Thresh not the best lane. And there's the Annie instead. Okay.
Lots of power picks coming through right now, and you can see this CC that can be applicable right now. Lots of options to go for BDS in terms of support. You still have the Thresh. Could also look towards the Tahm Kench just to keep that extra safety available for Adam. Main concern right now is that extra follow-up with an engage from Wukong right now. You need that extra tanky boy to play for Crownie when he's playing a Jinx.
I'm just thinking Gwen. Gwen is gonna be such a monster here on 5. I hope Chasey locks it in, because Gwen has monster value here. They cannot deal with the Gwen here.
I mean, this will be the first time he's challenged to dip even a little bit into the pool this series. It's been K'Sante Jace over and over again. And he was a guy that stepped up late last winter with those counter picks. Now it's going to be the Gwen for him to try and run over the top lane for a 5th game in the row.
I'll be honest, I don't think Mad Lions could have been much more happy with the champions that they got in this draft. You got the Gragas on Nisqy, you have a broken-ass Annie down towards the bottom lane for Hylissang as well. You got Elyoya in the jungle on the Vi, and good CC targets to go for. It's looking good for them, but of course BDS still have Crownie to fall back on, but it's going to be dicey.
It's going to be very hard. Mad Lions have a very proactive early game. They have tools to engage. They have tools to kite back. They can play on side. It all comes down to if they can maintain the same level of discipline and patience that they did in the last 2 games to close out winning positions.
Their early game has been absolutely fantastic. Shio some stumbles in that last game as well here, and he's going to have to show up here 100%. The counter gank last game, it ended up faltering a bit, but if he can guard against Elyoya's early game, that could be big for him, GB.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, people were worried setting Mad Lions as a 2nd seed at this point in time. We might just send them as a 1st seed to MSI if they actually take this one.
Oh, what a
story, man.
Yeah, this is going to be real interesting. Game 5, BDS versus Mad Lions. Who would have thought?
It literally could not get any better than that. Mad Lions with a chance to pull off another reverse sweep in an LEC final. But BDS, Every single player on this team has been knocked down before. They all got back up, and with one game to decide it all, it's do or die. Which team will take home all the glory and crown themselves LEC champions to book their flight to MSI in London? Let's get into Game 5.
My God, what an honor it is to be here for the Game 5, last Game 5. A long time ago. Finals often very one-sided here in the LEC. It was Mad Lions versus Rogue for Mad Lions' first title. Now they are one game away from their third. BDS looking to fight for their first, the 6th org, to potentially lift a trophy to win a split. And again, everything on the line, but everything coming out already. Initial few autos, just trying to get some poke down, but looks like I don't think he's going to get the opportunity to back here.
Ooh, could have gone more there, but there's 2 wards placed already by BDS. Look at those wards placed by the bot lane already. Level 1 just to cover off anything. Hilly, oh my God. He's in a Game 5 for a finals. He's just recalling in their face. And it works.
Another hook?
Carzy.
Oh, Carzy. He's got cleanse.
Even getting the cleanse this early would definitely be positive. Nice to have that little advantage here, but Hylissang ultimately not going to be too phased. I think he's able to grab enough gold for a 3rd pot as well. So, yeah, feels all right.
And Niski's trying to get information. Maybe he's going to ward the Raptors. I thought he was going to walk over and ward the red there, but they should be able to track Shio, see if he dodges away from that. Elyoya starting solo on these Raptors.
Gentlemen, it just feels like so much tension. Like any wrong decision here in the game can just throw everything away. What has been an entire split, 6 weeks culminating to a single game here in the LEC. Both lineups betting it all on one final draft. Mono highlighted the Gwen. Going to be terrifying as we get later and later into the game, and it feels like, again, it's all eyes on Crownie. Nuke once again picking up the Syndra means there's only one true hyper carry on the side of BDS.
And it feels again like we're waiting to see if history will repeat itself for Mad Lions. The last time we had a best of 5, it was Mad Lions reverse sweeping Rogue. And now they want to see if they can do it once more against BDS. Keep that elite, the same names that have won the title before in the LEC. Or can BDS create their new destiny and find themselves taking this Game 5 and preventing that reverse sweep from happening?
Yeah, it's sort of like momentum versus a well-oiled machine, really, isn't it? BDS just plugging and playing all of these champions to stick to the same concept. Mad have found a way to break it. Now the question is, can they break it one more time? Or can BDS solve the puzzle to get them to MSI? Hylissang walking up quite far there. He's going to dodge out on the hook, playing really in BDS's face. Obviously the most experienced player here. He's not scared whatsoever of their bot lane. Shio now moving up towards his top side. Chasey just dashed in.
Top side. Chasey, no skip and slash, trying to auto. Trying to get out of this one. Flash out to safety. Shio now following up. Positive trade in his favor, but it's just immediately going to playful Trickster out to safety.
Wave is terrible, isn't it? It's not really in a good state. He needs some information. He's trying to get a ward there, but Shio sticking around. BDS know he wants to push this wave out. Elyoya's on Wolves, so this is a really tough situation for Chasey if Adam just holds the wave here. But Shio, maybe he goes up here, Chasey, when the crab's about to spawn. He's getting experience. Needs to get a ward in that brush, though.
Shio dashing forward again, skip and slash. Just going to walk away from that one. Ward will be placed down, tracking Chasey for now. And as you said, Cadril, looking towards the crab.
Gives a lot of control to Elyoya, though, who's moving back up towards his top side. Niski getting a ward onto Raptors again. Was spotted exactly where Shio is. Elyoya is up here, but I think he'll be a bit late to the party for the Scuttle Crab. But may just be here to support the push for Chasey in that top side.
Yeah, I think he's just here to cover. He's probably going to sweep out this Tri-Bush ward that he knows is there. And then he's going to probably take a base. Bot crab is up. He could also go cycle through his Raptors again to get a better base on something like a Caulfields before he decides to recall. So Shio will get spotted out from Niski's reward here in mid. TP back, very quiet early game. No summoners blown other than Chasey's flash on the gank. Slow and steady.
Certainly the case. And for better or worse, as casters, when we walk on stage, we often walk past one of the player ready rooms, in this case Mad, and heard Max saying to the players, play calm, play slow. I said have fun, but you can tell that neither side wants to be the one to make a mistake or overforce an excellent hook from LeBron. Big damage. Not a lot else to respond with. Just getting the wave in and a bit of poke down onto Hylissang. Crownie essentially overstaying here. Lantern's going to take him out to safety. Carzy going to press the attack as well in lane, really just trying to make sure that they can all in if they need to.
Yeah, look at Shio. He's moving down here to help his bot lane get a good base off. Three men basing together. Chasey's up towards the top side. Yo-Yo's going to get spotted out by this ward. There is dive potential here for Mad Lions. They lack information, though. They don't know where Shio is, and Nuke has that TP ready. He's probably going to drop it mid when he knows Adam's safe, and there it is.
I do think they have at least a somewhat of an idea the Shio is bot side, though. Again, Niski's been just consistently warding these Raptors off cooldown every single time to make sure that they can spot out exactly what the Wukong's pathing is. At the moment, though, don't want to try and do anything too hasty, but Hilly now starting to move in towards mid lane with Elyoya. Just going to see if they can get some vision down in this river, because with Dragon now spawned, that's going to be what Mad Lions look to try and take next.
Mad Lions, first on the move right now. The jungler in tow as well. Sheo on the top side of the map. Labrov just waiting in the darkness at an experience advantage. Has to be careful about walking up here. Very confident. Crownie in the area has the lantern to bring him in. But fighting over this vision, fighting over the crab. Don't need to be in the bottom side of the map, so they're just going to make sure that they give this one over. Maybe to Crownie, no. Donating it to Sheo, so
yeah.
Very kind of the team.
Dragon gets started up, but no one really wants a piece of that. Elyoya's trying to run towards bot here. Karzi's fast pushing in the wave to see if he can spot out the bot lane of BDS, and he will as they collect the wave. Now Mad Lions have an option here. They can get the next wave in. Elyoya can cover it, or they can start up this dragon. Looks like he's going to queue over the wall, out of vision, and start up that neutral objective. Shio is hovering around mid, getting experience. He should get level 5 from this mid wave, and that'll be pretty handy.
Niski, excellent scat of the week. Nuke doesn't have enough spheres, doesn't have enough damage. Destroy Niski's health bar there, but a positive health trade overall. Maybe now they can look to contest this Drake. Still don't know or have perfect information that this is happening.
Yeah.
Imagine we get a ward over the wall here, and then they will realize.
Shio doesn't have smite.
The foot. Does he want to go over the wall? Doesn't have smite, as you highlighted. So easy pickup for the side of Mad Lions. 6 minutes, 30 seconds. First Drake getting that Infernal.
Yeah, look at the gold on the scoreboard at the bottom. It's just dead even. No one's put a foot wrong yet. No one's overextended for a play. Chasey's flash is coming back up soon. Both teams just afraid to make mistakes, afraid to overreach.
You talked about it in the previous game, Cadril. Level 6 so big for junglers in this meta, and certainly for the Wukong and the Vi, maybe where we start to see some of these plays where they have that more reliable CC, the more reliable follow-up. For now, though, it's very quiet, very controlled, very calm game.
And I think the slower pace, at least for BDS, is kind of going to be a bit of a godsend. You want Crownie to have that time to scale into the later portion of the game. That's where you can actually have a slower laning phase that lasts longer, give this time for the Jinx. And when Elyoya hasn't really been able to get in and have any problems for us, as the hook goes wide, Crownie's going to be happy to just continue getting as much gold as he can before this laning phase ends.
Yeah, the Jinx will be really strong. He needs to get 3 or 4 items, has a lot of range on him, but still a lot of threat. You know, you're facing up against a Vi and Annie flashing forwards, Gwen, Gragas, who can follow up quite easily as well. Mad Lions might not have an insane amount of scaling. Actually, I think their scaling is not too bad, you know. They're playing with the Gwen on side lane, so should be pretty strong. Will become a monster later on.
And I think that's the big thing here for Mad. They definitely feel like a squad that's heavily reliant on flashes, right? Yes, you got Elyoya's engaged, but for Hilly, you want his flash. Niski, you want his flash. So that's something we'll be keeping our eyes on as we start to move over towards these big objectives, like the Rift Herald, which is just about to spawn on this top side. Elyoya just ticks over to level 6, but is resetting now.
Yeah, Labrov's base just got stopped there. Karzi just ulted them through the brush so he could get the base off first. So see who gets that Herald now. With the recalls coming in from the Mad Lions, I think they've evenly matched the tempo of BDS bot lane with that true shot barrage. Elyoya started it up. Chase is pushing out top. Niski's pushing out mid. They're going to collapse down here. Shio's going to spot it out. Maybe there's a vision plant there that he can use. No, it's not up, but you'll see him now.
Level 5 from Shio. Really cannot afford to be walking up like this. Rocket coming down. There's no way. In a game 5? Nope. Not going to happen. Rocket will connect onto Elyoya, but the Herald secured, and that's 2 objectives back-to-back for the Mad Lions. BDS have gotten nothing in exchange.
And that's the kind of the later stage punishment of Sheo in these early stages. He couldn't find his opportunity. Now he needs a little bit more.
Needs to get out. Bomba back into the waiting arms of Elyoya, and first blood for Mad Lions in game 5.
Huge pick off there. Niski had the ward. I think it was Chasey's on that Gromp area. They knew Shio was there. They knew he was level 5. He's just been put so far behind. Elyoya now level 7, a full level advantage in the jungle. First blood over to Niski.
And this is how Mad Lions got their win over Vitality. Control the jungle, keep invading, keep the pressure up, and don't let the enemy play the game. They're doing the exact same to Sheo now.
It's also how Sheo got his win over Vitality. It's Elyoya who are consistently showing us that they can do it better. Jungle mid support of this team having a phenomenal series, certainly a phenomenal run through the bracket. Showing up in game 5 is big right now. 1.3k gold difference, 2 objectives over. Herald has not been used yet. Everything in this early game in favor of Mad.
Yeah. Niski's going to build towards that Rod of Ages and the Seraphs. A lot of scaling. The Ezreal will build building tier as well. And Mad Lions are just going to use this Herald, I think, to set up for the next dragon. 1 minute 50 seconds on that spawn. They need to be careful, though. Niski lost his flash. Labrov's hovering around to get vision on this bot side. Can try to punish that. And Crownie still a little bit away from his mythic item. So BDS don't really have the tools at the moment to take fights.
I think they don't really have the vision either. Mad Lions, the big thing is if you can try and find flanks for Niski, get yourself into position for Elyoya, that's where they're going to be the biggest threat. So at the moment, a lot of fighting over just controlling this river area and also just giving the opportunity for Niski to find these roams. With the level 9 now hit, he's going to have max stacks on the Q, should be able to push these waves exceptionally quickly and actually start to have impact even more so than he has already on these side lanes.
JC potentially in trouble here. Adam firing back, getting some good damage down. Needlework coming out, going a little bit wide here. Adam happy to trade ultimates.
Yeah, Ghost pop there from Adam as well, so it's a net positive for Chasey. He got a lot of chunk on him too, so sitting pretty happy in this top side. Adam's TP's back up, Chasey's will be up soon as well. Elyoya is now hovering up towards the top side with a minute on Dragon. They do have the time to make a fast play up here if they want to, but Adam is going to finish that recall, so the play might be off unless they can full dive him from base in a 3v1. It's very risky though.
No reason to pull the trigger there without Chasey having ultimate, just making sure nothing else was afoot. And Mad Lion, again, control on the top side. And I think the big thing right now is while Adam is trading okay, even if Chasey has the push, the later and later we go, this Gwen is a ticking time bomb in terms of team fight output.
Well, I want to try and team fight it for the moment, though. So Chasey, I imagine, going to reset and start to move back up towards this top side. You do have the TP, though, if you want to try and look for the Dragon soon. But Chasey, actually, I thought he was going to finish his reset. Is going to stick around and clear out this wave before we actually have any sort of Dragon fight coming up.
I think he's really close to getting Riftmaker in base. You know, I think he's sitting on a couple hundred gold away, so he wants to stay for this wave. His TP is up. Adam's now moving down. Looks like he's going to get caught out here, though.
Nice dash back coming through. Adam, can he make it on safety? He doesn't have all out. He's unstoppable now, just continuing to try to trade, but no one is coming. No one is coming to help Adam all on his lone, so taken out on the top side. And meanwhile, on the bottom, it's Hillisang, who's been caught out by BDS.
Does he have the shield?
Burning. He does have the shield, and just in time, the Molten Shield will save the day for Hillisang.
Summoners used from Labrov as well. BDS will get this Dragon. Mad Lions have that Herald. It's ticking out soon, though. I wonder if Elyoya will use it top and get all that gold onto the Gwen. But Mad Lions preemptively calling not to fight this Dragon a minute or two ago. Hovering up towards this top side with Divine.
If Chasey can get control over this, it won't be a steal, but if Chasey can get control over this top lane matchup, it is huge for Mad Lions. The ability for this Gwen to start playing side lanes, to always be a threat. And when you look at, like, if he's winning out against Adam, you don't want to put Syndra in a side lane. So Mad have this secondary win condition that can come online, let alone in team fights as well.
And really huge credit to Mad Lions. How many times have we looked at Carzzy on the Jinx as a big main focus win condition? But despite that, they put him on the Ezreal and they say, we're going to put our eggs in the Chasey basket. And this entire series, it has been paying off for them.
That's what I was going to say. The fact that Chasey has been having this series, it's no wonder that they're giving those resources to him. Lantern's about to time out, though. Sheo.
Ooh, Hilly spotted him, and he just got level 6 as well. Actually, no Tibbers available.
Sang stun over the wall. Good poke coming in from Carzzy. He doesn't take him over the wall, though, but Elyoya can just follow up here. Sheo now flashing out to safety. And again, another small advantage over to the side of Mad.
2 seconds on the ultimate for Elyoya. They really wanted to see if they can get that. Adam, though, pushing in this top side. I still don't think at the moment there's much that Mad can really do with the flash that Sheo's burnt, but at least they should give them a window of opportunity at the next Dragon when that spawns, also with Rift Herald in a minute and a half's time.
No tower for Adam to run back to. He's got Ghost up in a second, though. See if he can get out of this from Chasey. Missing out on the R's. All going to go wide. Not going to get that kill. Unfazed, though, is Chasey. Pops the mode. Adam will be safe. Saves that summoner spell.
Needlework from Chasey, good, but the footwork from Adam better in that trade. Very clutch. See Adam going for a little bit of early MR, hopefully help him survive in this lane. And Sheo just able to pick up that objective, but 1.4k gold lead in the jungle, not something I expected to see in this series. But Elyoya has been everywhere, taking camps left and right, taking kills, finding assists. Sheo spent a lot of time just waiting in the brush, hovering, trying to cover topside. It just did not pay off.
Yeah, it's interesting how Mad Lions swapped up their game plan and played more through top this series towards the late stages of it.
And even you can see Elyoya nearly a level ahead. Actually is a full level ahead of Sheo in that jungle role as well. He's been doing absolutely fantastic, and I think now this is where you're going to start to see it pay off, right? You look at no flash for Sheo, no flash for Labrov, Rift Herald up in 30 seconds. Elyoya going to be in a decent position to set this up, even Niski as well, and it's Labrov on his lonesome at the moment trying to get vision, and he's going to be set back as the Gwen goes missing from topside.
What we've seen throughout the series is Mad Lions slowly bleed BDS out, but then by about the 15-minute mark, they get a good fight in River. They get a good Dragon fight, they get a good Herald fight. That stabilizes the game, and then they're able to just keep scaling, keep the game in control, and not let Mad Lions run away with it. But right now, similar to last game, Mad Lions are just slowly accruing these leads, and there's no response yet from BDS. They've lane swapped their Jinx up towards the top side. They're full committing for this Herald. Chasey has TP. He has the ult up as well. I think Mad Lions will want to match this fight, but Adam could get caught again.
Lane. 4 members descending upon Adam, unstoppable now. Going to try to ult back out to safety. Elyoya now using the ult, but he's getting out, knocked back. clutch there that he is able to escape the reset on the W coming through because of the all-out.
2 big ultimates used, so Mad Lions run away from the top side. That was their window to contest that Herald if they got that pick, but Adam lived, and now they're going to have to cross-map bot tier 1.
Yeah, immediate up to the top side for BDS. They want to try and use this Rift Tower to crack open this tier 1, give that gold to Crowny. Hilly starting to roam up, but you can see the resets have to come through for Mad. They're not really in a position, apart from Chasey on the spot side, to answer for this play.
Look at Hilly, he's alone here in this 1v3, trying to sweep out a wall. Needs to be careful, no flash up just yet. They could try to look for a collapse onto the Annie. Crowny's over the wall, Blue Orb will spot him out, but he's got the Blast Cone to help him. W will miss, Labrov really wants this hook. Herald will crash, Niski will clear out the wave, so the pressure is done now for BDS, and Mad Lions will match with a tower of their own.
The goal lead for Mad still very clearly in their favor, 2 towers to 1 overall, but Crowny, the big beneficiary here. 1K advantage individually just about. One that we have to keep our eyes on. If he falls too far behind, it's going to be so hard for him in these fights. You can just ult on top of him, and even a Thresh Lantern really won't be able to save him. But if he can get ahead, if he can stay ahead, it's everything for the side of BDS.
And it does feel like this game is coming down to Crowny versus Chasey. Chasey getting his own advantages in that side lane. 1.3k gold ahead, Riftmaker now completed. Whereas when you look across, it's Crowny where BDS are setting all those resources, even giving them Croaks on the top side. Here we go, though.
Chasey walking forward, needs to be careful here. Flat forward, the flay, the trap's now coming down, but it's Elyoyo over the wall, ready to kick things off. Carzzy with an ult! Hitting 2 instantly, the fight turns, the needlework coming out. It is disaster for BDS on the bottom side as Adam will find himself torn to pieces.
It's Crowny versus Chasey, and in round 1, Chasey comes out as the firm winner. Mad Lions taking over on the bot side. They're on towards the tier 2.
Shio, on vision.
Between the entire team, the knockback, it's just so easy for Mad.
Mad are running away with this series now. Nuke's going to get dove as well. He's in a 1v4.
He can't even do anything. It goes golden, but he's just the inevitable. Just knocked down. Chasey on a killing spree. Mad Lions in game 5 are dominating.
They're carrying this momentum, aren't they? Crowny was the one who fell first. His dreams now slowly falling away from him. When you saw how much it meant to him when they beat Vitality, how emotional he was afterwards. Right now, he's as cold as ice. But Mad Lions are coming out ahead in these fights. Niski on the hunt for that first title here in the LEC, and Mad Lions wanted to go to MSI on their own terms, and right now, it looks like they might just do that. Chasey holding onto the flash for so long, baiting out BDS to come into him, and then the true shot barrage, Elyoyo following up, turns the entire fight.
He's getting so much damage with the needlework procs as well, managing to snip his way through everyone. Mad Lions following up easy, and again, every single time we're seeing these plays around Chasey, Mad collapsing faster, getting in position quicker, and there's little that BDS can do. And as you say, Niski now looking for the pick onto Shio, and with Dragon in the picture-in-picture, there's really not much that BDS are finding in this game.
This game has just been blown wide open, hasn't it? You can see Nuke will fall. Timing on the Q here from Elyoyo means he can't even flash. He's just hit the second he comes out of the Zhonya's in the frame, and then they translate that into a Dragon as well. We'll see the pro view here from Chasey, who dashes in onto Adam, gets hit by the W. Eventually he'll get hit by the hook. Let's see what's the damage he can do.
He's just not even worried about it. All the CC coming through to keep him alive. Maybe they could have bursted through the Gwen, but the second the follow-up comes through, the second anything interrupts that, it all falls apart. 3-0-2 now the score for Gwen. It was even in the laning phase for the first time in the series, but it is not even as we crest the 18-minute mark. 1.9k individual gold lead, not just for Chasey, but for Elyoyo as well. Crowny, the only member who was ahead of his counterpart, but now slight lead for Carzzy, everything falling apart for BDS.
And now you got to look and see exactly how you're going to try and bring this one back for BDS. Gwen at the moment has such a massive lead. She can just play around those side lanes, not really have to worry about Adam. You can also have Niski just playing towards those sides as well. He can deal with Nuke and just continuously take over the jungle. And Nuke.
Elyoyo going in, instantly the burst damage now coming out. Nuke sidestep is clean. Can they follow up? Nuke has to be careful. Blinking health bar, he'll manage to survive. But Mad Lions again can play so aggressively now. Can play so unleashed because they just have such a massive advantage.
Need to be careful though, don't throw it away. Mad Lions have been in this position so many times this series. They blundered it in game 1 and 2. This is a big enough lead, I think, for them to maintain map control and play for soul. It's an easy win condition. Don't let that Jinx scale up. 1 minute on the Baron. We've seen what they can do around that objective. Their setups have been clean, their forces have been clean, and despite losing those games, their execution was on point. We'll see if BDS can recover this map state, see if they can get Shadow Flame on Nuke, get Crowny towards that second item. Then maybe they can start to fight back a little bit with Adam in the front line.
So hard though. Such a difficult puzzle to solve. Everything really needs to go perfect here for the side of BDS if they want to find advantages in these fights, because there's a Shadow Flame on that Gwen, and one needlework can shred their entire front line.
but it does feel like a puzzle solved for Mad Lions. The fact that they have consistently been like, hey, we will draft the Ezreal into the Jinx. This is the third game now in playoffs we've seen Carzzy bring it out, and it's done completely fine every single time. You're looking at Chasey now taking over on the top side with that counter pick once more, and it just, looking at Nisqy, this Gragas, he gets his hands on it again, and he has been absolutely everywhere. Since Nisqy's joined Mad Lions, it's just been this steady trot towards the top, and now Mad Lions with this lead, looking to see if they can finally translate that into the title.
They were 7th, they brought in Nisqy, they were 4th, then they were 2nd, getting swept aside by G2 after an impressive run, and now they're making the same run, this time against BDS, bringing it back. Game 5 clearly in their favor, 6K gold lead. It's an incredible story from the side of Mad Lions that they have managed to survive. They managed to hold on. They have played so many more games than anyone else in this bracket stage.
It's 14, isn't it? 3-2, 3-1, now coming to a 5th game as well. They've played basically 14 games so far in these last 3 days, and the endurance, the camaraderie, the amount of discipline that they needed to get through those series, even bouncing back now from being against BDS on match point.
Yeah, taking content on a lost real series here for Mad Lions, as now they start to set up in front of the Baron. Chasey once more putting pressure onto the bottom side. Nisqy isn't here though, so they do need to be very careful, as you can see one hook from Labrov could spell a lot of trouble for them.
Yeah, Mad really want to get this mid push in, contest these mid waves, make sure that there's no threat of a mid tier 1 from BDS, control this top side. Chasey playing in isolation will destroy Adam in the 1v1. Chasey's just been having such a phenomenal series, been a huge difference maker.
Yeah, Adam doesn't even have a single item completed yet. Maybe he recalls and buys one now, but it's so devastating in the 1v1. Keep track on it as we move forward into this game. 2 items for Crownie, a positive sign. Not enough to win a fight though. Mad Lions, I don't think want to give them a full 5v5. They're just using pressure in the mid lane to break open a tier 2, and BDS don't even contest.
Nisqy still isn't with the team, so just keeping your eyes on exactly how aggressive Mad Lions want to be. Now when Nisqy starting to group up with them, you can see they're moving LEC to the top side to continue push this in, and a huge amount of it is trying to get control over waves for the Dragon that's in a minute's time.
Yeah, they just took mid tier 2, they just took bot tier 2. LEC split pushing top as the jungler, the playmaker. BDS really can't find any vision whatsoever. They're trying to get into this top side river, but now Nisqy's marking up against them. Carzzy's there. Crownie's going to try to catch this top wave. I wonder what they're waiting for here. They know that they're going to lose these fights, but they're eventually going to have to walk in soon.
Hook going in on Elyoya. Crownie over the wall. Now they're all trying to follow up immediately. The damage starts to come in. Crownie now going to be in trouble on the backside, though. He's lanterned out to safety, but here comes Chasey. The needlework going to do a lot of work onto Crownie. He's got no room to play. He's got no room to maneuver. Chasey on a rampage. And Mad Lions smelling blood in the water. Carzzy getting the ult out from the Syndra. Nisqy knocked back. BDS, can they turn the fight? Nisqy still standing. Mad Lions still standing. They will not drop a single member in the exchange.
Baron's up. Do they look for it, Mad Lions? Carzzy getting a little bit ahead of himself there. Eat into a tower, into 3 people as well. Flashback immediately. TP on Nisqy is available. Elioya is going to heal up on the Honey Fruit. Nuke has TP too. I think BDS are going to have to try and do something here in the 3 versus 5. Adam off to the side. Shio, Hex gates in. This is the last stand for BDS. They lose this could be it.
Hillsang waiting with the stun off to the side. Nuke over the wall. Sheo trying to find a way angle to steal, but it's only 2.9k health. He can't get in there. Mad Lions already taking out 1. Resetting on the Baron. Rocket coming in. It's not enough. They're running out of options. They're running out of tools to potentially steal with this. The Bear zoning away. The power of the Rylai's making sure that Nuke can't do anything. He just has to pick it up, and the Bear's the only thing he's going to get, because that Baron dropping in the favor of Mad. BDS have to keep forcing the fight, but there's just nothing here for them.
There really isn't. Dragon's up, but they're not in a position to take it, are they? Adam's dead. Mad Lions have Hex gates there. Baron recalls. It's 10 kills to 0. BDS, the only thing they've gotten this game is a tower and a dragon.
And even the fancy feat from Nisqy keeping him at bay as well, in that keeping BDS away from the Baron, keeping BDS potentially away from the Dragon here as well, as he continues to just farm up the enemy jungle. Hasn't gone for the reset. Nuke will steal it away, but it's a very small prize here, as Mad Lions looking strong.
10k gold lead, gentlemen. At 23 minutes, and when you think game 5, you hope for back and forth. The Mad Lions, they're not giving it to us, they're giving us an execution. They are dominating BDS at every single turn, at every single opportunity.
What an incredible run from Mad Lions across these last 3 days. Nisqy so close to tasting his first trophy here in the LEC, and also tasting his first MSI. He got somewhat robbed in 2021 when he won in NA. There was no MSI in that year, so despite him winning the split, he didn't have the opportunity to compete at that international event, and now he is so close to doing it. Chasey, such a star for this team. And BDS, what's left? What is left? Mad Lions are now going to start the siege. They're on Hex Tech Soul Point. Elyoya getting some vision. They spot out Shio. Flanks should be safe for now. See the push in top 4, Nisqy. No TPs on Mad Lions means the 1-3-1 is a little bit more tricky. Carzzy can't afford to step up too far, and he has been doing that a few times this series, so he's going to play a lot more reserve this time around. can see the win in his eyes. Mad Lions grouping up on this top side, the top tier 2 in their sights.
And you can see the gold so heavily stacked in the favor of Mad Lions. Crownie with an extra cloak needs to get to a third item if he even wants to fire it back, but he's not going to get the opportunity to auto. The Gwen will just be immune. Armor there now as well. And Nuke. Syndra coming out again in the series, but doing nothing. 0-1-0, not able to find early impact in the lanes. And Niski has just been so consistent.
Oh,
Brav.
Just uses the Tibbers on the hook, he's fine.
Hook in again onto Hilly, but they just don't have the tools. Lebrav tries to find an angle. Unstoppable now for Adam. The shield coming in, the forward to protect him. They're looking for a re-engage here. Lebrav. Oh! Mystic shot hitting at max range to finish the kill.
Carzy finding that shot onto his old support from EU Masters, that breakout split that they had, now coming back to bite them, as Carzy will take him out as they take over the base.
This is one of the most dominant Game 5s I've ever seen in the entirety of the world of LoL Esports. Mad Lions are destroying BDS here in the Game 5.
Absolutely eviscerating them. BDS, one last desperate stand. Mad Lions, will they just try to end it here? They've got the Baron for another 20 seconds.
3 inims down, there's nothing left. BDS, you could pull the trigger, but Mad Lions are just going to fight straight back. They're going to bite back. BDS slowly bleeding out.
But the fights just aren't going to find them. Knockback coming in, the Bomba coming in, Chasey off to the side. Super minions there. The hook will not connect. Chasey just continuing to throw down the needlework. The damage is massive. One last stack. Lebrav barely able to walk away. The Nexus falling. Mad Lions on the retreat, the ultimate used just to buy a bit more time. BDS praying for minutes, seconds, anything that they can get in this game to hope, to wish for a chance to bring it back.
Super minions are coming in. Stun doesn't connect. Adam's going in onto Chasey.
Pulling back Chasey, but I don't know if that's a good call. He goes gold in the stopwatch by keeping him healthy. BDS, again, fishing for anything, hoping for a team fight, but Mad Lions can take their time. They have 3 inhibs down. This is a victory lap as far as they are concerned. The only way they lose is if they get overconfident.
And they don't. The patience for Mad Lions there as they back away. Niski does burn his flash in it, but they managed to completely dismantle the base of BDS, dismantle the first place team from the LEC split. And now, with the Dragon just 2 minutes away, it feels like you have way too much to handle here for BDS in your own base.
Mad Lions should know they've got this in the bag. The only way they could have lost there is getting 5-man ace on the Nexus towers, trying to end and giving up so much free farm to this Jinx. They didn't. They played reserved. It's the story of the series. They learned their lesson. And now they're looking for the win. Chasey has TP. Elio is going to take the Hex Gates off that red buff. TP on bot. Super minions coming in. 3 inims down. BDS going to have to just flash in and send it, because right now Mad Lions, they want that damn trophy.
BDS fans giving everything that they've got. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. The gold, everything. 3 dragons. Hextech Soul around the corner. Baron in 1:30. They can't even contest. Mad Lions just keeping these waves pushed in. It's going to funnel gold into Crownie, but BDS still need to be able to find a teamfight angle. And I don't even think Crownie's going to be enough at this stage. 5K individual advantage for Chasey, just about. Mad Lions keeping the pressure on. Supers crashing in. Big ult coming in from the Ezreal, not a ton of damage. Bomba just to zone, just to create space. Mad Lions looking for the end here, breaking a second tower. BDS going to kick the fight off, trying to get things done. Crownie on the backside, but Gwen is immune. Gwen is unstoppable. Chasey, unstoppable, keeping it going. Mad Lions, oh, they were doubted. And oh, you hated them and underestimated them. But their story is one of tenacity. And now, one of triumph for the 3rd time. Mad are your LEC champions.
Mad Lions cheering for their top laner there. They know how impactful he was in that series. And they come away with the reverse sweep. BDS heartbroken, 1 game away from their dreams. Mad Lions slam it shut on them.
Incredible series or season from them nonetheless, but Mad Lions coming in clutch. And again, this was a team people were so mad at because of a format that would have brought them to international competition, potentially without winning a single best of 5. And now they have beaten every single team in their path to make it here. Not as a 2nd seed, not through championship points, but as champions of spring.
Going from Worlds 2022, where they went without winning a single best of 5,
to destroying everyone to get their way to the next international competition at MSI. An incredible story for Mad Lions and such a well-deserved victory.
They proved everyone wrong. They proved absolutely everyone wrong. But it's Mad Lions on the day.
The staff coming together. There was a team effort. Took everybody in behind this team to make it this far in the tournament. Berlin and at home, give it up for your champion, Mad Lions! What an achievement. Mad Lions, they won their first title. We all wondered if it would be a flash in the pan. But as they secure their third, they secure their place among the great organizations in LEC history.
Phenomenal.
And when you're a team that's doubted, and when you're a team that people have some complaints about, nothing like a perfect run to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and they beat G2. Yeah. They beat Vitality. These were the two powerhouse super teams. And they beat BDS, who were on a meteoric rise, but that meteor crashed when Mad Lions went headfirst into it. And they did. And they beat their head against the wall for 2 games, and they had to figure it out. But they always seem to figure it out.
And seeing how much this means to the players as well. We kind of touched on, 2021 was the year of Mad Lions, and it's been a while since they came back to this. Carzy coming home to work with Elyoya. Hilly, 5 years, since 2018 summer, since he's won a split for himself. And having this team rally around Chasey in the way that they have, it has been incredible to see what this team has become.
And Niski has finally got his European title. And finally play at MSI alongside this squad, who I just think just get on so well together.
And this entire year, this entire format feels like it's been about team atmosphere and environment, how you recover from losses, how you adapt. Mad Lions have certainly adapted. That's enough from us. Let's send it over to Lore, standing by on stage with Niski after a career-defining moment.
The victorious Niski, if I may say. And what a way to do it, honestly, Niski, congratulations.
Thank you.
On coming back, on taking down BDS today in the finals. The last time we had 5 games in European finals was Mad Lions versus Rogue. You weren't playing for them back then. You're here now. Tell me about your first impressions of winning these finals and coming back after being 2-0-2.
I mean, for me, I knew we would win today. Even after we were 0-2, we all knew at the end if we just played our game, we would win. Because I feel like in the first 2 games we played really bad, and I feel like they didn't really do much. They just waited for us to int, kinda, and we did. But then 3, 4, and 5, we knew that if we just adapt the draft and our play, then we would just win. Yeah.
It's one thing. It's one thing knowing it. It's another thing actually doing it. You had the momentum. You played 2 best-of-5 series over the weekend, leading up to the finals, losing the first 2 games today. tell me about shifting the momentum and grabbing it again and also keeping your head straight and focused to come back today.
I mean, I said it before. I said if we beat G2 on Friday, then we would win it all. For me, G2 was still kind of the strongest team to beat, and I felt like if we beat them, then we can beat everyone for sure. And I think also, I don't know, everyone's just playing so good, and I think our mood and just our team is just too good, yeah.
Before you stepped on stage today, tell me about the mood within the team, what you guys talked about, the speech maybe if there was one. How were you set up for success?
I mean, for example, today, like we didn't say much. We knew that if we just played our game, we'd win. And then even after we're 0-2, we all knew deep inside that we would win no matter what, because we just thought they were the worst team, just that we made a lot of mistakes. And then after game 3, I just knew we would win no matter what because of what we showed and how they were like, not necessarily choking, but I think they were a lot under pressure. They also have rookies, so it makes sense, right? But yeah.
You're the 4th player to win both in the LCS and in the LEC. After Sven, after Perks, after BB. People disregarded you, people underestimated you for so long. Winning today and keeping on thriving after all these years. What does it say about your career and your achievements, Nisqy?
I mean, for me, it feels really good to win because I feel like I tried to be on the top for so long.
Yeah.
And the only way that you can prove it is by winning it all. And I feel like today it shows that I'm the best mid in EU, and I can finally say it with no one complaining about it. So yeah, I'm very happy, and I think also I'm very happy that my team helped me improve so much. I'm happy I'm playing with Yoya. I think he's probably the best jungler in Europe for sure. So yeah.
Anything you want to say actually to the crowd, to your fans, to your family, to everyone who's been cheering for you, supporting you for so long, and who's going to be cheering for you for MSI as well? This is your moment now.
I mean, thank you to everyone that has supported me over all these years, that supported Mad. We looked really bad in the beginning of the split, but it always feels good to have support from the fans. And for me, that's what it actually means, that you should not necessarily care what people say. It's just whatever you do, people will judge you by it. So if you win, people will like you or think you're good. And if you're shit, then people will shit on you. So at the end, you should not care what people think and just do what you want to do. And yeah, that's what we did in Mad.
An inspiring story. And an inspiring victory, Nisqy. Félicitations, congratulations on taking down BDS today. Berlin, once again for Mad Lions, please. And now it's time to send it to Sharks for PGL on stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful interview. Congratulations from me as well. Nisqy, what a feat. Mad Lions, what a feat. And Elyoya and Hilly, what a feat. I'll go to you first, Hilly, because as historical as it is for Nisqy, it's actually also very historical for you. You're only one of 2 players to win a title in LEC on 2 different organizations. The other one is Caps. For me, you were already solidified as one of the best in Europe we've ever had, but it might be cool. It must be very cool that you get to add that to your list of accomplishments as well.
Yeah, for sure. It feels great that we could show everyone that we can win. And actually, my team was quite confident, but I'm like kind of skeptic about. So I'm really happy that my team could show me that we could also win, and it feels great.
You were skeptical, so after the first 2 games, were you like, I knew it?
Not really, because I felt like they were not outplaying us. I feel like, at least in any phase, I feel like we were quite ahead, and we were like pressuring them quite hard. But I don't even know how they won these 2 games. I think we were just going like 2 harm. So I knew that it was not up to them, but more like on us, you know? So I knew that if we like focus up a bit more, we can like win.
Hey, Elyoya, did you experience the series in the same way? And is that too heavy?
No, it's I mean, I'll just
You can put it down, probably. Yeah. Don't break it.
It's gonna fall. Yeah, I just hope I don't break it.
It's gonna fall.
Can we get someone to help with? Someone's come get it.
Someone's coming?
Yeah, it's really heavy. Okay.
Thank you.
Wish we saw that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is better. I don't have like a shield. Yeah, I mean, I knew we were gonna win. I knew it. I just didn't think we could lose today. I think this past BO5s, I was really confident in the 3 of them. I know this weekend we were gonna come with a different shape, and we were gonna show how capable we are. And as I mentioned before, that we are more than worthy of going to MSI. That we are not We don't care about the critics or about what other people are saying. We know how good as a team we are, and we just had to prove the people because we already knew. And as I said, I was really confident coming into this weekend that we would make 2 MSI, and we would make it because we are the best team, not because we have the most championship.
I gotta say, just looking at them play Yamato this weekend, all of that context, I mean, yeah, of course you say it's all about the way we play, we don't care about what people say, but obviously everything goes into that. And then you come here and you just win 3 straight best of 5s and you end with a reverse sweep. It's insane.
It couldn't have been a better story. I think for any competitor out there, I think they're going to be forever inspired what you guys have accomplished on this weekend. I think as a team, you guys pieced together the draft, you figured out the patch, and I think the most beautiful thing, and I think the hardest thing to piece together is making sure that, 5 players turn into 1 bullet. And I felt like in every decision that you guys were doing, you were always backing each other up, whether sometimes it was bad, sometimes it was good. You guys were so quick to bounce back because it was so evident that you guys believe in one another. And I feel like that was the underlying difference from the outside. If I compared this finals to the previous one, what a damn story. It's crazy to even think about.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see indeed. The first person that you guys were shouting its name and trying to lift up, I believe, was Chasey. And he had an insane series. It's not always easy for us, of course, to get to interview with him. So does any of you two want to talk about what a monster he was today?
I think we can both speak about how good of a player he is, just in general. Like, he's really, really insane. And not only as a player, I would say as a teammate, he's actually been really surprisingly good for all of us because he's really nice. You can joke with him all the time. We just meme him a lot because he likes to have fun. Like,
you called him a rat yesterday.
Yes, he's a rat. He's a rat because he plays Kennen, he plays Nar. He only plays these champions that are a little rats. And also the way he is, he's just a little rat. So it fits him perfectly. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree for sure about the rat part. Yeah, I mean, it's like just a joke. Where he's having like a lot of fun when he calls him rat. He always laughs. So it's just a thing at this point. But yeah, Chasey is like very smart player, and he's also a rookie. So I'm like just super impressed by him, and I feel like he's always positive and he knows where to be. And I think he plays carries like very impressively well. So it's just a pleasure to work with him and have him as a teammate. So yeah.
He's also finals MVP. So that's great.
Deserved.
Yeah.
For sure deserved.
For sure deserved. I mean, some of those games are insane. Yeah. I actually don't have a lot of words for it because coming into today, it was almost... Oh, there you have the graphic. Congratulations, Chasey. He's probably watching backstage. You guys always take a lot of time to meet the fans, so maybe he's meeting the fans, which would be really nice. Obviously, we have to look forward as well, and you said it already. We'll have the MSI Draw Show actually in just a little bit live here on stage. But, there were all the doubters, and you said we believe that we could get there. We believe that we could win the championship, Elyoya. What's it going to take to translate that now into MSI? Of course, your first seed, that means you do have a little bit more time, but you will have insane competition once you get there.
Yeah, I think competition is going to be really tough in this MSI because it's not only going to be the best team of each region, it's the 2 best teams. So it's going to be, I think the competition just increased and it's going to be way harder than to previous MSIs. So I'm really excited to come into this MSI and just scream as much Asian teams as we can, get completely destroyed in scrims and like see how good they are, then learn. Because it's in international events, I feel like it's when we learn the most, or at least when I learn the most, also when I have the most fun. So we are just going to have to keep working as hard, I would say, and like, yeah, just again, trust on each other. Keep doing these drafts. We keep doing the pie. We keep doing the gragas. We play our comfort, and we have for sure a shot in this MSI.
I mean, is there anything you want to ask him?
I'm just really curious because there's been always this overarching story of how you guys, now you come in, right? And you said you came into today, you guys knew you would win. At what point in this winter split that has so much turmoil, what was the main switching point for you guys when that confidence was refound for you guys? Is there some abstract moment in time that made you guys see the light?
Not really. I think there were a lot of small things that we worked on. I mean, they were small, but they are huge influence in the game, so they're kind of big. So I think we worked a lot with our coaching staff on these things. And playing as a unit, playing as a one, it doesn't matter where you're on the map. If there's a call, you can contribute in a specific way. And I feel like this was a huge issue in the team. And also me and Ayoya were not on the same page like often before. And I feel like right now, it's always like, we always like look at each other on the minimap and talk about it. So we are just involved in every play together. And I feel like these things stack up and that's the difference. We almost didn't make it to playoffs and now we're winning a championship. So yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy to talk about the fact that you link up with Elyoya and how destructive it is for the enemy team. That also does require your ADC to play a very specific role. Can you talk a little bit about how your in-game state and your relationship with Carzzy evolved and how you found out those priorities and at one point that is now? Because he is very good at that role, but that isn't an easy role to play at all.
No, I don't think being an AD carry of mine is an easy role in general. Because I'm very picky. I like to fix a lot of small problems, and he's very open-minded towards this feedback. So I'm very glad that he's like this, and he's just in general trusting me a lot, and I think he respects me a lot. So like whenever I feel like I make my own play and I'm like sucking Carzzy, he's fine with it because he trusts me. And if it's like bad, then I'm learning from it. And if it's not, then it's just good play, and we're just like getting advantage elsewhere. And Carzzy is okay with that. And it's really like he's a really selfless AD carry, but he's also like really insane, and like his mechanics are on another level, honestly.
Yeah, he's selfless, but sometimes he does get his kills. In fact, the MasterCard play of the day was Carzzy's pentakill in Game 3. We've had more pentakills this split than we've ever had in a single split, and it was shorter. So is ADC overpowered? I guess so, really.
Honestly, I think if you hear the comps, I knew he was gonna get pentakill, and I was calling this the day, like the day or yesterday. I said like you're gonna get your pentakill this day. So
we saw the comms. The moment I think the Zhonya fell down and the first kill came, I think we heard you say that this is Penta. This is just Penta. Leave him the kill. Don't kill them.
I just stopped chasing from taking it.
It's really nice. But yeah, Yamato, we talked so much about. This is one of the craziest things to me about this whole weekend, because the ADC pool was super stacked, and coming into this, you wouldn't have put Carzzy as the victor, right?
It was very tough.
That competition. So what did he do then that the others couldn't?
Honestly, I love you both, but I thought you guys would fall short against G2 already. And even in that series, 2v2, you guys were slaying them left and right in terms of just how everything started. It's like those first initial games when the Zyra Khan, you guys were diving them. Even though the games, you had advantageous positions, but you guys couldn't close it out. It gave me a sense of, holy shit, this is a different Mad Lions. They have leveled up immensely, and I think it all stems to how the group play. I think always as an individual it's very tough to shine when a group is also going through tough times. And I think Carzzy is one of those players that, sure, that Ezreal game, maybe the E4 was a little bit too crazy in 2 fights, but he's so quick to bounce back. And I think that is a characteristic that you can't attribute to a lot of players. Some players make a mistake like that and they don't recover and they're gonna just fall apart. Carzzy seems to have a smile on the face, he bounces back and pentakills the next game. So in terms of the AD carry pool and delivering in this meta when it's so important to deliver, Carzzy shows that he stands tall among the best.
Absolutely. It's crazy. He absolutely is. But the MSI Draw Show is going to kick off very, very soon. So let's get some initial thoughts. You know what? I'll ask you, because you told me I want to be on this PGL because I watch everything. I know everything. I'm the all-seeing eye. So these Mad Lions, you just praised them. They're going up against the likes of JDG, Genji, T1 in best of 5. So what do you think?
I think the crazy thing is, of course, the draw. The draw is so important. You guys have now the seed 1. You have a little bit more time to practice. LEC is the final region to finish up. I think in terms of being the seed 1, I think that's also important. And I think the draw, it can end in so many different ways, because either you could have T1, Billy, or a potential, second seed that comes from, of course, the play-ins. That could be maybe Golden Guardians. So how you start, it's such a big difference. Then, of course, you have double elimination. Is going to be a very new experience, even though you both have been to so many international tournaments. In terms of how it's going to be playing out, it's going to be definitely a new experience. I hope that you guys have enough time to rest and also enough time to also dissect the 2 new big patches, because that is going to be a very, very big challenge that you guys are going to be facing.
Yeah, Elyoya, maybe to that, it's a brutal schedule with the way LEC works and the fact, as Yamada said already, that you're done much later than the other major regions. So, you know, how confident are you that you're going to be able to, one, I maybe get some rest in, but I don't think that'll be the case. And then, through osmosis, find out what you should play on this patch, and how confident are you with your coaching staff that you'll arrive with the right read?
I'm still really confident in all of that. Like, I think one thing we will struggle a bit at the beginning is figuring out the patch. It's something we struggle always a bit. We are, I think that is slow to adapt, but I would say that once we have a good read on the meta, we are one of the strongest teams, as we could see. But I'm still going to be confident. I mean, I don't think I'll take much of a rest, because these international events just motivate me so much that I want to come in my best form coming into these events.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be really confident. Even though we finished late, doesn't really matter. We have still so much time until the play-ins then start, then the main event. So I think in this regard, I think the play-ins groups, the play-ins teams have it harder than us.
Okay. Final thing you want to say, maybe, Hilly, to the fans, to your supporters?
Yeah, I mean, the crowd has been kind of crazy lately. We could even hear it with the headset on. And every time, like, we did some play, or I look in, like, Pike or something, like, the crowd is just loving it. And it gives me a lot of energy. So thank you so much for the support. And, yeah, you guys are awesome.
To the draw show. Evan in production, I'm going to throw you a curveball, and I'm going to say goodbye to these two, but I am going to take a selfie before that. You guys ready?
Do we sit or do we stand?
I'm
I'll
whatever.
My back
I do
hurts,
okay.
So. Back then, I'll just sit.
Awesome. The very last one in the studio before we head to MSI. Thank you two so much. Congratulations. And as we prepare for the MSI play-in draw next, let's hear from BDS on the revamped MSI format.
Will not go quietly into the night. It's MSI and J2 are back.
MSI 2023 is heading to London with a brand new format, where 13 teams will compete across 2 rounds of double elimination battles. This is their first step towards greatness, a chance to push beyond their own limits and defy global expectations. Here's everything you need to know. This year, MSI is expanding to include more teams, with 13 in total. LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS will send 2 teams, while LLA, CBLOL, PCS, VCS, and LGL will send 1 team. MSI's new competitive format will feature 2 double elimination stages, play-ins and bracket stage.
It's RNG's world, and we're just living in it.
Play-ins will kick off with the 2nd seed from LPL, LEC, and LCS, as well as the top seeds from LLA, CBLOL, PCS, VCS, and the LGL, being drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The winners of each bracket will advance directly to the next stage, while the 2nd-place teams will battle it out in a last-chance qualification match for the final bracket stage spot. Those 3 teams will join the remaining 5 competitors, who are the top-seeded teams from the LPL, LEC, LCS, as well as the top 2 teams from the LCK, and will then be drawn into 4 matches to kick off a best-of-5 double elimination bracket, culminating in the grand final on May 21st to determine the MSI 2023 champion title. You can watch all the action May 2nd to the 21st on lolesports.com, and be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards in your region.
Thank you so much, BDS, and welcome to the 2023 Mid-Season Invitational Draw Show. Next week, 13 teams will take to London in our all-new format, and today we find out the matchups for the play-ins bracket starting on May 2nd. Our 8 teams participating in the play-in stage will be randomly drawn into one of our 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The 8 teams have been distributed into 4 tiers of 2 teams, arranged randomly by EMEA's manager of League of Legends competitive operations, Nation's Dennis Gunay. As the envelopes are being placed to determine which of the two brackets each team is seeded into, the envelopes will be selected randomly by our very special guest, Fnatic's Reckless.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Reckless. Now get into position. And as soon as I get the cue from production, I think we are ready. The first envelope drawn will be seeded into bracket 1. The second envelope drawn will be seeded into bracket 2. And they have been arranged tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, etc. Tier 4 consists of LLA's Movistar R7 and CB LOL's Loud. Reckless, please select the first team that will be seeded into bracket A.
Movistar R7 to bracket A.
The winningest organization in Latin American League of Legends history returns to the international stage for the first time since Worlds 2020. After a disappointing 2022 season, Movistar R7 revamped their roster, leading to a massive victory in the LLA playoffs. This diverse squad is led by longtime LLA veteran Odi and star import mid laner Miru from South Korea. Their young homegrown bot lane duo, Seo and Lions, represent the new generation of stars in the LLA. Together with their newly acquired top laner Bong, the Latin American champions are on the hunt in London.
Reckless, please confirm the first team to be seeded into play-ins bracket B.
Loud to bracket B.
Oh, this may only be their third year in League of Legends, Loud have quickly shown why they should be considered the top of their region. They barreled through Spring Split, ending finals with a swift 3-0 over Pain Gaming. With the face of the organization Tinones pushing his troops forward and their new Korean bot laner Root, Loud finally feels like they're perfecting their formula. Can one more year of experience and an uprooted bot lane be all that Loud really needed? London is upon us, and Loud aim to be the life of the party.
Tier 3 consists of LJL's Detonation Focus Me and the VCS's GAM Esports. Reckless, please select the second team to be seeded into play-ins bracket A.
GAM Esports to bracket A.
Vietnam's GAM Esports will once again unleash their high-octane style on the rest of the world after qualifying for their first MSI appearance since 2017. The VCS champions bring a true multi-pronged attack to London, as 4 of their starters, Sans support Xin, recorded over 100 kills each in the Spring Split. Be it star duelist Kiaya in the top lane, mage specialist Catty in the mid lane, the aptly named Style on the bottom side, or veteran Levi slaying titans in the jungle, watch out. GAM Esports' all-out attack can knock out even the most fearsome of foes.
And Reckless, please confirm the second team to be seeded into play-ins bracket B.
Detonation Focus Me to bracket B.
In League of Legends, no team is more synonymous with winning their domestic title than Japan's Detonation Focus Me. After defeating rival Sengoku Gaming in the most recent spring finals, they added a historic 15th LJL championship to their collection. DFM and their star bottom laner Utapon are celebrating their 10th year in the sport and are aiming to take the team to new heights at MSI. Add in the return of ace mid laner Arya back into the starting roster, and DFM are ready to take on all challengers in London.
Tier 2 consists of PCS's PSG Talent and LCS's Golden Guardians. Reckless, please select the second team to seed into play-ins bracket A, and who will face GAM Esports.
Golden Guardians to bracket A.
Golden Guardians qualified for their first international tournament in franchise history in unforgettable fashion, turning around a 6th place in the regular season to lower bracket run for the ages. With first team All-Pro mid laner Gory centering the lineup, this LCS dark horse wants to create more fairy tale moments in London. And after 7 long years, former MSI finalists Stixay and Huhi are back, looking to make another big run in the tournament.
Reckless, please confirm the second team to seed into play-ins bracket B, who will face Dead Nation. Focus me.
PSG Talon to bracket B.
The ever-consistent stars of the Pacific, PSG Talon, return to the MSI stage once again. Exuding self-belief off a first place in the PCS Spring Split, there is no question on the ability this team can showcase. A savvy squad with international experience throughout the roster, PSG Talon have taken their play to a new level since signing former Edward Gaming jungler Chunjia. Can the Kings of the Pacific translate their domestic consistency to another deep run abroad?
Tier 1 consists of LPL's Bilibili Gaming and the LEC's G2 Esports. Reckless, please select the final team to seed into play-ins bracket A and will face Rainbow 7.
Bilibili to bracket A.
After years of seeking the accolade, BLG has made MSI and represents the LPL in their first international showing. A couple of roster changes make this team one that truly should not be underestimated. Accompanied by 2022 World Semi-finalist Jigao, 2022 MSI champion Bin returns to guard the throne. Serving as international mentors, these two players bring 3 newcomers to their first MSI. Looking to shake things up and bring the opposition down, BLG might show everyone what they can do now that they are finally here.
And Reckless, please confirm the final team to seed into play-ins bracket B and who will face Loud.
G2 Esports to bracket B.
The pride of EMEA returns to the stage that solidified their legacy. In 2019, G2 became the first Western team to win the mid-season invitational. Now the 10-time LEC winners will attempt to reclaim the throne with an all-star roster of regional talent. Caps and Mickey carry the torch of G2's former championship roster, joined by their veteran laners Broken Blade and Hun Summer. Beware their jungler Yike, a rising star of the LEC and G2's sole rookie player. Together, this G2 squad aims to finally bring the MSI trophy back to EMEA.
That concludes the MSI 2023 Draw Show. We will see you in London next week. Reckless, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much.
That does it for us on stage. We can continue the show with PGL.
Wow, it's the gift that keeps on giving, the PGL that keeps on going, the week that keeps on going. I love it. And we're going to check out if Reckless can join us as well, but of course he's still on stage. But Yamato has watched a lot around the world. Does that include the emerging regions, or?
Honestly, very little of the emerging regions, I have to admit, but I've experienced losing to, for example, Loud last year. You know, that's one thing, playing in the play-ins. I think one thing that I know for sure is the fact that every region is sending their best. And the fact that to define their best, it's a team that understands themselves in a way that they know how to win. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a massive, array of flavors and styles in these best of threes, because in the end, in the play-ins, it's going to be best of threes. You drop one, and then all of a sudden you might face a team for elimination that is a major region team, which we expect to get through. But anything can happen, of course.
Yeah, it's a crazy format, and I think we're all still coming around to it, and we have to see it play out for the first time. But I think as a fan of League Esports, It's going to be so much fun. As a neutral fan, of course, as a European fan, we'll see how much fun it is. But in bracket A, we've got Billy Billy versus Rainbow 7 opening and Golden Guardians versus Gum, which I think that could be a spicy one to kick things off.
That could be very spicy. I have to take for granted that Billy Billy is going to smash, and I think there was always the question of 3 major regions, so we're going to have 2 major regions on each, like on one bracket guaranteed. I think the fact that Golden Guardians, they had a very spicy run, Six in Huhi, they have a lot of experience, but then again, Gigabyte Marines, I haven't watched their finals yet. I need to kind of do some catching up. I think either way, just what the format lends it to, having new patches, the question is how do you invent yourself, because the intensity starts from the get-go. No bullshit BO1s, just best of 3s right away.
I love it. Not holding any punches. When we look across to bracket B, we've got an opener of G2 versus Loud, and you just said it. We lost to them just last year, and they can be a powerhouse, and we know that fan base is absolutely crazy. And PSG versus Detonation Focus Me. Detonation Focus Me, who is a mainstay, I want to say, at these international tournaments together with PSG. Reckless, what were your impressions of the draw?
My first thought was that we spoke earlier about your game against Loud last year.
Yeah.
And I drew G2 versus Loud now.
Excellent.
It's going to be a fun game.
It's going to be a fun
Maybe
game
some
for
bot
sure.
cap.
Yeah, what is a...
That was the bot cap, right?
That was the bot cap, but they have a different AD now. They have my boy Root now. Like, I worked with Root in Sandbox. He was my AD carry back then, and it's crazy how small the world is. Now he's found himself now on Loud, and apparently he's dominating. I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, he's doing insane, apparently. Maybe you can, give some advice to G2.
Honestly, we were just playing Caitlyn Senna back then, and we were just trying to survive against the Defts and the Rulers. I'm hoping... he has reinvented himself over there now.
But I think that's a big question we should tackle because we have a little bit of time, Reckless. G2 fell from grace a lot. I think the conversation very much went from, they are our winter champions, they're going to MSI, we're excited about that, to bombing out of the play-ins, of the playoffs rather, and now they have to get straight into the play-ins. They do not have a lot of time at all. I think only a couple of days before they head over. So yeah, how are they going to have to shore up what has been going wrong for them?
So in my opinion, it's actually not such a hard fix, because sometimes with teams, it can be that they don't know how to win. They don't have an identity or an idea of how they should play the game to win the game. But it feels like with G2 that they actually knew how to win the game, but they sort of just didn't do it in the spring split. Like, they knew if they play carry jungle with facilitating mid, they're one of the best teams, but they just sort of didn't do it. So I feel like that's a quick fix they can make before going into MSI.
I'm also looking to just caps in his individual performance. I'm targeting him specifically because we have gotten used to him playing at such a high level. He's been dominating for so many years, and I think that this loss is going to really ignite a fire in him. And I have very, very high expectations for him to reinvent himself together with G2, because the key thing, of course, is you bounce back from this, and then if you can frame it in the right perspective, maybe losing here is the best thing that could have happened for them in preparation for MSI, because maybe they find new highs after they've had this dip in performance.
Yes, indeed. For the Mad Lions, then, our other representative, our first seed, in fact, I feel like this is kind of a great scenario for them as well, even though it's going to be hard starting in that bracket stage against the best in the world immediately, Reckless. But they overcame such a hurdle, such a mountain. You're always talking about mountains. Coming into this situation of this week, and then they did so well, and I feel like they also overcame a lot still within those series. But the way Elyoya was talking was really great for me to hear personally, about how he said, I knew we were going to win. We fixed our issues. We feel great. So, do you think they're going to be able to translate that into MSI?
I think the feeling they can definitely bring with them. But if I'm thinking G2's potential journey here versus Mad's potential journey, I would actually prefer the G2 journey, because I think when you're Mad here, you come into this with such a momentum, and in the first game, it can be tough right away. It's a pretty stacked top 8 that you're playing. So in my mind, I just prefer the G2 route, because you have not so much time, but more time now to play games on stage, to figure out what you want to do. And then, because it's a new patch, right? So, and then you come into the next stage with a better feeling than perhaps Mad might have, because they're playing their first game on the new patch against potentially an LCK team, an LPL team.
You're super convinced they're going to make it to the next stage? I mean, should be, but you never know.
I'm pretty convinced G2 will make it, and I just prefer then to be in that situation where you have a few best of threes behind you. You've kind of figured out maybe what you want to do on the patch, and then you go into the final 8.
It's definitely like the reverse of what Mad Lions went through, because I feel like this whole journey for them to get all the way to the finals, I feel like all of those challenges along the way allowed them to explore themselves and discover themselves more. And I agree with the notion that if you get a potential T1 draw in the first one, could happen because T1 is seed 2, or Billy, that could be a potential draw for Mad Lions too. You are just jumping into the Lions then right away. But the same thing can be said on the flip side for the opposition, right? You know, everyone's in the same situation. The game is very fair, and I think the MSI format is the most fair one yet, because we have, you know, double elimination, 2 best-of-5s, 2 tournament lives, and we just know for sure that whoever's going to win this tournament is going to be officially, no doubt, the best.
The best. Before we go then, because I know you've been watching the major regions intently, give us some of your highlights, the things you're looking forward to, maybe a couple of players that you feel like are really going to break out or could break out at MSI.
Like on my end, I think just the winner of the LPL, JDG, that roster, it's so damn stacked, just with names that, you know, you just tremble as you mentioned them. 369, Knight, Ruler, and then on the flip side in the LCK, you know, Genji winning back-to-back LCK titles with this pace as an AD carry, you know. He filled the shoes of Ruler somehow. It was such an impossible task, but then he just delivered in the finals with the rest of his teammates. Chovy as well coming into an international finals. I'm giving myself goosebumps, which is kind of weird, but I'm liking it. I'm excited for MSI, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think everybody is reckless.
Yeah, with this new system, it just feels like there's going to be so many good games. Normally, when you watch MSI, it feels like there's a lot of games that aren't so exciting, and then you get the few good ones, but now it's just like, is every game just a banger, kind of?
It is. It is.
That's so much fun.
It's crazy. It's going to be really, really great. And that will do it all from us here in the LEC Spring Split. Thank you so much, Yamato and Reckless, of course. Also Ender and Goldberg and everyone on the desk. Once more, so Mad Lions are our spring champions. G2 and the Mad Lions are heading to MSI. And we will be back for MSI, live from London, starting on May 2nd. See you then, and thank you, production.
Thank you for everything.
Bye.
I'm so blessed.
On the other side of the rift, the Mad Lions. The scars of their exile still shine upon their skin. 2021 was 2 long years ago, but now they just can't wait to be king. In mid lane, it's Nisqy!
Rhino flash, Nisqy. Can he hit him with the barrel this time? Running backwards, Nisqy gonna find the slow, and that's all that they need to find. The Bomba backwards. Easy follow-up. Needs to get out. Bomba back into the waiting arms of Elyoya.
In the jungle, Elyoya!
Will connect onto Elyoya, but the Herald secured, and that's 2 objectives back-to-back for the Mad Lions. BDS have gotten nothing in exchange.
Nice game, guys. Nice. We got these guys.
Let's
go. Where do we go?
It is disaster for BDS on the bottom side as Adam will find himself torn to pieces.
Support! Here we stand!
Back to the Wukong versus Lee Sin matchup where he's just following that man around his jungle. Seems like he's trying to do something similar, but the first hook now going to land. Carzzy following up.
Crowny Nuke getting closer to level 16.
Hook over the wall! The execution. He goes over the wall, but he gets hit anyway.
In bot lane, it's Carzzy!
Carzzy. Yes, he can. Carzzy, first blood on the bottom side, but it is not enough. Q3 will connect the Carzzy. Will connect. Carzzy looking for a pentagon, looking for an opportunity. There's room for more than one king in the LEC.
In top lane, JC!
Battle line, so it ends up going in the favor, but now again!
Damage goes all out. Q3 is it going to connect? Chasing low, getting out. Adam now in trouble. One more on the shock blast. Have they overstayed? Chase looks pretty shock blast. Oh man, and kills left and right. Chase.
What a snipe!
Guys, let's go!
Mad Lions, oh, they were doubted, and oh, you hated them and underestimated them. But their story is one of tenacity, and now one of triumph for the 3rd time. Mad are your LEC champions.
hurt you for the dirty and clean. When you're waking in your dreams, make me bite my tongue and make me scream. See, I got everything that you need. Ain't nobody gonna do it like me. We are burning at a high degree. And you make me feel like it burns and it hurts. Baby, this part of the rush. This is us. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? What is love? I walk it, I talk it, I live it. What we do behind doors is our business. On my body, he giving me kisses. I'm wet when I'm wet, I'm popping like Adderall. Baby, dive in my beach and go swimming. Let's go deep, cause you know there's no limits. Nothing stronger than you when I'm sipping. I'm still gonna finish, I'm drunk, I ain't had enough.